And he's been the next in line, so no surprise. Short and wide, doesn't matter if it's first ball or last ball. It's going to go to the boundary, and Michael Niso throwing another one up there, and Carey good enough to let the next one go through.
Yeah, as you said, Skull, coming off that 128 not out. They lost that game in Duckworth Lewis to Western Australia. That was the opening game in the Marsh Cup. But he walks into this game with some tremendous form for 106 deliveries. Oh, it's good delivery.
Stay with him. Good on. Is that as tight as he can go? Probably got to be tighter. That's good, mate. Perfect. Good on.
Tim Payne, but everyone's been sort of talking about and predicting who's next in line. Alex Carey's been at the top of that list for the last 2.5 years. The question is, will he remain there over the next year? And if he doesn't, then someone else that is playing in domestic cricket for around the country gets to the top. But I'd feel sorry for Alex Carey if he wasn't the next in line, because he's been the incumbent for so long now, Scott.
Yeah, he has.
Quick look at the pitch here at Karen Rolton Oval. Used to be the old, I think, Park 25 down on the west side of the CBD in Adelaide. That looks like a great strip if you're a batsman. Bowling, I want to get a little bit on at the start, but I'm not going to get much after the first couple of overs, I reckon.
Not many bowlers marking out their run up there, just leave it to someone else today. 2
Shield matches there. Neither team batting first has been bowled out. They've registered 500 and 455. So it's an advantage to bat first at the Karen Rolton.
Well, you talk about those 2 Shield games. It's disappointing that they're both a draw. I know they're flat tracks, but you've got to try and get results, I reckon, early in the season. So that first over completed, and now Weatherall's away. He start with a boundary as well. So pretty good start this for South Australia. Weatherall off the mark with a boundary.
Ball not moving. Jake Weatherall, he's a very strong square of the wicket. We've known that for some time. They're bowling full to him. If it's not moving, he'll slap him down the ground. Very good shot from Weatherall. The best 3 this day batsmen in the South Australian team are the 1, 2, 3. Travis Head at 3. This pair crucial. If they can put on a big number, they can put Queensland under pressure.
And another one, a repeat. A little bit wider of mid-off this time. Jeez, good start.
Well, Wildermuth, both times there, have thrown the ball up, see if he's going to get it to swing, hasn't he? And both times he's been dispatched, one with a lovely shot straight back past the bowler to mid-off, and that time a little bit wider. Weatherall just lent on it through the covers. You can see his weight here through the ball. Doesn't take a great big stride at it, but certainly his head goes forward, and nice hitting through the line of the ball. 8 off 2, not a bad way to start.
Ooh, good bit of work. I think he would have made it anyway. Got through quickly.
Yeah, certainly would have been close. Interesting that they won the toss and batted. Wicket being so flat, potential for rainer out. Usually you want to chase sometimes in these conditions, knowing how many you need to get, but obviously felt that looking at the conditions after the Western Australia game, maybe there is an advantage that the wicket might slow up in the afternoon, may come a little fraction harder to bat. So two ways of looking at it. We'll probably find out in about 6 hours' time which one was right.
Waldermouth playing his first Marsh Cup game to date. Been playing the first one.
Promising signs, ball not moving a lot. Willamette, as Stewie has said, trying to bowl as full as he can, see if there's any movement. None so far. Weatherall and Carey, anything full, they're looking to go down ground. Anything chip length, they're looking to work for singles.
Better length that way, Wildermouth. Just back of a length. Ball hasn't really deviated through the air, either over. We saw one go past the edge early on to Carey. Since then it's been very, very flat. They use two new white balls in these games, so the ball doesn't really scuff up. If you're going to get advantage, it's going to be in the first couple of overs.
Pretty good start this South Australian for 16. 2 gone.
Back to normal now.
A little bit of overcast conditions in Adelaide, a little bit of rain around early on. But there was no hesitation, I reckon, from South Australia winning the toss, electing to bat first. Pitch looks very good. I'm picking 350 plus at least.
Well, the field to have any sort of comfort, you would have thought that they're going to need a score of 350 plus. Gone to the days where you could get 280. I think T20 cricket's really changed that. The fear factor of batting second and the pressure that builds. It's, teams and players have just become used to it because that's the biggest format of the game now.
Great shot down the ground again. Gives you an indication how good the pitch is. Not a lot of movement with the ball, just hitting through the line. So Alex Carey getting off to a bit of a flyer at the moment.
Yeah, I think you'll find the second slip coming out in the not too distant future, going to a short cover. Mid-off will come back and a lot straighter to try and protect that. It's good attacking stuff to start with, but if you're going at 8 and over for the first 10, you're pretty much behind the 8 ball.
I think Carey's seen very quickly there's no movement through the air for Nisa at the moment. What will Nisa do? Will he change his length? Just a slight adjustment. He can't be too full.
Because he's not overly tall, Nisa, he's not particularly tall bowler. He's through the air and skids it off the wicket, which makes him really, really effective in Queensland on those surfaces, especially at the Gabba. But something like this, he really needs to just adjust his length and bring it back half a yard, half a metre. Just don't allow batsmen just to jump on the front foot because they're just punching through the line at the moment.
And goes high. Nothing from the square leg umpire, so you're going to need those change-ups today. They've got a really good partnership, Alex Carey and Jake Worthwell. 907 runs together and 20 digs. They average 45, which is pretty good. That was way over the top. Yeah, it was. Okay. Definitely.
Look high.
Yeah, well, I thought that, and then I didn't see the umpire call that. But yes, he did.
White looks like he's coming out of first slip there to another short catching cover type position. Watch for the change of pace. throughout the engine. That'll be the biggest weapon.
Well, it was probably the right move from Captain Kawaja for Queensland. I mean, even the first set probably won't last much longer either. I mean, you pack the one side to get a catch and cover. The way that Alex Carey's timing the ball here at the moment, you've got to be spot on. Any over pitch or any width there for the bowler, and it's good night. I don't mind this move here, bring the fine leg up. I was either going to say that up in the deep square and even like a deep point. That allows Nisa to bowl that short one.
A lot more. I'm surprised he didn't get a game. I know we had Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins and co, James Pattinson. But certainly in those conditions, he'd be a real handful.
3 overs done here in Adelaide, number 22, South Australia. Good start for them.
Lengths have been adjusted immediately, haven't they, now?
Got to do it, don't you?
Yeah. So Wildermuth, who is a swing bowler as well, nothing on offer for Jack. So immediately he's bowling just short of a good length now to try and cramp them. Highly thought of, Wildermuth, isn't he? He played for Australia A last year, got 100 against India for Australia at the SCG. Got a lot of talent, this kid.
He's played some good innings in T20 cricket as well.
He's got a nice strong bowling action too. Gets up, doesn't look like there's a lot can go wrong with it. Fairly strong looking fast bowler. Runs in hard. One of those guys that run in all day. You wouldn't have to, Andy Bickle type bowl for Queensland. Just here's the ball. Can you bowl for me? And yes, I can.
He's coming down the wicket a little bit, Carey, just trying to break the length up. So conscious, Wildermuth and Nisa are worrying about over pitching. Just the one slip, packed offside field, fine leg up. Not too many options for the bowler. Edge and taken, great catch there. What a man to get, Alex Carey. Wildermuth just sticking it with the line and the length. And Jimmy Pearson diving to his left. That's a good start for Queensland.
Great start. Very well done, Jack Wildermuth. He adjusted his length. He got Alex Carey half and half. The ball moved away from him. That's significant. He just got it to just tail away. The edge taken. Jimmy Pearson, he doesn't drop those. Very good bit of bowling by Jack Wildermuth.
Beautifully bowled.
Yeah, quality piece of bowling. It was good lead up too. The 4 or 5 balls before were back of a length, and you could see Alex Carey wanting to jump forward. He wanted to get forward. He was looking to drive down the ground, and fractionally Fuller enticed Carey into the stroke, and he just pushed at it with his hands and nicked it. And pretty simple catch across to Jimmy Pearson. Good piece of bowling. Well deserved. Good patience and good discipline by Wildermuth.
Now here's the big pole walking out. Travis Head. Interesting, coming off an off-season in England where he averaged under 20 in both T20 and first-class cricket for Sussex, but in their 50-over games, led the batting averages at 58. So his recent form overseas has been in 50-over cricket. He's a very accomplished one-day player, we know that. He hits sixes. South Australia's problem in recent times, they don't hit enough sixes. If he gets in, he's got to start clearing the Karen Rotten. But he's got to get in first.
Right on the money, Wildermuth. Such a good delivery there to get Alex Carey. He beat him outside the off stump a couple of times with the ball just seaming away. It's a flat pitch. You don't have a lot of room for error as a bowler. Up against the quality of Carey, coming off 100 in the first Marsh Cup. Beautifully bowled, just a little bit of angle, hit the seam, good catch. Right on the money. Alex Carey's got to go. Didn't do too much wrong, really. Travis heads away. Just a punch through the offside. That's how good the pitch is. You get in on this pitch and you have to think there are runs there to be taken.
Got 163 in the Shield game on this pitch. He found deep mid-wicket in the first 50-over game, but he's away quickly here on the up. Head over the ball, take 4.
I think you put that on the good shots list for the day.
Oh, no.
Wasn't a lot wrong with that delivery. And Travis Head, beautiful timing, good hands, good wrists. Very good into that cover, that squarish cover type region. That's his strength. He can hit the ball from a roundabout off stump, really square of the wicket. Doesn't hit the ball down the ground a lot, but certainly through that part of the ground, very, very strong.
And Stewie, that's where I think, to take the next step as a player, does he have to really now start to go down the ground more? Because test bowlers bowl a lot straighter to him. They disallow his square of the wicket game. And he hasn't quite made that transition to, if you bowl a half volley on off stump, I'm hitting you through mid-off before.
100%, Scal. I think that's his next stage of his phase of his game. In the longer version of the game, you're happy with batters to play that shot off stump to try and open their hands and hit it, because through the patient game, if you keep bowling it there enough, eventually one does a little bit. You know, the wicket's probably got a little bit more life in it, and you sort of get caught behind the wicket. And I think if you look at Travis's dismissals, whilst he has been successful at different stages, and it's probably no surprise he's struggling in England where the ball moves a little bit, that's his next phase of his game.
Oh, well bowled again. It's a carbon copy from Wildermuth at the other end that picked up Alex Carey. 3 lefties, the top 3 for South Australia, so it's never easy for a bowler. If you're a right-arm bowler, you like to start with that right-handed batsman swinging it away and getting your rhythm. Starting with 3 lefties have been pretty good at the moment. And
there's 4 in the top 5, BJ, so if you're not comfortable bowling to the khakis, good luck with that. And they unearthed a great one, real potential. Jake Carter from WA got 100 for him in the Shield game. Oh, so there's a lot of left-handedness in Adelaide. Mark him down, Jake Carter.
Jake Carter.
Oh, batted like Matthew Elliott. He got a brilliant 100. Fantastic player. Not playing in the one-day game.
Yeah, that's 118 coming in at 3 in that Shield game.
And look, watertight as well. He's got a game to go a long way. Jake Carter. And then Tim Ward from Rouse Hill emerged in the last game for Tasmania.
Oh, they got any players from South Australia or not?
Well, they've only got a population of 1.7 mil.
Upper Schliebert, just short of Gully. I tell you what, you wouldn't mind if you're a batsman moving Adelaide, would you?
No.
Batting in Adelaide Oval, batting in Curran Rolton Oval as well. They're pretty flat.
Yeah.
It's always been the hallmark of South Australian cricket, just flat wickets for the batters.
Yeah. Jake Weatherall's an interesting player, guys, isn't he? That 100 he got in a final of...
the Big Bash.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
That was as good a short form innings as you'll ever see. And I thought, gee, a star has arisen. But he's since plateaued somewhat.
I'm with you, Skull. When I saw that, I thought, well, this kid could play for Australian T20 cricket. But that's the hard thing with Big Bash. you get good pitches and you get these unbelievable innings, you got to back it up.
Yeah.
Because there are so many good players out there that are playing really, really well in T20 cricket.
Well, I think that's what the selectors look for as well. They look for consistency of some degree in the T20 game, because it is hard because you're going out and you're playing, 3 shots to every ball type of stuff, but they do look for those that do it better.
Yeah. Single. And wavered.
But again, as we've discussed, guys, Jake Weatherald is a square of the wicket player, ideally suited to Adelaide, and that was at the Adelaide Oval, BJ, as you know, and they've got to make that transition to, we've got to go around the ground, and bowlers tighten them up. I remember when Michael Clark emerged from the under-19s, he only had a square of the wicket game, but because people like Paul Rifle on debut made him just say, mate, I'm not going to give you a short outside off stump.
Yeah. There's no cut shots.
No, you won't play a cut.
Well,
and he had to tighten, and he had to go in the V a lot more than he had as a teenager. And Jake Weatherall, Travis Head, these are lefties that have to do more of that.
Well, at the end of the day, the pitches in Australia are pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, all of a sudden you've got a T20 World Cup coming up on Fox that's going to be in Dubai, that have had an IPL being played on it. They're going to be slow, low turning right from the ball one, which are completely different to Australian conditions. So just because you bat well sometimes in Australia, you've got to be batting well on different pitches all around the world if you want to make it in T20 cricket.
And it's hard. It's hard to have a game that's an all-round game.
Yeah.
Yes.
There isn't hundreds of them, and there aren't, you've got the Australian team. It was interesting you were talking about Carter then, that, the words that, I was listening to you talk, that he has a technically good game and he has, there's not a lot that can go wrong. So, probably like me, you look at players and can they hit the ball down the ground? Well, that's a tick.
Yes.
Then you go look at them, well, can they play the short ball, i.e. either they pull hook or do they just duck and get out of the way of it? And if they can do that, it's a tick. And then you go, right, well, this guy, does he have the temperament? And if they've got all three, then usually they're good players. If you see someone that they're all square at the wicket, you think,
Oh, it's another good delivery. This is really good bowling from Wildermuth. Not a lot in this pitch. He's putting it right on the length, a little bit of angle going away from the left-hander. Just hit the seam too, committed to it. I mean, you could probably leave that on line, but not really in a one-day game. You want to be playing, but that is just superb bowling from Wildermuth.
And intelligent, as Stuart just said. I mean, he knows that Jake Weatherall's looking to seize on anything that gives him width. So he's just channeling around off stump, fourth stump, on the front foot.
Coming down the wicket to break up the length, and Wildermuth good enough to us there. Another good delivery. It's a good set.
he's found a nice groove, hasn't he? Just a nice length, top of off stump.
But Stuart, you talked about the ticks, and I looked in Tim Ward, Tasmania, and Jade Carter, South Australia, and I just kept ticking.
Yeah.
Short pickups, they don't take the bat to the sky, low full shot percentage, go all around the ground. If they bowl full, they drive them. If they bowl short, they work them square of the wicket. Gee, Australian cricket have unearthed a couple of real potentially good early order batsmen in those two.
Over pitched, and he gets it through this time. Looked like he was sweating on that over pitch delivery. Doesn't often do it, Jake Wildermuth, but it was good enough there, Weatherall. Another boundary for him.
Good signs for Weatherall, isn't it? So much ability. If he gets away, he can put Queensland away. Again, Wildermuth looking for some movement. There wasn't any there, and the weight transfer was spot on from Jake Weatherall.
South Australia winning the toss here in Adelaide and Karen Rolton Oval. No hesitation. Batting first. Brendan Doggart and Winter and Pope come in for this 50-over game. forward to see the leg spinner.
Yeah. I think shortfall might be his go. There's an imprecision about his red ball stuff, but he can hurry through overs, bowl lots of wrong ones.
Nisa into his 4th over now.
Good change up there. It's been full ball. Just you can see both batters looking to get forward. He's so smart enough to think a little bit different. Just made head hurry up. We're just looking at the South Australian team. Nathan McAndrew, good, another Sydney boy, just played Bankstown, plays BBL for the Thunder, I think, something like that. Ryan Gibson, Campbelltown, top order batsman. He might have played for New South Wales and a Shield game or two, good player.
And Nathan McSweeney, the first right-hander to come in, got 1,100 runs in Brisbane Premier Cricket last year. So, and now playing for South Australia. So people searching to make their careers elsewhere. A couple of New South Welshmen and a Queenslander, and McSweeney. Looking forward to him today. Missed out game 1. Opportunity on a good pitch, game 2. But this is the man, Travis Head. Has to go big.
In the air and over the top. There's a packed offside field. I think what saved him there, Travis Head, at least he was committed to it. Got it probably a little bit out of balance there when he hit it, but in the end had enough on it, just at the bottom of the bat.
Yeah, he got it over the top. You can see his front foot, it doesn't move. It's basically stuck on the crease with his head sort of falling over. Strong enough and timed it well enough to, I think you can even see there just through that movement, he was a little bit like, I got away with one there, which is the nature of the game.
Well, I think it's good bowling from Nisi. Pushed him back, and on that shot he stayed back and lunged at it. And as you say, Stu, he didn't get his foot down there, but that was probably well set up from Michael Nisa. That bounce at a start pushed him back. I reckon that's one thing with Travis Head is, you're right, his foot movement gets a little bit edgy early on.
Doesn't take a big stride.
No, and you want him driving if you want to pick him up. Yes, it may cost you a boundary, but that's where you want him. He often hits that ball in the air around cover point. Sounds like the hospital in the background.
It's near Hindley Street, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. That's throws. Change of pace there from Nisa, but Travis Head was good enough. You just get the feeling today, boys, this 50 over game, got to be a lot of boundaries.
Oh, I think so.
A lot of 2s and 3s.
I think you've got to be looking at 30 plus 4s at least in 50 overs here.
What do they get?
And then a number of 6s.
Yeah.
Scull, you would hit that ball for 4. That was
I would have. Yeah, I would have.
The ripe old age of 70 odd, you would have still smashed that for 4 without much trouble.
I'd have noodled it for 1 at least.
Well, they would have had a dick point for you. And another one.
That's a good shot.
Worked that through the leg side. He's only got 3 on the leg side, Michael Nisa, so Travis Head enjoying it at the moment. End of the over there, 7 overs completed now, and they're going really well now, South Australia, after losing the big wicket of Alex Carey. That one there was about middle and off stump too, but he hit it nice and straight down the ground. You've got to be thinking high 300s today in this 50 over game.
Couple of nice strokes there to finish off the over from Travis Head, one through mid-on and one through wide cover. Really gave it the full treatment. Both very nice looking strokes. They need to pick him up if they want to try and stem this flow of runs.
Yeah, still got the first slip in there. Just picking up the runs nicely. Got to change the commentary. Kiro Keith's had enough. He's walked off, gone to get a cup of tea. Morné Morkel jumps in the seat, the big South African speedster, now living and residing in Sydney. Enjoying it. Good to see you, mate.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Nice to be in the hot seat here today.
Mate, I reckon the hot seat's there. Karen Rolt and I will, if you're a bowler.
For sure.
How flat does that look?
Yeah, it's an interesting start. I mean, obviously the first 3 overs, from a bowling point of view, you sort of want to pick up the pace of the wicket and work up your lanes, to see next swing. But it was a great start for South Australia, perfect start.
Yeah, Wildman's picked up Alex Carey, a little bit of steam, bounce outside there. Some of the lines been pretty good, but straight from that, Stu, and the ball gets a bit softer.
think we might see, the guys from a boundary sort of bouncing the ball in there, getting it as soft as possible and getting that straight to field. And
I think you'll have to do that, eh?
Why not?
let's keep eye on that.
But yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly. That'll happen.
It's funny, isn't it? Because you often think new ball, one each end here in these 50-over games, you want to try and get it to swing and seam, so you try and look after it. But you sum it up pretty quickly when there's no shape out there, and you go, no, cross seam now.
For sure. I mean, I suppose you can keep one sort of newish, but I'll definitely start, if you're the senior bowler, start communicating. So listen, we need to get something going on one of the balls here. It will just make life a little bit easier at the back end, and then hopefully get the ball to reverse early on.
Well, that's the thing. You've got to think about the long game rather than just what's happening right at this very moment. You want to be setting the game up for the end.
Another quick single.
You're right, though. Around the pitch looks quite scuffed up. You've got the wicket from the 4-day game there. You've got some other pitches that have been used. So there's certainly some rough patches around the square area. And you can get that last throw there. Whilst it didn't hit the stumps, it was landing in there and just scuffing the ball up a bit.
I suppose the key is also to work out. I mean, I know we spoke about 350 plus is a good score, but with this powerful sort of Bulls lineup, batting lineup, sometimes teams will chase the scores. Yeah. And I think they're going perfectly, sort of getting through this first 10 overs now, getting through the power play, and from there, give feedback to the change room. What is realistically sort of a good score? What's a wicket playing like? And from there, you can set up little KPIs, small little targets.
Are you thinking? What would you be thinking if you're South Australia? Then you're 1 for 45, 8 overs done. Got Alex Carey, but it looks like a pretty good pitch to bat on.
I just keep on batting. Get through the power play because you've got so much time. They're going to bring some pace now off the ball here. So just get through the next sort of 10 overs, 1 wicket down, perfect position.
So a change of bowling. I'd have to say part-timer, wouldn't he? Matt Renshaw, off-spinner?
He's a batsman that bowls. There's no question of that.
So you're still in the power play. You're going to have a crack at it in these first over, first or second over for him?
Well, it's a bit of a risk by Queensland, but I think it's a risk to try and pick up a wicket. Let him try and take it on, see where we get to, and see if he can pick up or buy a wicket.
And I suppose, if anything, it's because they're lefties as well. They're thinking if I can just get something to straighten a bit or turn a bit away from the lefty.
I think Queensland will be looking at this as if you can pick up another wicket, have them 2 for 45 in the 8th, or 2 for 60 in the 10th over.
Pretty good.
You can lose the game very quickly in the first 10 overs by losing 2 or 3 wickets quickly, I think. If you can buy a wicket here, it just puts the pressure on the back end of the game.
I don't mind this a little bit of pace off the ball. I reckon with the rain we had around this morning, the wicket might be a little bit ducky. We could see it's already a little slightly too paced. Yeah. So the spin option, ball might hold up a little bit, might skid on a little bit. So I like this. I like this sort of mixing it up, just change of pace. I think it's a good call.
He'll bowl the over really quickly.
Well, that's right. He's that type of bowler that'll rush the batsman. They'll just try and sneak a couple of overs in here.
You can see him as he's letting it go. He's almost walking back as he sort of lets it go, and he's back through his over. Both batters here will try and take their time, just sort of a bit of gardening and wander about and try and play the game on their terms.
Happy just to pick it off a run of ball at the moment. Not really taking too much of a risk against Renshaw.
So looking at the Queensland team, Gurinder Sandhu bowls. So we've seen him in the Big Bash. Connor Sully, I think you've seen a bit of him, haven't you?
Young boy. I was very impressed with him. My time was with Brisbane Heat. Really enjoyed working with Sul. Big, strong boy.
Yeah.
And sort of speaking to Manas the last sort of 2 days. Sol's been bowling really quick, sort of in the grade game. So I'm quite excited to watch him today, on show on TV. Obviously making a debut, it's a big day.
Oh, absolutely.
It'll be a lot of butterflies. So you want to get that first couple of overs out of the way. But yeah, I'm a big fan of
Yeah,
Sol.
I reckon you want to get into the game early.
Here's the ball, bowl.
Yeah,
Whatever happens,
yeah.
happens. Get through that first. If you can pick up a wicket early, well,
Well, you want to bowl, I reckon, in the first 10 overs, at least give them 1 or 2, just so you can settle into it. So 9 overs gone, 1 for 50. Doesn't get through.
Yeah, just coming to that, I think for me personally, if my debut, I would like a little bit more extra protection. So maybe give bowl him outside the power play, let him settle into a bit of a rhythm. You've got Wildermuth here and Nesta. They're the senior sort of bowlers up front. Wanting to strike early, the key wickets was important. So Sol, I reckon we'll see him now after just outside the power play.
he's very offside dominant, Weatherall. He likes to stay leg side of the ball and use his hands, really go to the line. Just throws his hand, he can guide the ball sort of through squarish point, backward point. Don't see him other than maybe the pickup through the leg side. So both Queensland were going nice and straight, almost at his thigh pad, to try and stop him from playing those shots.
I'm quite surprised they haven't tried around the wicket yet.
Yeah.
Especially on the pace of the wicket. You've got so many more angles to work with from around the wickets, especially to Travis. That's one thing I would definitely come around the wickets to him, and then just bang that back of a leg very hard.
You don't want to let him free his arms up and hit the ball through the offside because he's so strong, square of the wicket on the offside. You want to force him to try and work the ball through mid-wicket, through square leg, because he will open up and try and go back through the offside over time.
It's a good spell of bowling this from Wildermuth.
He's been impressive, hasn't he?
Well, I reckon, you've only got 2 out in the first 10 overs. Those are the power plays, and then you've got 4 out between overs 11 and 40, and then the last 10 you've got 5 out. I think you'd take that. 1 for 50 after first 10, or around that. And that's obviously why Kawaj is going with Wildermuth, the most experienced bowler with 2 fielders out. Then you can bring in your less experienced bowlers with 3 fielders, or 4 fielders out, I should say. Still happy to have that first slip in there. Oh, missed out on it. It was on the leg side. Travis had second most runs in this comp last year. He's played the 5 games, averaged 55, 276 runs. That high score, 142 for Travis Head last year in Marsh Cup, or last season.
He's a big wicket, Travis Head, for the Queensland. There's a lot of the batting will focus around him. Just most experienced player in the team. Alex Carey, the other one who's already been dismissed. But when you run through their order, you've got a lot of young guys that are still finding their way. They're accomplished players, but still finding their way on the domestic scene.
And that should complete the first power play. 10 overs done. Just the 1 wicket loss for South Australia. And a bit slowed down a little bit. Jake Weatherall got off to a bit of a flyer. Started off with a couple of boundaries, Wildermuth, but Queensland have held him back nicely.
Something going on with his
Blisters?
foot there. No, he ripped something off and
Got the band-aid off, got the socks off.
got the sock off. Not sure about putting the band-aid in the water cooler. That was the best idea I've ever seen, but
So 4 fielders out now in overs 11 to 40. It's always seems to be the part of the game, Mornay, where it just slows right down. Teams are happy to pick off 4 or 5 runs and over, heading to the deep boundaries, and often you think captains, you want to keep the field up, entice the batsman to go to the top, or try and get that wicket rather than sort of spread it all out.
This is sort of the phase of the game from a batting point of view, where you want to get your twos count up.
Yeah.
I think, when you reflect after the game, this is where you'll compare, over sort of 10 to 35 now, the amount of twos that you sort of scored on, in your innings.
So he's just gone with the 3 out, mid-off has come up, so that's what he wants him to do. Ball fielded. Joey Burns there at cover. Stop 4 for sure. So he's kept that mid-off up, enticing Travis Head and both him and Witherall to go over the top.
Well, he's certainly looking that way. He's come down the wicket twice, tried to hit him as hard as he can both times. It's risk and reward here, isn't it? Pick up Travis Head, you're right in the box seat, he gets away. I don't know if you can just get away with going for 5 and over in this phase.
No.
You've almost got to get to 8 and over, which means, as you were saying, pick up a 2 or hit a boundary at least once and over. Whereas years gone by, 5 or 6 was enough.
Well, it's a good move from Khawaja, at least leave him mid-off up. You could actually push them both back and they just knock it around and get 4 runs and over. But you can see here Travis Head trying to get the scoring rate up. Now mid-off goes back for the last couple of deliveries. So they were happy to give him a single down the ground.
He's an interesting player, Travis. That's a half volley off stump, which you could easily bunt down the ground. He's chosen to really get inside out and go through point. He just feels far more comfortable doing that.
It's pretty good over this from Matt Renshaw. Last one. Pushes it through nicely. Well, I take it back. He bowled 2 overs, not the 6.
Give yourself
I was
another
going to say a part-time. I'd definitely be leaving him on. I think bowling to the left-handers is quite comfortable.
Might be a bit too pace too, I think, the wicket. It's just not as true. When the ball was hard, knew it was sort of carrying through okay. Yeah. I think the ball's just getting a bit softer, as you were saying, and just a fraction harder to just stand there and hit through the line.
Well, I reckon they're doing a pretty good job, Queensland, so far. Picked up Alex Carey early on. The pitch looks pretty good. So Waterworth now into his 6th over. Change of pace. I reckon that's the key to the bowling at the moment. You've got to rip that ball, those off-cutters coming in, mix up the pace and the length.
Travis Head doesn't look like he's in any mood to knock the singles around. He's really going hard at the ball every shot he plays here.
Oh, it's a quick single through. So that's only 11 runs off the last 4 overs. So they've really held them back well, Queensland. Well bowled again. Witherall coming down the wicket.
You can almost sense the frustration building in Wetherall's game at the moment. 18 off 27.
This is a look at the wicket if you just joined our coverage. Beautiful piece of bowling from Wildermuth just outside the off stump. Alex Carey probably could have left it, but was more committed to the shot. It was a good start for Queensland, picking him up early because he hit a couple of really nice boundaries. Oh, another good delivery.
Been impressive, Wildermuth. I talked about what he did last year, but certainly starting the season well here. top of off stump again, just going across. Jake Weatherall forcing him to play, not giving him any width to throw his hands at. And it's really, it's pitching sort of middle and leg, isn't it? And going across him, so there's no room whatsoever. That's obviously the tip sheet at the start before the game. They've looked at that and said, right, he likes width. Let's keep it in really tight. I'm kind of sully. I want to have a bowler. I'm sort of sitting back thinking, that's my debut. Give me the ball.
Yeah.
Someone throw me the ball.
That's what I mean. You feel like you want to get in there early in the first 10 overs. But Weatherall's done a good job. I mean, you would think this will be his last over. Can't see him bowling more than 6. He's done a good job to Weatherall because he got off the fly. He's now 19 from 29. And Travis had 22 from 25. But Wildermuth's been very good so far.
Oh, sure.
Flicks that through the leg side, no one out in the deep in front of square. And a much needed boundary for South Australia.
Good shot that. Picked up off leg stump and flicked away.
He missed a couple the over before, didn't he? Hit him on the thigh pad.
A bit full of that ball, I think, by Wildermuth and up and under.
So that's the part for me where I think sort of in that over, break it up a little bit. Come just do something different. Come around the wicket. Just mix it up. All of them have been bowling over the wicket, for the past 12 overs, and just creating something different.
So 12 done now. 1 for 59. Renshaw into his third.
Renshaw bowler of the day thus far, isn't he?
Good job.
Very hard to get away, bowling with a nice pace. Happy to give up that single. No damage done.
Also, his height. I think Matt Goodham and other left-arm orthodox. He's slightly sort of 5'6", 6'1".
Yeah.
Matt Renshaw's 6'6".
Shot. He's got enough to get over, way over.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's what they have to do. I reckon they've got to sort of try and put the foot down a little bit, put a bit of pressure back on Queensland.
Well, he was really looking for that length, wasn't he? He got the length, got down the wicket, got to the pitch of it, and strong player. Travis Head, we've seen that throughout the course of his career. Did you play against Travis?
I played against him, yeah.
He would have been young though coming through. He wouldn't have.
But a big bash cricket. Not many games, South Africa, Australia, but definitely a big bash.
Looks a bit gloomy over there. The sun comes out and the
13 degrees at the start of the game, I reckon.
Jumpers on.
Yeah. Very unusual for Adelaide. Gets it fine. Oh, just the single. Good work there from Renshaw. Just that 1-6 down the ground, but apart from that, pretty good. 3 overs he's bowled. Wildermuth's bowled 6 overs. I doubt that he's going to come back and bowl 7. So Weatherall's been a bit slow in his last 10 to 15 deliveries. Travis Head's put the foot down a little bit. 1 for 69 and 13 overs gone. So it's a good start this from South Australia, but I reckon they're going to need 350 plus.
But it's good. This is where Travis Head's so important to Jake Weatherall, to get down to him and say, look, don't throw your wicket away because you're frustrated. Keep grinding away. That'll come. The more time you spend out here, the easier it will get. Don't just come and play a big shot. Just try and work a single, get me back on strike. And that's why he's so important, because he deals with the rest of them in the same manner, because they're so inexperienced, if you know it.
I think it's a classic case here now of just building a partnership.
Yeah.
It might be sort of harder for a new guy to come in and score as soon as the ball gets a little bit softer. So it's vital for these two to kick on and get that 150 plus partnership.
100%.
Gurinder Sandhu with his first over. Originally from New South Wales, Stewie, at the Thunder in the BBL.
Yeah, played his cricket with the Fairfield District Grade Club, moved to Tasmania. Started off, played for Australia in one-day cricket,
That's right.
if I remember correctly. Was quite successful. Played the Thunder, hasn't been playing a lot in recent times, certainly in the longer versions of the game. Had a very good slower ball, off-spinner type slower ball. A little bit of seam back into the right-hander there, no, left-hander there.
Well, he gets a little bit more bounce than you expect. Comes up, I wouldn't say he's the quickest, but comes up nice and high. Can hit the seam, but you're right, does mix it up nicely.
He bowls a lot of variations, which is his strength, and certainly his strength in the shorter versions of the game. Watch him to bowl at the end too, with his Yorkers and slower balls.
Going to need that protection out there. You can definitely tell these two batsmen, particularly Travis Head and Wetherall, love the width. That's why I like your idea around the wicket, pack that offside and cramp them. Is there anything fraction on that leg side, they're going to try and whip it away.
Also brings in the chop on, like it's too close, trying to chop it on, back onto the stumps. You just bring in more dismissals. A little bit more bounce for Sandhu than there has been for the other two, hasn't there?
Yeah.
Certainly taller.
And it gets in quite close and tight into the stumps, which I like. Then you don't need too much in the ball to do too much. You can just basically target it off stump and make sure the ball ends up finishing, on top of off.
It was one of the great strengths that McGrath had, that, and Sean Pollock, because they bowled from basically in front of the stumps. So if the ball deviated either way, it felt like it was deviating miles. And McGrath almost let it go, so every ball felt like a leg cutter going towards the slips. And it was underrated. No one talked about it a lot, but he bowled from so close. Yeah, it was such a weapon for him.
Oh, subtle change of length there from Sandhu, just pitched up a little bit. It wasn't a half volley. And I reckon that's a really good start from Gurinder Sandhu. Queensland doing a pretty good job here. 1 for 71, 14 overs completed. South Australia winning toss, electing to bat first, 1 for 71 after 14. Got a change in commentary. Adam Peacock's coming in. Kerry O'Keefe jumping back in the seat. Got his cup of tea. Stewie Clark's going to jump out. Morne Morkel's here as well.
Renshaw just nudged away for a single. Thank you, BJ. Kerry, Morne. Afternoon.
Welcome, Adam.
You're the established anchor of this partnership, new partnership here, Morne, so
I wouldn't say that.
look after us. These two well set and building a handy partnership, looking to do what WA did to South Australia 21 days ago with a second wicket partnership of over 200 between Felipe and Marsh. Wetherall and Head would certainly take something like that, and they're building nicely here.
I have a few barometers in 50 over cricket. The first 10 overs are all about the platform, They're 1 for 52 after 10. 11 to 40 are the crucial overs by my barometers. You've got to get 130 plus in that period. So if I was South Australia, I'd be looking at 182 plus at the end of the 40th. I think once you get past north of 150 in that period, you're winning most games.
Lovely played by Travis Head. His hands deft, and another boundary. Renshaw thought he was a chance there, but it's the end of that over, and South Australia chugging along nicely, 1 for 79.
So they've got to keep hitting boundaries in this overs 11 to 40. And this is a good shot from Jake Weatherald. Interesting that because the two left-handers are there, that Matthew Renshaw is bowling rather than Kuhnemann, who has been their best bowler last summer in this form, the left-arm orthodox spinner. But coming into the two left-handers, the skippers said, no, we've got to leave them with the off-spin.
I was going to ask you about that, Kerry. Is it are you surprised how early Matt Renshaw got the ball in his hand?
Very, because I'm a bit of a Kuhnemann fan. I think he bowls economically, but it's the left facing that's concerned the skipper. He doesn't want the ball coming back into them. And now Garinda's on. Garinda.
Khawaja's just trying to get, a couple of overs steal a couple of overs from Renshaw. He's a tall guy. We spoke about it earlier. Inconsistent sort of bounce, and then we get tennis ball sort of bounce. From that height, he's definitely hard to deal with, as we can see.
Full, but plays straight to Renshaw, who keeps his hands warm at cover.
Hope he's found a home, Garinda Sandhu, because he's a talented cricketer. He's a New South Welshman, went to Tassie, now with Queensland. Got a century in club cricket earlier this year, so his batting's coming on. Has a good list A record with the ball.
You get a few of the Queenslanders, they've been in form with the bat up in that Queensland club competition, which grade cricket got underway at the start of September. There's centuries everywhere. The curators are producing roads, it would seem.
Wildermuth's got 2 centuries in club cricket, and most of the others have got at least 1. So Queensland are full of batting. They feel they can chase anything down.
It's well played again. Travis Head is looking like a man in form. He spent a bit of winter, not too much over with Sussex. Actually left early, Travis Head, the end of August, in order to get back, because he knew that Jason Gillespie wanted to build something really solid with South Australia this season. So Travis left his county cricket commitments a couple of weeks early. South Australia trying to build, Queensland just trying to maintain. They've always, and we were discussing this before we came on air, Mornay, about that they've always had an established core of experienced players, Queensland.
And for me, that's one of the reasons of their success. Your senior players, those are the guys that lead the culture, the team environment. For me, the standout thing is the senior players, when they're playing, is the love they have for playing for their state. I mean, I was speaking to Marsh, the last 2 days, and he was buzzing for this game. He said, "Listen, I'm going to go big today," and that's great to hear. Your senior players going into these lineups, and willing to put their hands up to go and perform.
Into that over 1 for 84. That does sound like Marnus, doesn't it, Kerry? He's playing like, a Marsh Cup game here. He's got bigger fish to fry this particular summer. He's like a fly in a bottle still. He's just itching to get out there for Queensland.
He'll write a self-improvement book when he retires, because he wants to get better every day, doesn't he? And that's why he's such a gem in the Australian cricket setup, because he's looking to improve every aspect of his game. Every morning he wakes up. How can I be better by the time I go to bed?
A big moment here for young Connor Sully, 20-year-old on debut. He's capped 179 for Queensland in this format. Played for Australia under 19 World Cup in early 2020. Plays for Norths in the Brisbane competition. And his first ball's a pretty good one.
Saw a bit of Connor Sully at the under 19 World Cup bowl straight. That'll be in his interest. This isn't a fast pitch, but if he can maintain his line to these left-handers, it'll serve him well in this opening couple of overs from him.
Well, feel free, by the way, if Marnus does something that you don't like to sledge him in Afrikaans, because we won't understand you, so you can get away with it. It's full and punched away. Great work on the boundary there, just keeping it to 1.
I think the hardest thing for me is calling him Labuschagne and not Labuskaghni.
Yeah.
When I spoke to him, I said, "No, what's the deal? Can I call you Labuskaghni on the thing?" Because we speak Afrikaans to each other on the phone. And he said, "No, Oneday, come. You're in Australia now. It's Labuschagne."
It's changed.
It's changed.
But still Nisa as well. It's Michael Nessa.
Nessa, yeah.
Era. It's Nisa. Definitely Nisa, the other South African born Queenslander, up-ish and through into the boundary. So gets away with that, Travis Head.
Well, again, on the up, on a pitch, the ball not coming on, but this is encouraging for Travis Head. His weight transfer was a little better. He knew he was taking on the up, evaded the extra cover, takes 4. Valiant effort from Renshaw. He got off the ground well, didn't he?
And another quality shot from Travis Head, and he's building a quality innings. That's the half century. And more to come, you'd suggest, given what we've seen so far and the 38 deliveries he's faced.
This could be a real season for Travis Head. Underwhelming first-class form in England in the off-season, but this was trademark. Connor Sully will do well not to stray into that area too much against Head. Did he zoom you, Marnus Labuskaghni?
Labuskaghni. We had a FaceTime yesterday. We had a quick FaceTime.
Did he have his shirt on?
Surprisingly, yes.
Because his coach tells me whenever he FaceTimes him, he takes his shirt off to show him how cut he is.
He's in good shape, yeah. By the looks of it, I think South Australia is definitely going to try and put some pressure on Sully.
It's a good way to finish his first over, though, because his length wandered around a little bit in his first over at this level, but Connor Sully has 10 taken off it. And South Australia 1 for 94.
Yeah, I remember when I made my debut, I was cramping after 3 overs. I was so nervous bowling to Lance Klusener. We played the Titans versus the Dolphins, and gave him the ball, and I looked up and it was Lance Klusener, and I sort of bowled my first 3 overs and had to call for the rehydrate. I was cramping. So I know what Sully's going through at the moment.
Yes.
The nervous energy. Here's Travis Head carried some real quality.
Oh, look, this could be a real season for him. He's starting to go down the ground. Good sign. And if they give him anything outside, short, outside, off stump, any width, he's going to just take them for runs all day through that area. That's his bread and butter.
Just wonder how he's tried to recalibrate over the last few months, Kerry, given part of the Australian setup, then drifting out of that, questions over who's going to be 5 for the Ashes for Australia. There's an opportunity.
And look, he got that 100 against New Zealand, I think, at the MCG, and I thought he turned the corner as a test player. He just, he was going down the ground. He looked set at 5. And within months, he was out of it. So He's just in that grey area. Is he good enough? Is he a lock in a Test 6? At his best, he is, without question. And we're seeing it today. He's 53 not. He's played some tremendous shots.
It's his fastest 50 for South Australia in this format. His fourth one. He's gone on to make 2 centuries. It was a little loose. It was like the drive on the first tee that he wasn't quite sure about. And he gets away with it.
He's just gesturing that was the Gurinder Sender who just rolls his fingers across the seam there. It's a slight off-cutter, leg cutter, the left-hander. And he did him really. One hand came off the bat straight away. Good bowling by Sender, but he still concedes 4 runs. Head, of course, coming off that brilliant 100 in the Shield game. I was just thinking, Monet, you debuted against Lance Klusner. They say that was the heaviest bat that's ever been owned by an international cricketer, Lance Klusner's bat. What was it, about 4 pound or something?
Yeah, I reckon between him and Chris Gale and Kieran Pollard. I mean, I've walked into the change room one day and picked up those boys' bats, and it is really, you feel sorry as a bowler. Like, I mean, I stand no chance here.
Push again. What? Just rip out a few deadlifts with it.
Yeah. No, they talked about just the weight in it, and Gale has got it similar.
For sure.
Didn't Sachin Tendulkar, despite his stature, have the heaviest bat?
He went to heavy bat as well. Yeah.
One thing I would like to see more of is I don't think Queensland has bowled enough bounces, short balls. I know the wicket is a little bit slow and pace, but sometimes that is make use of your two bounces. Sometimes that is a dot sort of option. Plus with the square fielders you can have now, you can also make it. You really need to hit the ball well. To hit it for a 6 or to get a boundary. So I would like to see them use the short ball a lot more, which can also then sort of put a batters back on the back foot and make bowling sort of the full weighted balls, get wickets with that.
I wonder if the message might come out at the end of this over, because we are due for drinks after this over. Connor Sully's going to continue to Weatherall, who is not going as quickly as his captain at the moment. It's taken 7 to get to 29, but Head, he looks full of intent at the moment. What a good nut that was.
This is steeple off a length that we didn't see in either Shield game or the one-day played on this ground. So the groundsman's left a little bit in this. No ball behaved like that in the previous few weeks at Karen Rolton. So there's still something in it for the Quicks here.
That was a fast ball. I would have loved to see the speed gone on that.
A little bit of movement through the air for the 20-year-old. So did the cramps go after your 3 or 4 overs, or did it?
No, what they say. Once the cramps set in, it's very hard to get rid of them. So I managed to bowl just sort of 7 overs in that game, but it was a great experience.
Monet, did your playing weight vary from your debut to the final game, or did you maintain the same physique? Did you strengthen?
Definitely.
Shot got a hand on it, but it's not going to stop it from going to the boundary again.
From a 19, 20-year-old in the home time where I grew up, I only played sort of 8 games a year, and then went overseas, played in the UK, got the phone call to join the Titans, and for me that was my first time that I've been like in a professional setup, understanding gym, understanding more game time. So under that blanket, sort of developed strength. and grew a little bit more into my body.
Yeah. He was seeing some good signs here, guys, aren't we, Travis Head? That cover drive for 4 was top shelf. His weight transfer looks a lot more assured. He's hit the 1-6. I think, as Morne said, they may not bowl too much short stuff because they're not conceding sixes. They're conceding boundaries. And sixes have been a problem for South Australia. They only hit 3 in their first game. Western Australia hit 13. It's a big factor.
That's it. Beautifully bowled.
Steep, wasn't it?
Yeah. He's a strong boy, isn't he? I mean, Connor Sully, he's already, you'd think he's done a fair bit of weight work.
I reckon he's been down to Brecky Creek for a couple of steaks after his 18th birthday, I think, as well. Maybe 3 or 4 in one sitting, by the look of him. Upish. Over. Not quite. Kept in, though. It was either going to be 6 or out at one stage. And in the end, it was neither.
No. And this is Travis Head was looking for this 6. He deliberately sliced it up. He took on the third man, who got both hands to it. I think he was half trying to prevent the 6, half trying to catch. In the end, he's prevented the 6. Dropped the catch, but job done.
Jack Wildermuth out there. Nearly the spectacular, but that's the end of the over, and we'll pause for drinks. It's 1 for 110 through 19 of South Australia's innings. And we're just going to pause for a quick break. Back in a moment. Adam Peacock, Kerry O'Keefe and Morne Morkel with you on Fox Cricket, Marsh Cup. I had the superb base set here, led by Travis Head, South Australia, 1 for 110. Trying to build something again at this level after a couple of years very much in the wilderness, South Australian cricket. But good early signs through 19 overs here of this Marsh Cup fixture at Karen Rolton Oval in close to the Adelaide CBD on a cool day. But thankfully, the showers have stayed away that were forecast to this point. Sandu is going to continue at this end. Adam Peacock alongside Kerry O'Keefe and Morne Morkel. And Travis Head looks like a guy who knows he's in form and he's trying to make the most of it.
Indeed. And full shot percentage has been a problem for Travis Head over the years, but today he very rarely has made a mistake. He looked to slice that 6. I think he wants to up the 6 count.
Cut away in the air again. But that is through, and another boundary for Head.
And again, it's his meat and drink area. Short, wide, one of the strongest square cutters in Australian cricket. And Sando realised on this slow pitch he just didn't get it right. And he used the crease well, Travis Head. He knows the man is forward of point, and he beat him easily. Good cricket shot.
Mornay, how would you structure your thoughts when you're bowling to a guy like Travis Head, who looks like he wants to get to 100 as quickly as possible, and he's in the form that he's in at the moment?
I said it earlier. Key for me is to come around the wickets. Sort of over the wickets, your margin for error is so small, and he sort of jumps on any sort of width. So to mix it around, come around the wickets a little bit, play also I think is key. But still bowl your best ball. Test him on the short ball. I don't think they've bowled enough sort of short balls. So definitely come around the wickets, set a sort of square field out, and try and get him out. You need to get him out because he's a quality player. He's going to knock it around. He's going to set up his innings, and then then Queensland's going to be in trouble. So you have to get him out.
Some bowlers are uncomfortable left-handers, Mono, and I'm looking at your Test career record. You actually dismissed left-handers cheaper than you dismissed right-handers. Was a lot of that stuff around the wicket?
Majority of them. I think it also helped that both my brothers, they were left-handed. So in the backyard, the majority of our cricket was bowled to left-handers all my life. But my action just sort of suited coming around the wickets and, with the angle, taking the ball away from left-handers.
Upish again, but blitzed, and Weatherall did not even move from his crease. Why would you?
Karen Ralton is a pitch you can take things on the up, down ground. We saw it in the first game. This was upish, but on the up, full meat of the bat. Great balance from Jake Weatherall. He could be in for a big summer. Jay Weatherall, South Australia.
Tell you one thing, Travis Head's innings nearly ended right then as well.
He
on
did.
the replay. The backyard, with the brothers, did it suit one style? Was it, things that you learn in that backyard you relied upon when you got to the highest level of the game?
Sure. I was the youngest, so they made me bowl most of the afternoon anyways.
Were the others taller than you?
Yeah. So I learned majority of my trade in the backyard. But yeah, I just think from a line point of view, from when you bowl over the wickets, you want the ball to sort of hit middle, end off stump, and you can create a majority of that sort of percentages from coming from around the wicket.
And that's the key. I look at your one-day international record. Again, you took your left-handed wickets cheaper than you took your right-handed. And you didn't bowl many of them. You didn't clean bowl them. So you had them nicking all the time. So your line was obviously good to them.
With my length, I basically bowled for one dismissal. I got a lot of bounce. Abu Dhabi was quite a tricky dismissal for me. With bowled, was quite a hard dismissal, low percentage in that. So my majority of my wickets was scored behind, sort of caught in front of the wicket. So it was a matter of reading the conditions quite early, knowing where to set the catches up in front of the wicket. If the wicket was tight, especially in one-day cricket, where the wicket was slow and holding up a little bit.
Matt Kerneman into the attack for Queensland. Kerry, a bowler that you like?
I do like.
They've gone back to spin here.
Yeah, against two left-handers, left-arm orthodox. He's coming around the wicket to them, trying to bowl across them.
Cricket Australia 11 graduate. He played in this competition in that particular team before it was disbanded from the Gold Coast. Joe Burns out on that boundary, patrolling and giving protection.
No one likes the 2K time trial as a barometer of fitness, but a couple of years ago, Kuhneman, Harry Kingston and Bryce Street was a trifecta. around Australia in the fastest 2K time trial. He's a spinner that runs quick. They don't normally...
How are you, the 2K time trial of the 70s, Kerry?
No.
Were there 2K time trials back then?
They were introduced towards the end.
Really?
Hastened my retirement.
Let's scamper through for a single there. How was the interest levels?
Oh, it's not high. But now it's almost like the players aim to do a PB, and Kuhnemann was very fast over the 2K back in the day. It was a couple of years ago. Bryce Street, another who plays long innings. Kuhnemann bowls long spells in 4-day cricket. And I haven't heard much of Harry Kingston, but he's obviously quick over the 2K. But he stuck to his task pretty well in the Shield game, Kuhnemann. He got 5 wickets in the match. Took a bit of a pacing occasionally, but temperament is pretty sound. And he was their leading wicket taker in this form last year, so he has a role to play today.
These two are well set. Weatherall playing a handy innings here, the anchor for the more explosive Travis Head. Over the top, you wanted a 6, Kerry?
Yes.
And you got one. Travis Head, all the way.
And these are the 2 6-hitters, Weatherall and Head. There isn't many in the bottom, middle and bottom that hit over the infield like this pair do. This is a terrific shot. It was a 3-wood, but you don't have to get your right shoulder anywhere near it these days. Just back the bat. So that's his second 6 of the innings.
And the 100 partnership as well. And
This
the
is
over 1 for 129.
danger signals for Queensland Bulls here. This is the pair that can hurt them. They need to add a lot in this middle period, 11 overs to 40 overs, and they're going along pretty well.
100 partnership off just 102 balls. Motoring. And Travis had it like a little record, maybe in the back of his mind. I'm sure he's not aware of it, but by the end of his innings, he might be. In this competition, highest score at this ground is 137, set a couple of weeks ago by Josh Felipe, but Head at the moment, motoring.
Kawhi just gone to his strike man. He thinks Nice's best chance to get him a pole here. They need it, the Bulls.
A little bit of indecision, but gets through. Yeah, last 20 balls for Travis Head, 42 runs.
This is a 4-metre taking the attack, from the southern.
I've seen players come back from England, regardless of the indifferent period he spent there, Travis Head. He's had winter cricket, and I've seen Marcus Harris is coming back after a blockbuster season. Interesting to see what Marcus does.
Played across that Travis Head, and that comes off as well. Everything's working.
Oh.
That sound effect pretty much sums up the predicament at the moment for Queensland.
Again, a lot of bottom hand in that. He's tugged it. It was a little too straight, but Head was in good position. Got a lot of power in it. Backed himself to clear the infield, did. Impressive, isn't it? Travis Head. So much to play for this summer. Can he be the number 5 in the Test team?
His 2-day form, or his county cricket form, I should say, over with Sussex wasn't great, but he's very good in the 50-over format. Scored a lot of runs, and there's 4 more there as Nisa drifts onto Head's hip, and away that goes.
See, Monty, you'd have Nisa around the wicket to this left-hander, wouldn't you? Because they're just getting too straight to him.
For sure. Definitely mix it up, come around the wicket, mix your pace up, and again, use your short ball.
A little bit of pace taken off that one.
Don't know whether Billy Stanlake's carrying an injury, another tall paceman. He's not playing today. He bowled well for the Bulls in this day cricket last year. Do you know anything of Big Billy, where he is?
No idea. No idea.
You see, Mick Neese is only around 130k. They just need that extra 5 to 10k. That's what they call him in the side, isn't it? Slick Mick. Because he's not.
The cricket version of calling someone lofty.
Yeah, lofty. Yeah, when you're 5'3". I know what is he fourth or is Pattinson the fourth quick this summer and Neese the fifth?
Look at his first class record. 228 first class wickets at 24.
Yeah.
And still waiting.
And he's a pink ball expert. Day-night test, Adelaide. Rostering is going to be a thing during the Ashes for our quick bowlers.
Ends the over well there with a dot. A rare one to Travis Head. It's one for 140. And Mornay is going to step out and in. The equally height-blessed Stuart Clark coming back to join us. But Kerry, do you get the feeling Neese has missed out on the basis of the fact that he's a right armour? There's Pat Cummins, there's Josh Hazlewood already with that look for the opposition. So Mitchell Starc at the moment and James Pattinson, they might add a bit more variety, or is it something else? So, look, why has he been able to just not been able to make it at this point into a baggy green?
It's probably his pace. There was an obsession with 140 plus, wasn't it? And Michael Neese's pace is 130, 135. But I think that obsession may have dimmed a little bit. And on quality as a bowler and a striker, and we see his first class record. And whenever I've seen him with the pink ball for Australia A or in anything to do with a pinky, he's been outstanding. So, he'd be one I'd take to the Adelaide Test in a extended squad and see what conditions are like.
Stuart Clark, welcome back.
After Adam, Skull. Oh, I agree. I think he's a quality bowler. But it's the sideways movement through the air that he really needs, and that's probably where he hasn't probably been selected on that basis. That said, Kerry talked about the pink ball and how good he is with the pink ball. Ball moves through the air. Up in Brisbane, where the conditions suit, with a kookaburra that does swing in overcast conditions, absolutely. But the thing you forget is the three blokes ahead of him have played a lot of cricket.
That's why the Afghanistan Test looks in heavy doubt. But because of those returning from the T20 World Cup, if Australia go through to the finals, then they may have had to look at a backup pace trio for that test against Afghanistan, whereas Neese would have been in the frame for that for sure.
Tempting line there from Kuhn. Found the outside of Wetherall's bat. And that is the end of another over. It's one for 144.
I think the toughest gig in cricket is left-arm orthodox spin to left-hand batsman. I think the statisticians will say the success rate of left-arm orthos against left-arm batsmen is the lowest of any of the disciplines. So it's interesting that Kuhnemann is operating around the wicket, just bowling across the left-handers, rather than looking to come over the wicket and duck one back into them.
Really trying to take the leg side out of the game to some extent. So if he wants to drag over mid-wicket, he has to drag from the ball going across him, which makes it far more difficult. Not to say that both of these players couldn't do it without fuss. Travis Head looks like he's really found his groove, but it's all about risk and whether you've got to try and can't just let both batters stand there and take it to where they want. You've got to create some risk in their mind.
4 previous matches, Marsh Cup matches played at this ground. The highest first innings total, the last one, WA 352, the 22nd of September, weeks ago. But before that, no one had cracked 300.
If Travis Head stays in, they'll get 400.
Could be difficult to run out.
Well, you have to bat well. There is a player in the Queensland team that's a fairly decent player. There's a few of them. Marsh has shown that he's got some talent with the stick.
Bulls have just come off bowling for a long period in the game against Tasmania. I mean, when they walked on today, they were playing I Got You Babe all over the loudspeaker. And Bill Murray gave the cap to Connor Sully.
Well, that is smashed by Travis Head. Nisa tried to go short and came off second best.
Jeez, he's hit that hard. He's banged in a slow ball bouncer by the looks of it. He ran his fingers across it and Travis Head just stood up and hit it hard. It's your proper style pull shot, that, isn't it? Picked it up in front of square, hit it down. All the exponents of that, when they're teaching that, all the coaches, we take a freeze frame of that and say that's the way to play that shot.
Shot. He's hit that so well, and it's very well fielded in the deep.
Quality piece of fielding by Matty Renshaw out there diving away to his left-hand side. That's
Any slight width these two left-handers are climbing into, aren't they? So this is now, if there was any nibble early, it's gone. Bowler's under pressure.
Again, a full ball shot from Head, just the single. So they've broken through the 150 threshold before the halfway mark, South Australia.
And both players are in now. Just sort of really no dot balls being bowled. And Queensland have gone to their bag of tricks, different stages, slow ball bounces, real T20 type mode, but nothing's worked at the moment.
Your sense goes too at this base, South Australia 1 for 150 in the 24th. The dam has to burst. They were winless in Sheffield Shield and One Day cricket last year. There's been reviews. Jason Gillespie's a great guy. They've had a big pre-season build-up. They lost the first one. They drew the Shield. You know, it's got to turn for the Redbacks. Too much work is going in to them winning again. And maybe it's today.
And you're 100% right. It does, if you hang on and you do all the right things. And, you know, the other thing is that guys tend to play more games. So they go from playing 5 games to 10 games to 15 games to 20 games. And after a while, you get tired of losing. So this is stupid.
Yeah.
Kuhnemann to continue. Yeah, Jason Gillespie, this was his first full pre-season. So he came in after leaving the county scene back to South Australia, but got here late. Actually missed their first couple of matches last season. So he had no say in recruitment. And the word is that he did the hard yards. He went around Australia and saw some guys that weren't getting an opportunity or maybe not fulfilling their potential as far as he was concerned, to invite them to come into the South Australian setup. Brendan Doggett, we'll see him later, former Queenslander, took the title-winning wicket in the Shield final back in April. He's now playing with South Australia. Gillespie trying to really imprint the word culture just gets thrown about like confetti these days, but that's what he's trying to do in a certain way, his way. A nod to the past, getting ex-players in on a weekly basis. And that's up. That's a long way up. Weatherald gets away with it. The lob wedge.
I was going to say, didn't get any backspin, but judged it nicely over the infield. Up and down. He's a very good man manager, Jason Gillespie. He's not a cookie cutter approach guy that you need to do this and you need to do that, and the stats say you need to do this. He's what works for you.
I was interested in one quote where he was talking about the fact that each week they bring in an ex-player. They've had Wayne Phillips, Mark Cosgrove, Peter Sleep and the like come in and talk to the playing group. He says, well, the art of simple conversation has been lost.
Correct.
And it's pretty important in a team environment.
Queensland dressing room again.
Into that over, it's 1 for 160 at the halfway mark.
Such an important part of the game, that ability to have a conversation with players, and players to be able to converse amongst themselves, players to build relationships, because that's when when it gets hard and tough, that's what you need. Jason can't get out there and do it himself. He needs Travis Head to be able to communicate with Jake Weatherall, to be able to communicate with McSweeney, Nielsen, Gibson, whoever it may be, and vice versa. That what are they feeling? What are they going through? That's how that culture word gets thrown around a lot. It's funny, sometimes you look at it and teams that are winning have a good culture and teams that are losing have a bad culture. Whereas it's a bit more complicated than that.
Connor Sully back into the attack. It is like it's essentially 11 people who are very good at cricket, all thrown into the same uniform. Perhaps if it wasn't for cricket, they'd have nothing to do with each other. So they've somehow got to get them on the same page. Just the 2 overs from Nisa, Kerry, and Sully into the attack, and Head. One lusty blow, another one away from a century. And there it is right there. One hit, Travis Head, triple figures. What an innings so far. And he might only be half done. Extraordinary hitting from the South Australian veteran.
Travis Head is back big time, baby. Whatever's happened in the off-season in England, he looks a better player. He's more confident. He's picking balls up so quickly. He's pouncing on anything short. His trademark areas are there. This has been an outstanding century from Travis Head. In international cricket, he hasn't converted a lot of 50s into 100s, but in the level below, he converts very well indeed. And here he is. He raced to 50, and now he's raced to 100. Hats off to him.
Up again. He's not taken the foot off the gas once he's got the triple figures. It's another boundary. It's the fastest ever ton for South Australia in one day, 65 balls. Travis Head.
Fantastic. The off-season's served him well. Again, on the up. Lost his front shoulder. It didn't matter. He's seeing them like watermelons.
Just come out of the middle. They're all coming out of the middle now, aren't they? Feels a little bit for Sully here. First match running into Travis Head, who's in sparkling touch. Shots to all parts. Could have been so different if that ball was caught on the boundary. I think Sully was the bowler, was he not? When down to third man, would have been
just before drinks.
Would have been a far different day.
Yep.
Well, he went after that one as well. Joe Burns collects, misses, and where has that gone? I think it's gone all the way to the boundary, has it not? No, it got cut off. It was backing up in the end there. I think it was the second man who was charged with backing up duties.
I think maybe the first blade knocked it down. And not a bad result, though, to get Travis Head off strike.
No, and get that blocker Jake Weatherall going.
The cart horse is nearly at half century after 69 balls.
Yeah.
Get him off strike. Just give him a 1, even if we misfield. Don't worry about it.
Nicely twisted away, but it's only a single. Yeah, Travis Head lost his Cricket Australia contract. It's as if he's broken up with a partner. He's gone out to the nightclub with a couple of mates and he's talking to Miss World at the moment just to prove that he's over it.
Good analogy.
Thanks. Stuart halfway through looking at me going, where are you going with this one?
Slightly different to what I would have gone with, but okay. That's all right. I'm with you.
He's out and about. He's free of mind. He's getting on with life.
Not that I'm saying that you're condoning that if you lose your Cricket Australia, you should go to a nightclub.
Well, in most parts of Australia, you can't at the moment.
And try and find Miss World while you're there.
It's easy to get into. It's harder to get into a nightclub than it is to find Miss World.
if you lose your Cricket Australia contracts, go to the Miss World competition and look for somebody who wants world peace and kindness to animals. And if they look half decent, who cares about your contract?
Have they got to have an interest in cricket?
Well, it's going to help.
Connor Sully, again, his platform is his ability to bowl at the stumps. He's just got it too wide to these lefties and short.
You get the feeling he's a bit worried about pitching it up and getting hit back over his head.
Yeah.
He's banging it in, but head's really sitting back now and sort of just waiting for that back of the length ball that he can flick away.
Think of that over, one for 172.
And Stu, this is the mistake that South Australia made in the first game against WA. When the length fall was getting driven, they dropped too short and allowed them to cut and hook. And here we go with Travis Head, this montage. Quick feed to the spin of Renshaw. But the moment they gave him width outside off stump, the signature shot down the ground, square of the wicket, then down the ground. And then there were some whips off his stumps through the leg side. The whip off his hip when they got too straight from over the wicket. He pounced on anything slightly short and brought up the 100 with a brilliant 6.
And if you look at that, a lot of his runs have come square of the wicket, so they've got a little bit tentative about pitching it up, that worrying. But I think, again, if you look at the risk of it, he's far better at the square of the wicket shots than he is at the hit the ball back down the ground. So even if it means dropping mid off back and bringing deep square leg up or something like that, which way for a single, it's going to, I think the risk will be harder for Travis Head. It'll be harder for Travis Head to continually do that over time.
It's a very good point. And I think, and 50 to Jake Weatherald. He's been the silent partner to a certain extent, but he's still got the 50 and 71 balls.
Well, after the last analogy, can I call him the perfect wingman?
Yeah, he's a cut man. But Stu's point is valid. And again, he's taken on the infield. I don't think you can bowl full and at the stumps to Travis Head in this without a long off. You're inviting him to drive. If the mid-off is shallow, he'll take him on and beat him all the time. I think you've got to bowl at the stumps and full rather than feed him his trademark areas. This was at the stumps, but he's not being assisted by the field. It's happy birthday for T Head if he sees mid-off shallow.
I'm just trying to think, because they can only have 4 men outside the circle, where does he bring the fielder up? Potentially brings up deep point and says, right, I'm going to bowl at the stumps.
Yeah,
but I'm going to have deep. And if you want to open your face up, then you bring the stumps into play.
That's what I do. I'd bring that deep point up and just bowl middle and off full and say, drive me, you're not going to cut me.
If you can open the face and get it through there while you're in the chest, even bring, potentially bring deep back and square up and bring LBW into the game.
Yeah.
But it's all easy at the moment, isn't it?
Take us into the captain's shoes at the moment, Stuart, in terms of is it all about containment, or are you just looking to... You're hoping for a breakthrough more than anything?
Well, I think you've got to break it down a little bit deep and say, look, if I can get through and over, if I can go for 3 off and over, and if I can go to 2 overs of 3 and over, all of a sudden the pressure will build back onto both South Australian batters that I've got to be picking up the rate here. You can't just let a boundary go per over.
Weatherall's doing the right thing here. He's not spending any more than 2 or 3 balls on strike and just ticking it over to get the man in form on strike.
And if you look at short version cricket, in sort of test cricket, to build pressure sometimes it needs a good 6 to 8 to 10 overs of really tight stuff from both ends. And you talk about partnerships and both bowlers bowling, over after over, and you draw the bat. So sometimes it can take 10, something takes a whole session. One-day cricket and T20 cricket sometimes. T20 cricket can take 3 balls, the pressure build. One-day cricket, it's 1 or 2 overs. Like the game shorter, the actual ability to build pressure is shorter. The montage you see here, it's just 4 after 4 after 4, and that no pressure's been built.
And this is Jake Weatherall.
And again, his weight transfer when it was full was spot on, wasn't it? He was pouncing on that fullness, knowing they were searching for movement. It wasn't there, so he just struck the line. and then they started to adjust their length. He got on the full back foot and worked them square. So the Southern Redbacks are winning this tactical battle at the moment. Queensland just not quite there. And I don't know whether Kuhneman from the other end is the right man to two lefties. I go to Renshaw again, back the off spinner.
Goodness, that was middle. It was only by chance that there was someone on the boundary to stop it. It's just opening that front foot up to do what he wants at the moment, Travis Head. And South Australia staring at their best total in a while in this format. They've only passed 300 4 times in their last 19 games. And considering a lot of these games are played on smaller grounds and the decks are good, Sully continues here to Weatherall.
They'll need a big total because their bowling has been a problem as well. Their economy and their strike rate has been poor in recent times. They've got Daniel Worrell. It probably isn't going to swing for Frankie.
Yep.
Brendan Doggett's a class bowler, as we know. Lloyd Pope, his 10 are going to be crucial. So they're going to have a big number behind them, but the pressure will be on those bowlers, McAndrew, Nick Winter. Can they defend?
And Travis Head, I think he'll bowl quite a bit of his off breaks that way.
Oh, using the crease, moving around, hitting it way up into the air, and it doesn't come down until it's past the boundary.
That's an interesting shot.
I know
What would you call that?
I don't know, but I know that area, and that's in somebody's glove box.
Tell me, we're going to replay this.
Well, how quick is he bouncing on an error in length? This is the key.
He just walks down the wicket.
Yeah, he walks down, he sees it, and he hits it. Bat speed, hands.
Yeah.
Travis Head. This could be the summer from heaven for T Head.
Mid-over rest here for Conosala just to get the heart rate down a little bit. And
I think
a bit of advice.
You get the ball, took 10 minutes to find it.
Out of the glove box.
Out of the glove box. The umpires have to sanitise it, which makes it slippery, which can't be great.
No. Gets through him. First time in a long time that Travis Head has played a shot and missed.
Got to feel a bit sorry for Sully. First game on debut. Coming in. Looks like he bowls with decent pace. He's just run into T Head.
Upish. That wasn't in control either, but they're the ones that Head is getting away with today because of the intent, perhaps, that he's relying upon.
These are the hard yards. Connor Sully on debut, to in-form left-handers, slow pitch, no movement. It'll get better for Connor.
Not a lot of places to hide.
He'll go to the Gabba and they wouldn't have mowed the grass and they'll put the stumps in and say, let's have a game, and he won't know what's hit him.
The grass on the hill will be the next colour he deals with. Unless he goes to a nightclub and misses his ball.
You never know. End of another good over for South Australia. They've had plenty of those throughout their 28 overs so far. It's 1 for 189. Myself and Kerry are going for a rest. Stuart Clark is sticking with it. And Morne Morkel and Brendan Julian are jumping back in.
Thanks, Adam. Well, what about this from South Australia? Travis Head, 300 for the Redbacks. He has the top score of 202.
There's every chance he's going to get that plus 20 today, I would have thought, the way he's hitting the ball.
Now he's just slogging, isn't he? I've watched the last, 30?
He's hitting him beautifully, though. He's gone into really his T20 mode, if there is another mode you can go to.
Well, this is going to be the pressure on Marnus Labuschagne here into the attack. Khawaja knows that he's got to do something different. He's got to mix it up a bit and try and get a wicket. No point trying to defend on this type of pitch here at Karen Rolton Oval in Adelaide. South Australia won the toss, elected to bat first. They lost Alex Carey inside the first 10 overs, but since then this has been an unbelievable partnership. So Marnus Labuschagne, well, I like his attitude. He's prepared to go for some runs, but he'll hang in there and try and get the wicket, providing Travis Head will let him settle, which I don't think he will.
He's competitive, isn't he?
Mm.
That's Marnus's big go-to.
Like a little Jack Russell.
Might have the tail between the legs here in a minute, though. Bowling leg spin into a lefty. The shortest boundary square.
Looks like it's freezing too. He keeps trying to warm his hands up.
And the guy's on 120. No better way to get in there.
Where would you like your fielders? Over the boundary if you could.
Only 4 fielders out, or to half track. Who's missed that? It would be probably a wide. Just could hit that anyway.
I think you'd be finding your ball fairly quick here, I would have thought. I'm not sure he's going to float many up there.
Just tried to hit that too hard. He just needed to hit it over that short, fine leg. It would have been 4. Three out on the leg side, as you'd expect. Big gap around 4 to square leg. That mid-wicket, well, it really doesn't matter.
Boundary's not big enough, are they?
Yeah, especially there, square.
They used to say he doubled the score at 30 overs, didn't they?
Well, I think they're going to need high 300s, close to 380 plus. I was thinking 350 plus at the start of the game, but when someone gets 100 inside 30 overs, yeah, you're looking big.
Well, he's 123 or 78. Weatherall looks like he's struggling, 54 or 76, but he's playing the perfect role at the other end, isn't he?
Spot on. I think Travis is going to keep on going. If he gets out, Weatherall will just take over that role. But
big shot and just short of the rope, I think.
Yeah.
Marnus really has probably been lucky. He could have had 3 of them that could have gone up on the hill. Got Stewie Clark and Mornay Morkel in commentary. That was just terrible delivery.
Yeah, not his best. I was a wrong in, I think.
I think it was a wrong in.
Yeah.
Definitely was wrong. One bounce. It's a risky sort of equation there for Khawaja. That's a better one from Labuschagne.
Good piece of fielding there. That's the sort of thing that'll pick up, that can pick you up a wicket in these when they're going, someone diving, full length, good stop.
That's a better finish. A bit ropey the first 3 deliveries from Marnus, but finished quite well. I think he'll come back and bowl another one.
Well, I can't see many of the other bowlers wanting to have a roll. It's been tough going, hasn't it?
Renshaw did a pretty good job inside the power play, but all of a sudden now the power play between 11 and 40 overs, you need 4 fielders out. But Weatherall's got to make sure he doesn't get bogged down either. I mean, he's out there to score as well. Yes, I know you've got to give the strike to Travis Head, but sometimes you've got to take the pressure off Travis Head. There's plenty of opportunities out there. They should be going at least 5 runs and over, right up towards that last push at the end, the last 10 overs. Got wickets in hand. Oh, a little bit of weird, damn, just wide a deep point. He nailed that shot. So it is the 200 up for South Australia inside that 30 over mark. And Travis Head 127 now. Tough one for the debutant.
It's been a hard slog for the debutants. Too wide though and too full, unfortunately. Still think it'd be interesting if you go around the wicket, just something different.
Well, I think if you go around the wicket, at least you block up one side. You bowl full that off stump or just wide. You know it's going to go on the offside. You can set your field a bit better.
Change up.
Got away with it. Tough going this morning.
you don't always have to bowl your baseball to get a wicket, guys.
I know.
I know
that well.
I know all about that.
It's either that or you bowl for run-outs.
You've seen a bit of Sully, though.
I've seen, a little bit.
Yeah.
But I like the look of it. You know, he runs in hard. He's got a good action, good, strong action at the crease, and he bowls a good pace.
Certainly looks like a big, strong, sort of got all the attributes as he gets older. Technically, he sort of falls over a bit. I think that's something he'll fix over time. But certainly, as you know, if you look at a young guy coming through, you'd go, right, this guy's got the bits that we can make better.
For sure. And for me, the most important thing now would be to have like a Michael Nazeer or Jack now there on mid-off, and just to be in his ear, to help him sort of get through this.
Oh, that's in the air. Deep points, getting, over his head.
Just to get through this period, I think you on debut, you bowl 4 overs, you can feel a little bit lost. Everybody's heads are down and you're searching for something. So it will be clever or wise to get a guy on, see that shot, you know, to have a guy on mid-off, just to calm him, give him a little bit of ideas.
I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. Just to bounce away over his head.
Oh.
That's where Kawaji's probably got to say, look, mate, what do you want to do here? Do you want to bowl that full block hole delivery? You want to go bowling like you're bowling at the death in a one-dayer?
Well, it's almost the case.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's almost the case that Usman Khawaja or whoever should walk up and say, this is what we want you to do.
Yeah.
Execute that. We're going to put the fielders there. And if you get whacked through the offside, and that's what that's life. But he wouldn't, as a young guy coming through, he'll feel the need to want to show his variations and pick up a wicket and go back to what's simple.
Yeah. Well, so often you have so many things going through your head, but the captain can break it down and say, look, I just want you to bowl this, and if he happens to do this with the bat, then so be it. You've got to try and sort of keep it very simple of what you want to do. That type of length there, change of pace, that off-cutter, those are your variations.
And Jimmy Pearson is also a guy behind the stumps that plays a big role into that. Find a way to calm him down. For me, I'm a big believer you get 3 type of bowlers. You get the bowler where you're given the ball, he knows exactly what to do. You've got the bowler where the captain or a senior player will tell him, listen, bowl this length.
Yeah.
And, you've got another bowler that will ask questions and he just wants a bit of confirmation. And I think that's a skill of the guys, the senior guys, and the captain especially, to know your bowler, to know your player, to help him in this situation. So at the moment, for me, Connor feels he looks a little bit lost. He's trying he's bowling one pace. And then, of course, he's a fast bowler. He's trying to just execute and bowl as fast as he can. And maybe on this surface, we need to rethink that a little bit.
Yeah, I agree.
209 on the board. Labuschagne into his second over. The first one went for 8. Probably could have gone for close to 15. Got away with a couple. That's a better start, though.
He's got to keep it nice and full, bowl decent pace. I'm sure he's worried about turning him that much.
Gets it in the gap. Good shot. It was all about the placement, that delivery. So often that half track, you hit it straight down the throat of deep square. But Weatherall's just got to wait and pick it off. Don't need to try and hit it too hard. Don't need to go looking for the bad ball, because it'll come.
What a platform for South Australia.
Well, that's right. I mean, their highest scores, they've got 300 a couple of times in this competition.
Yeah, McSweeney, Nielsen, Gibson, McAndrew all can hit the ball, so...
356, their highest score. That was against Western Australia in Perth.
There's going to be a massive batting collapse not to reach that.
Yeah, exactly. Goes wide mid off, and it's got enough on it. Gee, that was a good shot from Travis Head. He got down the wicket inside, opened up a bit. Beautiful timing.
So as a bowler, there's actually nothing you can do there. That he's thrown up. He's bowled a pretty good ball. Travis Head has given himself some room and opened the face. As a bowler, there's nothing you can do.
you can't control that outcome.
Correct.
You can set the field, you can sort of analyse the execution, but the outcome, what happens after you've released the ball, you've got no control over that.
Another wide delivery, starting to hurt them really badly now. Queensland. Labuschagne has gone for 2 overs now, and 23 runs, and Travis had 134 now, 138 I should say. So this is becoming a problem.
At the end of the day, everyone's going for 8, 9 and over.
Well, I think you've got to probably go back to Nisa for a couple.
From
go
a
back to your experienced bowlers just for 1 or 2, just to stop the bleeding a little bit.
From your mindset, though, at the end of the match, when you analyse it all, if you end up going for 6 and over in a game like this, you've actually had a good day.
Yeah.
But out there in the middle, because the game is going so fast, you're not thinking like that. You're thinking, I've got to bowl a miracle ball to get a wicket. I've got to get a wicket. Whereas you should be sitting back to some extent saying, well, if I can go for 5 or 6, I've had a good day and I probably will pick up a wicket. But when you're caught in these situations, it's difficult to do because the scoreboard's moving so quickly.
Yeah. So Sandhu back into the attack. Doing a pretty good job. Weatherall takes on mid-off and easily hit. For an instant there, I thought it went straight up in the air. It's gone about 15 yards over the boundary.
Welcome back to the crease, Gurinder.
First ball too. His first 4 overs weren't too bad. Went for 26, but they're putting the foot down now. Weatherall and Travis Head, they have been doing it basically for the last 5 overs. Well, we always said it right at the start of the game when South Australia won the toss and elected to bat first. It was a good pitch. There was a couple that beat the bat early, but all in all, pretty good conditions, as you can see. And that's that delivery. I don't know what Travis there was doing, swapping your hands to get it back in the crease. Mate, you don't want to get run out now.
Slow ball by Sandhu there, just rolled his fingers across it, bounced a little bit more. This is a situation where Sandhu will bowl a lot of slow balls. He'll bowl a lot, try and just vary his pace.
Just 4 fielders out between overs 11 and 40 for these Marsh Cup 50 over games. .356, their highest score in 50 over cricket, South Australia. That was in Perth. And next one, though, that's 334 against Queensland. It was at North Sydney. Whoa.
It's an interesting shot. Bounced a bit, didn't it?
Decent swing too. Probably trying to hit it 2 square. He's got mid on up, so he doesn't need to go that square. He can go over mid on more than trying to drag it through mid wicket. And a bit of width. Lucky. Got protection out there in the deep.
Other than the first ball, it's pretty good over there by Sandhu. He's only gone for 9 off that over. His first ball went for 6, but just his subtle variations with his slower ball and then the quicker ball, whatever it may be, just put a little bit of doubt in the batter's mind. So even the one that Weatherall swung at there, he was sort of, I think he was sort of setting up for a slower ball that he could actually take. And then Sandu came up with something different. So someone like Sully could look at that and think, well, he's not bowling as fast as me, but just those little subtle variations can actually be the, just in his mind, maybe I can get away with this.
And that's what I spoke about earlier, that communication on the field. At the moment, it's a little bit flat, and you can understand, they won for 230, but the communication, there's not a lot of noise in the field for me at the moment, and it's just finding how they're going to pull this back. Otherwise, they're going to chase a big total this afternoon.
Renshaw replaces Labuschagne in the attack. His first 4 overs are pretty good. He bowled a couple of overs in the power play, Matt Renshaw. I think he's more effective against the left-hander, trying to stem the run flow here. Khawaja just trying Labuschagne for a couple to see if he can break the partnership. Didn't quite work, so they've gone back to Renshaw as well. All of a sudden now he started off as a part-time Osman. He's probably going to be bowling 10 overs on a regular occurrence for Queensland.
He certainly hasn't bowled badly, Renshaw. He's
done a good job.
Flighted the mirror nicely, nice and full. Another good delivery.
Well, that was a half volley. I don't know why he blocked that. Weatherall
think
seems to be waiting.
Khawaja there just stopped him from punching
doing
it, didn't it?
Yeah. That's a good shot. So We're edging closer to 100 here in Adelaide in this Marsh Cup game. Partnership of 200 came off 162 deliveries. So that gives you an indication of how well they're going at the moment.
That's not one of those good shots. What do you do about it?
Into the over, so it's 5 done there for Renshaw. He's none for 32 at this stage, but it's more about South Australia. 241.
Very tough as the fielding unit in these sort of situations. It's in the game, you can see it. You're trying your best. You're doing everything you can, but you haven't been able to find a breakthrough. You can't slow or stem the flow of runs, and everyone sort of, and it's where, as the captain, sometimes you need to say, like, because everyone have an idea. There'll be 15. We need a point, and we need a gully, and you should be bowling, and bring BJ on from the other end, and everyone go away. Mate, it's hard going out here.
Normally everyone jumps on board when you've got them like 6 for 30.
Oh, mate, they're great.
But when they're 1 for 200, they're like, no one comes in.
Yeah, everyone wants to bowl. Everyone wants to field.
So Sandu into his 6th over now.
And that's where a guy like A.B. de Villiers used to come in to our bowlers and say, listen, it's a good wicket.
Yeah.
Whatever they get here today, we can chase. But let's just make sure this last 10 or 15 overs, we're strong. And that sort of words or that encouragement sometimes used to switch, like as a bowler, you think, okay, let's just, we're not going too badly. I mean, the batters, they're pretty confident they can chase this afternoon. So maybe just a thing like that, just throw out a little line, get the boys just to settle.
You play that game, was it Wanderers, Mornay? When Australia got 400 and you guys chased them down?
No.
Record?
No, that's
I did.
Did you play that game?
I played. Yeah.
Whoa.
The only thing I remember about
that was unbelievable.
The only thing I remember about that game is after we'd finished batting, we were high-fiving everyone and carrying on as though Jacques Callis walked in. He walked past the Wanderers, he walked past the change rooms, and he looked up and he said, I think you're 10 short. And it was all up. Everyone laughed and all the rest of it. And, we were 10 short. He was right.
That was an unbelievable game of cricket.
Yeah. Not really.
That was not easy. Is that with Mickey Lewis bowled?
Yeah.
For a lot?
Oh, yeah. What
did you go for?
I only went for 50.
Did you?
Only
No way.
Only about 5 overs, though.
Why'd you only bowl 5 overs?
Just, well...
Who was captain? Ricky, wasn't it?
Ricky was, yeah. But we were all, high-fiving the mascot and having a great time and having a laugh before we went out.
I'll have to get the numbers. Was it 400?
435 or
435 they were chasing.
And we got Botar dipping out early.
Yeah.
And he would have blocked him for a little bit, which would have kept us in the game. But he got out in the first over, But after, I remember the game was going and Smith and Herschel were smashing us everywhere. And we were all like, they'll hit one up in the air sooner or later.
They'll get out soon.
They'll get out soon. That was a bit of that mentality. And then, we were all trying, and everyone was trying. Anyways, we got to the first drinks break at 17 overs, and you guys were like 200. And we went 1 for 200. We were like, all right, we've got a problem here.
All right. Well, I remember Graham Smith got 100 and no one even knew about it.
No, Herschel
just
he's 170. He was unbelievable.
And I heard he had a big night the night before too, didn't he?
Yeah. No. Assistant coach had to go tuck him in. He found him in the bar and then took him to his room.
He still got 170. It was a...
Hey, we got to do what you got to do to get the results.
Yeah, it was an amazing game of cricket at that time because no one had ever done it.
But just playing cricket at the bull ring, there's something about it. It's
maybe for you, not so much for us.
But it's funny though because it's the mentality that you've got nothing to lose, right?
Yeah. That's exactly
what
it was.
Queensland are going to have to do today.
We were more chance in the last 10 overs of winning that game in the first 40, I think, because everyone came out and they just played shots.
Yeah.
In the last 10, all of a sudden, I think the South Africans, I can't remember who was batting, looked up and went, "Oh, geez, we're a chance to win," and then they were sort of nicking and nudging and whatnot. So I'm out. I'm going to jump out.
I'm just getting the bowling stats on that.
I'm definitely jumping out.
It was Mickey Lewis, 10 overs, 1 for 113. None for 113. Brett Lee, 7.5 overs. He had 1 for 68, so that was all right. Stewie Clark, 6 overs, none for 54. So what did you say? Look, I'm looking pretty good. I don't want to bowl anymore. So that's why he's jumped out, Stewie Clark. Kerry O'Keefe's jumped in the commentary. And Travis Head's gone long again, over mid-off. Looks like a big, thick outside edge. And Mornay Morkel is in commentary as well. Welcome, Skull.
Yeah, thank you. I was in the stands during that run chase.
Were you?
Yeah, I had
You're on a tour group.
A tour group. And I thought, I'll never do it. And all the South Africans in that stand were chanting, "Go back home, you shearers," or another word. Anyway, I said, don't worry, they won't get 17 and over and beat us. We'll have the last laugh.
When did you think it was gone? You reckon it was on the
last hit over mid-on?
Yeah.
I thought there's no way known the South Africans will run this down, and they did. And we had to put up with the South African supporters just giving it to us over after over. It's the most embarrassing time ever. That was a chase, and
unbelievable.
Your point's valid, BJ Mono. This could be a chase of similar proportions.
Yeah. But sometimes when you know you've just got to go, well, that's the game plan. It's pretty simple. You don't even need to say anything.
And to be perfectly frank, the South Australian bowling has been thin in recent times.
Yeah.
And this is a belter. But if you get already, they've got 203 from the 11th over. They've got about 5 overs to go. If you get over 200 in that period, 11 to 40, you win 9 games out of 10. There's only the very odd one you lose. So all the good cards are with the South Australian Redbacks.
Well, what I do love about this 50-over game is I love it how batting sides can be aggressive between the 11 and 40 instead of just field goes back, they pick up 4, 5 and 0 and then you have a bit of a dash at the end. I think the modern T20 game now has pushed the 50-over game a lot more, where batsmen go, you know what, let's take advantage of 4 fielders out and go hard. It's a lovely little flick. It could get him in trouble. It hasn't. 150 comes up for Travis Head. And he's doing it easily here in Adelaide. I lost Alex Carey early. All of a sudden, Travis Head's got his game hat on. His high score in this competition, 202. So he'd be loving to try and get close to that, if not more today.
And again, there's a lack of emotion in his face, isn't there? There's a I'm not done yet. There's still a job to do. So he's a driven man today, Travis.
Coming off 100 in the Sheffield Shield as well. That was at Karen Rolton Oval as well, wasn't it? I mean, I know it's a good batting strip, but you still got to get the runs on board. So that's the end of the over there for Renshaw. He hasn't done a bad job. 6 overs and on for 44 from him. 260 up. You've got to be looking at 400. Haven't you?
Well, given that, yeah, I mean, if they can get up around 300 by the 40th, they'll nail 100 in the last 10, won't they?
You'd think so. Nisa.
With so many wickets in hand.
Yeah.
And they've got some hitters.
Yeah.
Nathan McAndrew can hit. Ryan Gibson hits lots of boundaries. So there might be a rejig of that order. They may give Nathan McAndrew listed at 7.
Yeah.
Who's a strong hitter. He's had some good pre-season form in Adelaide. He's impressed Jason Gillespie with his all-round ability, and they might just promote him. Ryan Gibson failed in the first game, but just a terrific situation for him to come and just play unencumbered.
Sandhu back into the attack. Still going. Hasn't picked up a wicket. They need a breakthrough, obviously. Stating the obvious there, but that's the only way they're going to stem the flow at the moment. Oh, starts with that one. It's just fractions short, change of pace. Weatherall now within one shot away from 100 from him.
Again, Morno, they persist over the wicket, don't they? I don't want to sound like a broken record.
No, but it's valid.
Unless it's discussed in the team meetings that the guys not to bowl around the wickets. I can't understand the reason why they're not doing it.
And they're just getting too straight and short to these left-handers, and just in their swing arc, and it just keeps disappearing. So they've got to change something up. There's just too much going according to the Redbacks' plans at the moment. He's always promised something, Jake Weatherall, hasn't he? He's had so much ability.
Oh, it's a leading edge. It should be out. And it is. Wow, can you believe that? At 97, Khawaja comes in and takes an easy catch. Probably Sandhu's a bit of extra bounce and a bit of an off-cutter. Gee, they needed that, didn't they?
They did. He just rolled his fingers across this one. It's stuck in the pitch a little bit. And rather than Weatherall trying to hit it as he had done the previous one for 6, he tried to work it a little bit. Got the leading and Khawaja held well at mid-on running in. Tremendous hand, Jake Weatherall. That's a big wicket for the Bulls, but Weatherall out for 97, 1 for 266.
They needed that. We'll take a quick break and come back to Adelaide for this Marsh Cup game. Welcome back to Karen Rolton Oval here in Adelaide. And South Australia in a pretty good position at the moment. They just lost their second wicket. Jake Weatherall's gone, just missing out on his 100. Travis Head is still out in the middle. And they are looking ominous at the moment. It's Gurinder Sandhu who made the breakthrough. Picking up Jake Weatherall, good catch from Khawaja. And they're 2 for 266. An amazing total so far. And the first right-hander is Nathan McSweeney. He's made the move from Queensland, so he's playing against his old state. This is the dismissal. Weatherall, just the leading edge. Easy catch this from Khawaja. Got Kerry O'Keefe. I've got Mornay Morkel in commentary with me today. Didn't they need that, boys? First wicket for Gurinder Sandhu. Oh, hang on, what's going on?
Completely different wicket.
Yeah. It's amazing when you get a wicket, all of a sudden there's a bit of bounce and seeing back. I think they're just happy to bowl to a right-hander.
And I think he's starting to use his wrist a lot more, isn't he, Gurinder Sandhu? The wicket was, he's tried it a few times, but this one did snake back from outside the off stump.
It's important that McSweeney give himself at least 10, 15 balls. You know, he quickly with a platform that South Australia got at the moment. You would think to go basically now from ball one. Yeah. But there's still a lot of time. You know, get yourself in and then attack that last sort of 5 overs. You can go big.
Well, he's just got to give the strike to Travis Head, really pick up the singles and get a feel for it.
He found deep backward square leg for only 1 in game 1, so you know he's come back down from Queensland to establish himself. This is a tough time, but the team is everything here. He's got to play the team game. I know he has his personal aspirations, but it's still a tough gig for him at 4 when it's such a base.
A little bit of reverse there.
Well, we haven't seen that. I haven't seen that in 3 games I've watched from Karen Rolton. Karen was a fantastic batter, but she might say, can you change the name of that ground?
Can you put a bit more grass on it?
Nobody wants to play there, apart from the batters.
Well, this is the perfect platform for South Australia. Sandhu has done a good job. He's broken the partnership. Renshaw's done a reasonable job as well. The part-time off spinner, 6 overs, 9 for 44.
Returning to the attack for Queensland, this is Michael Nazeer.
And with that, they've gone back with Michael Nazeer back into the attack. Rolled well at the start.
So what are they going to go with here? Give Head 1 and try and squeeze McSweeney, or I still feel you need to get Head out. You know, if you don't get him out, he's going to hurt you at the back end.
Well, as we saw in that last one, Mornay, if it's starting to reverse a fraction, then I think you're right. You've got to be aggressive and attack the stumps, right? This is where I thought you're right. He should go around the wicket. Block one side, give him that single. Often going over the wicket, you don't get your line right early. Get that clip off the pads down a fine leg, you get a boundary. It's just not easy to get your line right. It's a good bowler, Michael Nazeer.
It's amazing. After that wicket, you can hear there's a bit of a vibe back on the field. Marnus has now sort of found his voice a little bit, which is great. We need that.
Goes over the top, third man, can't get there. And it runs away into the rope. That is frustrating.
And that ball hung in the pitch, and Head had to just hesitate before he struck at that. He wanted to slice over the infield, got it over Point's head. In the end, it would have been a good catch, valiant effort.
It's a strange delivery, though, isn't it? Short half tracker with third man up.
Almost looked like a slow ball bumper.
Yeah.
Ball bouncer.
Yeah. The third man up. Off the foot.
Head looks like he's trying to deal in 2s, 4s and 6s with the young player at the other end. So this is a one-man show now for the remainder. Head would love to be there in the 40th over. Wow, if he is, it'll be a total winner.
It looks like there's quite a strong sort of cross breeze, cross wind. So from a bowling point of view is to make the batters hit into the wind.
See McSweeney, they're taking guard off stump. So what gives you a bit of an indication as a bowler, you think very strong to the leg side because you want to attack the stumps. So he's got a packed offside field. Be interesting to see if Mapanisa then adjusts his line another 6 inches outside off.
Still like a slip in, just my first 2 balls. How often do we see the ball just go, down to third man or go down for 4 with a new batter on strike? So get that slip in, really attack, try and get a wicket here.
Just lobs short of the fielder. You're right, it's a bit little too pace if you rip the ball with your fingers if you're bowling. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, it's definitely. I think as soon as the ball gets a little bit softer for the new batter, it's harder. So that's one thing that Queensland need to sort of take note with when they battle this afternoon. Is partnership is going to be key. It's not going to be easy for the new batter to come in and hit that boundaries with them taking pace off the ball. Ball's not dead there.
No.
That's out.
Are they having a look at it?
I don't think so. I think they're just sort of indicating. I think there was. So we're hearing that they've withdrawn their appeal. I thought the ball was dead. That's through the offside anyway. Nice shot. Over pitch delivery from Sandu.
By reputation, this fellow McSweeney has a terrific offside game. Plundered 1,100 runs in Brisbane District Cricket last year as a leading run getter, and has switched states to try and make his name. But you see the quality of that shot. He got into an early position, kept the bat face open.
Just tailing into the right-hander, Sandu. And McSweeney likes that off-stump guard, likes to cover his stumps.
Did you see him when you were with the Heat, Morne? Did you meet Nathan McSweeney?
No.
He had the long locks at one stage. He had the hair down to the shoulder. People say, old timers say, you didn't look a cricketer, but he's got the short back and sides now.
Cleaned it up, moved to Adelaide.
Yeah.
Pretty conservative in Adelaide, aren't
Yeah, but I remember when he first came out to bat, I said, gee, he looks odd. Like one of the Edwards boys from New South Wales with the shoulder length there.
Yeah.
But he's been to the barber. Dizzy Gillespie would have insisted, wouldn't he? Old school.
Oh, no, he had the mullet.
Oh, he did too, yeah.
Oh, just tailing in. You can see there, Sam just attacking the stumps, looking for that LBW. Got to hurry. Got back nicely.
Dizzy Gillespie, the coach of South Australia, his 201 in a test match got voted the cricket fluke of all time. That a night watchman would get a double century in a test match. Interesting, isn't it? Poor old Diz. Voted the biggest fluke in the game ever. Takes away from...
Oh, I remember watching that.
Did you think it was a fluke?
Well, when it went past Mark Wall's highest test score, I said, do you reckon that's a fluke, Junior? He said it's disgraceful how he hasn't played a shot. He's still blocking his way to 100 by then.
It's listed with Stephen Bradbury's ice skating gold medal. Most unlikely. Sandhu bowling well here.
Tell you what, the ball is definitely tailing a little bit from his end. So the bowlers will be licking their lips to
yeah.
Monet, when did the slower ball bouncer come in? Was it in your era? Did you bowl the slower ball bouncer?
No, for sure. Definitely in white ball T20 cricket. Sort of 2008, I remember. That was a big thing for us. And then from there, sort of the knuckle ball, back of the hand, slower ball. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the slower ball bumper.
Okay.
Not easy to get right, but it's effective when it works, doesn't it?
I think with that, you want to sacrifice the wide. You're happy to sacrifice the wide to get it high.
Yeah.
I think a lot of times, guys are too scared to bowl the wide. You must commit to the delivery and rather go for the wide, get it quite high, and let it sort of drop if it can.
So you want to bang it into the pitch?
Bang it in. If you bowl the wide, you're happy with that. Because 9 or 10 times batters will pick it up and they'll still go for it. And on a surface where it's a little bit too pace, big square boundaries, that's a great ball to have in your armoury.
It's a gutsy delivery to bowl, especially at the death, isn't it? In the last couple of overs or the last over. But you've got to be confident, obviously. And he's set to continue into his 8th over.
And that's why it's important or vital how you think of setting up your over. Not to be too predictable. When to bowl the slow ball bumper. Like I say, I don't mind going for it in the back end if I know the batters are going after me. Obviously, what is my best ball under pressure that I can execute? Yeah. Yorker, you can go, but you can also go for 6 with the Yorker. Yeah. Big square boundaries. Good luck hitting a bumper, fast bumper, or slow ball bumper.
I know when I faced Michael Holding and Andy Roberts in World Series cricket, and they bowl a fast bumper, I should have said, why don't you try your slower ball bumper?
Have you got that up your sleeve, Michael?
Yeah.
Because I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, when they stood a foot from you, glaring at you.
And that was a lot of times the argument. People say, hey, you can bowl 145. Why are you bother bowling a slow ball bumper?
I agree.
Going for that down the ground. Just slightly over-pitched from Nisa.
He's playing well here, McSweeney. Just new into his career with South Australia. A lot to lose in a dicey position. Got to 13 from 15. Going aerial, not afraid to take on the infield. Well done him.
And what I can't believe, Kerry, that's the first 3 of the day.
Oh, right.
He scored 286 in the 9th over. Seen a lot of boundaries today so far. There's that off spinner. And gets away with it. Beautiful shot. Just picked up nicely. Try and hit that too hard, Travis said.
Gee, his body language is screaming, I'm here for the full 50, boys. Don't worry about that.
Yep.
He's accepting the plaudits of his non-striker, but he's intent on as many fours as he can and batting as deep as he can. This has been some innings from the captain.
He's got plenty of overs. Not prepared to just give it away because he's got 150. He had his 100 off Travis Head off 65 deliveries. His 150 off 91 deliveries. 6 fours and 19 boundaries. That was in his 150. 3 out on the leg side.
I just don't think Michael Neser is comfortable around the wicket to the left-hander, because I think all his method is built around bowling over the wicket. And
Yeah.
if you're not comfortable, maybe you're better off going over. He's trying changes of pace. It almost worked there.
Well, just think if you're over the wicket, you're bringing both sides for the batsman. Where you're around the wicket, to hit it leg side, they'd have to take a massive risk where you can bowl full wide, at least for a couple of deliveries to block it up. It's a good shot.
I would have saved these overs now. I'm swinging him around and bring him from the other end with the ball tailing. I think that's his strength. Maybe bring a Sully or Jack back from this side. But he's your main strike bowler. You want the ball that is stalking at the moment for him.
Yeah.
And
well, he's only got 2 overs left, so what do you do? Save him now? He bowls 47 or 49 or 50 or 48. Well, the summary at the moment has been outstanding. South Australia winning the toss, no hesitation, batting first. 293 on the board. Travis Head 165. Weatherall 97, agonisingly short of that 100. Caught by Khawaja. They've set the tone, there's no doubt about it. It's been a tough day for the bowlers, but I think Renshaw's done a good job. Wildermuth has been outstanding, 1 for 28. He's still got some overs left as well. Only used 4 bowlers, Queensland. That's what has surprised me. Often when you're going for nearly 300 or 40 overs, you're using a lot of bowlers. Labuschagne they used for a couple of overs that didn't quite work. Wildermuth's bowled 6, so you think he's going to bowl 2.
He's been the star turn, BJ, Jack Wildermuth. But he, under the pump here, head is really set. He bowled well early, did Wildermuth. Got the ball to move a little bit. And is it tailing? We're going to find out, because he'll come around the wicket to the left-hander, I think, Jack Wildermuth. He often does, and shapes in, although he's staying over the wicket here. But I think he's better off around the wicket, hanging in and just leaving the lefty.
Yeah. Just wide of mid-wicket, but a good shot and well timed. Another boundary. Wasn't the best delivery from Wildermuth. Stewie Clark's jumped in the seat and shaking his head.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get it right.
Tough ask, but when Travis Head takes his step across, you lob up a full toss at about middle of the leg stump, you're going to get dealt with.
Yeah.
I like the idea Kerry had going around the wicket and just
I too.
trying to angle in and take it the other way.
Yeah.
Again, not guaranteed it's going to work, but I think it's going to give you your best chance of success.
Yeah. And I think Wildermuth has gone around the wicket in his career to lefties, but whereas I don't think Michael Neser is comfortable. But I think he's got them by the throat, hasn't he, Travis Head? Their thinking's all over the place at the moment.
Well, I'll tell you what they're thinking. The umpires are thinking about rain, which is coming down at the moment. I reckon Queensland will be pretty happy with that at the moment. Mind you, the run rate at this stage is pretty good for South Australia. So if they do lose some overs, Queensland will only get a certain amount of overs with the score there as well.
Well, this is where that Duckworth-Lewis comes into play. So if they don't bat again, the score actually goes up.
Yeah.
Which, so you basically get less overs but more runs to get, which is a little bit confusing at times.
It is. They're so well placed, aren't they? And if the run rate required escalates because of Duckworth-Lewis, we're going to see a lot of shots played this afternoon.
Arguably they could go 40 overs. They need to get 330 or something like that, which is sounds odd, but that's the way the system works, because they haven't lost. The trick to it is they haven't lost any wickets, or only 2 wickets, which means they've got great depth to come.
Yeah.
But in saying all of that, I think the Queenslanders are still happy to get off the field. Don't get me wrong.
Well, I reckon also the pitch, it was just starting to sort of be a little bit too paced, but now it's just going to skid on nicely. You're not going to get that grip for your slow deliveries. The ball maybe get a little bit softer.
I think they've got a hard ass getting the covers on here. Look at them blowing it. Oh no, there they go. Oh, some bloke's gone in the middle.
Well, I was worried they're bringing it into the breeze, Kerry. They should have driven it around so you can take it with the breeze.
Look at this.
But now they're trying to pull it across into the breeze. Get the spinnaker up.
Jesus.
Sydney to Hobart. Have a look at that. Great card there from South Australia, winning the toss, batting first. Alex Carey went early for 12. And they bowled quite well, Queensland, in the first 10 overs. But Weatherall was really good at the start. How about that? 97 from 103. Sandhu picked him up. But Travis had third 100, 169 of 99 deliveries. Sweeney's out there not out 15, and it's been tough going for Queensland at this stage. But what a start. Just over 39 overs, and they're 3 short of 300. Bowling side of things. Waldemans into his 7th. He's looked pretty good, 1 for 32. Neese looked expensive in the last couple of overs. Connor Sully on debut, 5 overs, 9 for 51. It's been a tough day for him as well. It's been a tough day for nearly all of Queensland bowlers. We'll take a quick break here at Karen Rolton Oval in the Marsh Cup. Come back and give you an update.
Webber. There we go. And welcome back live on Fox Cricket, wherever you're watching around Australia. The rain has quickly disappeared as quickly as it appeared, in South Australia set to resume here at 2 for 297. Travis Head still going. His fantastic innings, 169 not out, staring a double ton in one-day cricket in the face at the moment. Travis Head. We've lost 2 overs, so South Australia will be restricted to 48 overs. And obviously there'll be a slight adjustment. The Duckworth-Lewis system towards the end, maybe a few runs here or there. Jack Wildermuth to continue this particular over. A bit of a loosener after 10 to 15 minutes off. Stuart Clark, Kerry O'Keefe alongside me, Adam Peacock. We're in the 40th over, so South Australia trucking along nicely, but they might need to just hit the accelerator a bit before they were really going to in this last 10. Not that they've had the foot off the accelerator much.
No, I think Head intends to accelerate again because he's been terrific. This has been an absolute clinic of how to hit the ball on the up, both sides of the wicket.
They've got through too on the pressure on the fielder out there as well. Kuhnemann in the deep. But Head has just seen them so well from the off.
Oh, absolutely. He's come out and played shots to all parts. I think he played miss it maybe 1 or 2 very early on in his innings, but since then he's played some extraordinary shots to all parts of the ground. Looks like he's picking the ball up nice and early, using his feet when he needs to. He's put the bowler under pressure from ball 1. It's been a classy innings.
And yet another boundary for Travis Head. 300 is up.
So obviously the Queenslanders have gone in, and there's been a discussion that straight away around the wicket. This is a pretty good shot by Travis Head. Too full a delivery, but go around the wicket, try and angle the ball back into Travis Head and see if you can stop the flow of runs that way. Probably a little bit too late, unfortunately. His head's he's in, and now he's very comfortable. But certainly a bit of different thinking all of a sudden. The other thing to remember is that the next over, at the end of this over, they get to put another fielder out to third man or wherever it may be.
Full-blooded shot, that one. A few of those. He hasn't... I don't think he's got any inhibitions in his shoulders at the moment, Travis Head. He's fully loose and...
And length means nothing to him, does it now? He's just flat batting anything short of a length over mid-off. I think the term's called floating. You know where the ball's going to be as it leaves the bowler's hands. It's a great state to be in.
I never got there.
No, I never got there. In water, maybe.
I was drowning most of the time.
Yeah, I think Bev Richards called it floating.
Sweeney ducks under a short one, but he's going to get another crack at it.
McSweeney's been to the Stephen Smith school of batting by the looks of it, the way he sets up. He doesn't have the extravagant movement, but he ends up in a very similar position. Sort of back foot really across, front foot open. Not your traditional technique, but
no.
If it's working for him.
And Redbacks were interested in him after that prolific season in Brisbane last year. Bulls have let him go.
Just a single to the deep. That's the end of the 40th over. It's 2 for 306. It'll be interesting to see what Usman Khawaja does the last 8 overs coming up now. Reduced to 48 with that little shower we've had. Neesa's got 2 left. Wildermuth's got 3 left. And Sandhu's got 2 left, which leaves 1. Do you give it to the young bloke, Sully? Or do you bring one of the slower bowlers on in Kuhnemann or Renshaw or even Marsh?
Well, there's a right-hander at the crease now, so Kuhnemann will be advantaged by that. But the fly in the ointment for them is Travis Head, who may be going to try and dominate the strike as much as he can. So he might be bowling to Head a lot more than you want to. So interesting how Usman works these last few overs.
Well, I'd be going to Renshaw. I thought Renshaw's done more than serviceable. It looks like he's going to go to Kuhnemann. I'm not sure the three quicks will actually bowl out their allotment of overs. I think he might use spin for at least two of them.
And guys, that was 253 runs between overs 11 and 40. I can't remember. Perhaps Joburg, where you played, Stewie, that day, somebody got 253 in that period and got beaten. But I cannot remember a team who got 253 batting first, overs 11 to 40 and being beaten. So
we haven't been too kind to Stewie today because we've brought up that and also the fact that Jason Gillespie scored a double ton in a test match that he got dropped from as well.
I got left out of that.
Did you?
Cost me 200.
Can we complete the hat-trick before the day's out for Stewie? But yeah, you sat here at the start of this innings, Kerry, when they got off to a pretty good start and thought, okay, there's a certain amount you want to get in from 11 to 40.
Yeah, and they've gone well past that.
It's come off the toe.
But already Kuhnemann looks a little more comfortable with the right-hander on strike. So it's worked out. That single off the first ball has given Kuhnemann a chance to work his stuff against McSweeney.
You were talking earlier that left-handers, left-arm orthodox to left-hand batting, probably the worst strike rate. Conversely, to right-handers, they've got a really good strike rate. Why do you think that is? I've always wondered that.
Yeah. I just know, I myself found left-handers so difficult because unless you turn the ball appreciably as a left-arm spinner, this is a good shot from McSweeney. He'll take two. And see, Kuhnemann isn't a big spinner of the ball, so left-handers... Ray Bright, I think he took 48 test wickets. I think he took 46 right-handers. You know, you've got, unless you're really give it a rip, left-handers worry you as a left-arm spinner. In the modern game, they just try and jam it towards their pads, don't they, from around the wicket. And any width is shunned upon, and he's just given him some width, and they'll come back for two. McSweeney's quick between the sticks.
Yeah, they really just try and angle them into the stumps. So if you miss it, you're a chance LBW bowl. But they seem to have a better strike rate.
Yeah. Somebody like Shakib Al Hassan has that method to right-handers, but he's also got one that can grip and turn. So he's got a couple of strings to his bow. I don't know whether Kuhnemann has that.
See, Stephen O'Keefe in the Big Bash has that as well. Just he almost curves. It's almost like left arm in swingers.
Yeah.
Which occasionally one spins and it just puts all sorts of doubt. You watch how many times he bowls that guys play down the line and hits them in the pad and they're out.
See, I think Sock's method is fantastic. He's a left arm orthodox spinner to a right-hander that tries to pitch outside the off stump to hit the stumps. You'd think you got to pitch outside leg stump to hit the stumps.
Yeah, he just curves them back in.
He pitches a foot outside off. Oh yeah, because I'm trying to hit the stumps. But you're a left arm orthodox spinner. Yeah, in name only.
He'll be listening, Sock.
Yeah, he would. And he's been underused in all forms. We should have taken him to the subcontinent a lot more often.
I can't believe New South Wales got rid of him.
Oh.
What was that about?
A curse on them.
He got the most wickets in the competition. They booted him.
Yeah.
Head, that drops just in front of Hazlett out in the deep. So he has hit a few uppishly. Head, it's just his conviction with his stroke play that has allowed him to shuffle onto 177. Yes.
He's hit a lot uppishly. They're just 95% of them have gone over the rope.
Yeah. That's it hard. Watch out the crowd. McSweeney all the way.
Good hands.
Very good. Into the over. Another good one for South Australia. Just about every over so far this innings has elicited at least one boundary. It's 2 for 318.
And they've got their 6 count up to about 10, the South Australians. This is exactly what you had to do. WA hit 13 in game 1 on this deck. They may go past that.
Well, you said that at the start of the innings that was really crucial to posting a big total, clearing the rope at Karen Rolton Oval.
Yeah.
It's the 50 partnership between these two. It's happened pretty quickly. Question here is, Travis Head, can he become just the 5th player in this competition's history for a double ton? He's already got one as well, a couple of years ago against WA. That's a loose one from Wildermuth and dispatched.
Who are the other 4, Adam? Have you got them there?
Yes, well, Travis Head is one.
Yes.
The late great Phil Hughes, Ben Dunk, and Darcy Short.
Darcy Short.
Darcy can play.
257.
At Hurstville Oval, he hit 23 sixes that day, I think.
Did you hit 23 sixes in your career?
I know the first competition of one-day cricket in Australia was about 1969, and they hit 4 sixes in the whole tournament.
There's another one from Head.
Jesus.
Got it.
Bisecting.
Streak. That's in the car park as well, rolling down the hill.
Don't change the watermelon if it gets lost.
What's the next step up from a watermelon? You say
Beach
seeing
ball.
it like a watermelon.
Beach ball.
Yeah.
Is there anything after that?
No.
The moon.
He's seeing it like the moon.
Yeah. But Darcy Short hit 23 sixes that afternoon at Hurstville Oval. And just how the game has changed, given we thought we were pumping it in 1969. We hit 4 in 2 months.
Right, here's a question for you there.
What's that?
I read about this last night. Who won the first ever one-day cup, if you like, in Australian cricket?
New Zealand?
He's good. He is so good.
Did they not realise it was a separate country back then?
Short and slow from Wildermuth, just to try and break the rhythm of Head. Try something.
It was a slow ball, wasn't it? One of those roll your fingers across slow ball bouncer. That's a new invention too. There was none of them in 1969. Slow ball bouncers.
No, there wasn't. I asked Mornay about it. And your era was that, Stewie, wasn't it?
Yeah, we didn't.
Came in.
It came in slowly.
Yeah.
Brett and
Who started?
well, Brett used to bowl it. He's the one I can remember most of. He started to bowl it but I think the guys that played in the subcontinent a bit started to really work on it because the wickets were so flat.
They're enjoying this from Travis Head.
They should.
The South Australian team. Everyone's out there watching every ball bowl to him, see if he can get to this double ton, and then what? Can he run down Darcy Short? Would be some extraordinary hitting, and I'd fear for some of those cars in the car park if it did happen.
Yeah. This has been the perfect cameo from Nathan McSweeney, hasn't it? He's just he blocked a couple early, but since then he's kept it ticking over. He's fed the strike. He's hit a 6.
He's got an interesting, different technique, but he looks like he's got time. Like he gets in front of the stumps, and you think, "Oh, have a crack at the stumps here," but I get the feeling he's wanting you to bowl straight so he can work your way through the onside to all parts. But one thing that stands out very quickly is time.
Oh, the ramp.
Oh,
Over he goes. Didn't quite get it as well as he might have wished, but still, the end result is what he was after.
It's a good shot, that.
yeah.
Is he big bashing for the strikers? Or does Queensland hang on to him?
I don't know what his allegiance would be there, but again, he's not only good down the ground, he can play that. He was in early. It was predetermined, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
He decided halfway through Jack Wildermuth's run-up, I'm ramping, wherever it is. He's done well in McSweeney. And now Head back on strike. No, he's not. No.
Himself a little bit of room, and they brought them up on the offside, and another boundary. McSweeney, who's really starting to motor now.
And that's the thing, in the matches I've seen, regardless of the length, once you get your eye in the timing of this Karen Ralton pitch, it doesn't matter where it is, you can beat the infield. And that was climbing his bat, but he'd already determined he was hitting over extra cover on the up.
It's such a true surface, isn't it? And there's a lot of pace in it. It's just nice, evenly paced now. Ball's old. Actually, a bit of water and a bit of rain on that wicket too would have just kept it nice and true for the batsman. A bit of pace to play your shots.
We're just having a few issues with our on-screen graphics at the moment. You might have noticed that Jack Wildermuth had 4 balls to go for his over and about 5 of his deliveries. It's like backyard cricket. 2 to come. 2 to come. Travis Head now on strike. 2 for 337. We're back with our scoring on screen and Kuhnemann to continue. Daunting task at the moment, bowling to Travis Head. And it goes up and over. Does it? Just no, but it's kept in. Acrobatic in the outfield. So that's the second time that's happened to Travis Head.
Tremendous bit of out cricket this, wasn't it? May have dropped the catch, but he saved the 6 and they come back for 2. So he saved 4 in effect.
He saved 4. Was he in a bit close?
Yeah.
If he was actually standing on the rope still, he would have held on to that one. He would have held it because he would have been planted.
Quick one. Yeah, you're probably near the rope at the moment for Travis Head. You're not hunting in to try and stop the 2.
Yeah.
It's the longer boundary, so maybe the captain's asked him to come in a few, but still, I'm not sure. With Travis Head, the way he's hitting, just looking there, like if he stands still with his feet planted on the rope, he catches that in front of his face.
Definitely.
Sam Heazlett out there.
Role to play this afternoon, Sam Heazlett. He loves it square of the wicket. There's some power in the Queensland arsenal, but they'll be chasing a mammoth total.
Well, that's just, I'm looking at their batting order. They're not, by no means are they out of this game. 400 is, if they bat well, then it'll be a cracking game of cricket.
That's gone a long way up. As high as the clouds, has it gone far enough? It certainly has. It's up onto the little walkway up there.
I'm not sure he quite got that.
No.
A bit top edgy.
I think it's Port Road there, and then that leads to Hindley Street. And
got him in the crowd. Good,
yeah, good catch.
Got him.
He's come from Hindley Street.
In the steel blue boots as well. She bought from Dennis. Given his blue beanie.
4 for the double ton.
Here it comes, perhaps.
Oh, cagey bowling. Replay this is fast on one. I'd stick with that delivery.
Yes. Held a quick one earlier for just the single, and that one. Head happy to be patient for once. Just the single, 197.
This is not the place to be running in and thinking, I might just see if I can beat him in flight and spin one past him, is it?
No. Just might lure him down the pitch with one I hold back. Because I know he's not going to hold back.
I might do him in flight and he'll hit it 50 rows back. Bowling to Viv, you would have had that thing. Just not sure I'll hold it. Will I just float this one up? No.
No, there was no thought of holding one back.
Wider one from Kuhnemann. And an invaluable dot from a Queensland perspective still. It's 2 for 348.
Chris Gale had that effect. He used to like flat batting the ball, like off the back of a length. He'd give himself room and he'd flat bat it straight back down the ground. And I don't think Chris Gale thought I was any good because I think he used to like doing it. He may well have been right, but a lot of times my hair got parted as the ball came zooming back.
There was a hint of belligerence, was there, when you got the ball?
There was a hint of, when he was standing, rubbing his hands together as I was walking back to my mark. It was usually a genuine sign of...
Because Chris didn't do singles, did he? Like, he didn't. I'll just tuck him up and he'll work me for one.
No.
He didn't do the ones.
He might have to sweat, and that was not on the cards.
Earlier you mentioned the 2K time trial in pre-season. How do you reckon Chris Gale went with that?
Oh.
52 or 5 for 400. You like their chances at the moment, South Australia. 198 to head. Annoyed at himself.
Do you think he's nervous?
No.
Well, if he is, I can't see why.
No. And honestly, his facial expression has rarely changed throughout this
agree.
innings. It's as if I'm going large here today. And I'm not letting emotion play any part in my innings.
Jimmy Pearson trying to avoid the wide. Worked.
No, he called it.
He called. Didn't see that. It did work. I was going to say, if it did work, it was a remarkable.
Do it again and keep bowling there.
I want him to be my lawyer if he got that.
It was a slower ball. He banged into the wicket. Close to the glove.
And this is what the Redbacks will be thinking. We're going to have to bowl a lot of those, a lot of into the pitch, slower stuff.
Oh, got him. That's concussion. Okay. He'll get a test here. The game will stop.
Oh, no, he's stood on his wicket. He's gone.
Yeah,
McSweeney, he's gone back. He got rattled up by the ball from Wildermuth. And that's the end of his cameo, which has been a valuable one for South Australia. Gone for 37. Queensland get a breakthrough.
This could have been a quicker bouncer, wasn't it? Because it did hurry him up. The previous delivery was slower, but this actually flew at him.
It hit him in the grill. I thought, I thought he was going to put his bat down and take his helmet off there. But,
It's bowled. Ball's come onto the stumps off his grill. A tad unfortunate there. Back of the bat onto the stumps. So McSweeney's brief but effective innings out for 37. And Ryan Gibson is the incoming batsman.
It was a good innings though, he's 37. I thought he played some nice shots. He seemed to get straight into the tempo of the game with Head. He wasn't overawed by Travis Head. He just sort of knocked it around, got himself in, played some nice strokes. The lap sweep and the pull shot and one over cover. So looks like a good pickup for the South Australians as they move forward.
And could be one for a BBL franchise if he keeps that up as well, because he's a free agent at the moment.
Well, there you go. He's played some shots there that I'm sure a few of the BBL teams will be going, well, we could potentially, especially if they're a bit light on in the batting department.
Partnership 84 or 49, Sweeney and Head. Gibson, the new man. For the New South Wales representative.
Penrith lad out for naught in game one. Tried to work one across his stumps with the run rate escalating, and here he is in another situation where he's got to get on with it straight away. So he's got to take risks.
There would have been a school of thought to send Nathan McAndrew in. Big, strong, strapping. We've seen a little bit of him in the Big Bash. Can hit the ball, can clear the fence, and he's not a bowling all-rounder. He's a genuine all-rounder. So watch for him to come in next if they lose another wicket.
Delivery from Wildermuth. This is the over that Queensland craved.
He didn't quite seize his opportunities at New South Wales, Ryan Gibson, did he? Because everybody thought this is a long-term player in first-class cricket. But he's gone to South Australia, and you sense he could have a good year. He's done a couple of good things in the Big Bash, but he wants to play four-day cricket. He wants to play good short form for the Southern Redbacks.
Can't rotate the strike at the moment, so Travis Head stuck on 198 at the non-strikers. Do they take the single here and take Head off strike?
Well, if
they allow this.
Well, if I was Queensland, I'd push all the fielders back and give him one. If you can get another 2 dots out of him next over, the pressure will build on Travis Head, and it's basically 5-6 balls without them scoring. So I'm sure the Queenslanders will be all over that. They'll be wanting to give him one. Yep, so
Yeah.
Usman just dropping him back.
Yeah. So Marnus has instigated that. He went to Usman and suggested that. It's exactly, there's one there for him.
Just give him one.
Sandu brought in to make sure that they have enough inside the circle. Did it well. Got ball, good over from Jack Wildermuth. Best over in a very long time for Queensland. It's 3 for 350. 4 overs left.
Well, you put that down in the top shelf of overs, that one. You've only gone for one.
He's worked a good shift, hasn't he, Jack Wildermuth? Got 2 wickets. He's looked the most impressive of the Bulls' attack. Big season ahead for him.
Yeah, it could be a breakthrough season for him.
Yeah.
It's the start of the season, you're right. He's been thereabouts all day. Looks like he can bowl. He's one of those guys that throw him the ball, whether it be shield cricket or one-day cricket, T20 cricket, he'll adapt naturally. And he's obviously quality with the bat as well.
He's a power hitter, Stewie. Like, he hits 4s and 6s. So Australia are aware of him. The selectors know he's around, and he's pulled a good shift here. Go back to Nisa for these last few overs.
Head looking for 2, and he should get it. He does get it. What a magnificent innings from Travis Head. 200, and not done yet.
Oh, this has been some hand from Travis Head. Kisses the badge, acknowledges his teammates. What a triumph it's been for him. 160 in the Shield game. Missed out game 1, Marsh Cup. 200 not, 114 balls. Masterclass, hitting through the offside, hitting into areas that he hasn't hit through in a number of his innings, down the ground, over extra cover. Very impressive. What a season ahead for Travis Head.
He got 100. Next ball went for a boundary. Opened the shoulders on that one as well. A slow one from Nisa, looking for 2 again, putting pressure on the fielder, and they'll get it. Good running. So he's the 4th batter to get a double ton in this particular competition. I mentioned Phil Hughes before. That was in a list A for Australia A, but this is his 2nd time to the double ton.
He's
Marsh
played
Cup cricket.
in this form of the game in Australia. He's been just prolific. He's just scored runs after more runs and more runs. And, yeah, he just looks like a guy that's dominating this form of the game, certainly in Australia, because he's had so much success. He's got that inbuilt confidence that he walks out to bat, takes centre, and here they come. I'm just going to get 100 today.
See, last year he scored the 2nd most runs in this competition behind Peter Hanscom. So he just continues to churn them out, as Stewie said.
It's a little tangled up there.
Got a bit fancy, didn't he? Just stick with bludgeoning them over mid-wicket, Travis.
It was the ball to do it.
He just missed it.
Come back for 2 again. It's good running. Getting the most out of their shots at the moment. Travis Head, what's another bat? Came off the toe of it. That's the...
I think I'll get the slogging bat.
I'll get the heavy one if I can. I want to up the ante.
It's funny, you know, he got some hundreds last year for South Australian Sheffield Shield to get draws for the Redbacks. But he'd dearly love a win. They haven't won for so long, this team. He got 100 in a drawn game to start this season. They lost the first one-dayer, and here he is, 204 not. Surely now he's laid a platform for the Redbacks to break this long drought. We're going to find out this afternoon, aren't we?
Yeah, the challenge for South Australia has always been their bowling attack, or it certainly has been in recent times, not always. they've got guys that can bat at the top of the order. They've got, over the years, they've had different blokes. They could get middle order, but their ability to bowl teams out in the longer version of the game. And maybe that's got a little bit to do with the wicket too, because it's been so flat and they play a game or two here.
Inside out, over cover. There's the gap, and there's another boundary.
Change your bat, same result.
It's 360-degree stuff, isn't it? This pitched outside leg stump, but because he was going inside out and had already taken an early step away, he gave himself room to open the face and hit it. This is batsmanship at its very best in short form. And it's his variation, isn't it? That pitched the same line that the previous ball went wide of mid-wicket.
Yeah,
So
he's dragged it.
yeah, he's just working them.
3 for 362, 26 fours, 7 sixes for Travis Head. His highest ever return at this level, and where can he get to on that leaderboard of highest ever scores in this competition? Ben Dunn is the next in sight, 229. Dunk's mark, second on the list behind Darcy Short on 257.
I'm not sure he's getting to 257. If he stays in for the next 2 overs, you'd imagine he'll score 10 and over.
So it looks like they're leaving Wilmouth for one of the last 2 overs, and Sandu will come in and bowl now. Gibson, who couldn't get off strike last over at this end, just want to drop it at his feet and get through and get ahead up the other end.
Watch for Sandu, by a lot of off-cutters here, off-pace deliveries into the wicket, try and get them to grip. The South Australians will probably set up for that ball rather than the full pace, on-pace ball. They'll set up for back of a length and try and take him over mid-wicket. You can tell by the field there's no one behind, deep in behind the stumps, third man up, fine leg up.
That is into his own hands there, Gibson, to get off the mark. It's going to be a good run chase. Given Queensland's batting lineup, there's quality all the way through it. For reasons you've already pointed out, the events in South Africa all those years ago.
Yes.
400's attainable.
Mate, 363, it's
Walking the park.
mate, it's walking
40th over.
I would have got it in the 35th.
Slower one.
The crowd that day was a big factor of Joe Burke,
Yeah, it was.
Stewie, wasn't it? You can imagine the South African crowd cheering every boundary in that chase. You were on the field.
There was not a lot of cheering.
No, when
lot-
you got a wicket,
No,
complete silence.
I was down on the boundary. There was cheering was not what was happening. It was words of encouragement.
Up and gone. So Gibson, it's only a short stay at the crease for him. Queensland have their 4th wicket. Dare say they would have crossed. So importantly for South Australia, Head will have the strike.
Clever bowling this from Sandu again. He cut his fingers under the ball. The off cutter just couldn't quite get the middle he wanted. Ryan Gibson, he's found long on. So sad for Gibson. He perished in the team's interest. Norton won first 2 digs of the season in Marsh Cup. Better things ahead for Ryan. It's 3 for 364.
It's always a tough situation. You come in and those middle order players in the top 4 have put on a decent total. You've basically got to come in and go from ball 1, and you don't really get a chance. You got fielders out in the boundary, a lot of variation being bowled. You're hiding to nothing. You clear the boundary a few times, you're a hero. You hit one down someone's throat and walk off. You got 1 off 5, and you're feeling pretty. All of a sudden, you're out of form. You haven't done anything.
But you're right here, Stu, that McAndrew's been promoted ahead of Harry Nelson. So they've gone with a hitter. He's a good slog sweeper. He can hit boundary. He can hit sixes over deep mid wicket. Interesting if Sandhu tries to run his fingers down the seam to see whether they cross, but when he's on strike, whether he'll take him on over deep mid wicket. Head's going to take him on wherever he bowls it.
Well, I think he can bowl slow and wide here.
Picked it, Shuey, but so did Travis Head, and away it goes again.
That's the problem, is I think the way the field's set up and having a look at what Gurinder Sandhu bowls over time, to the left-handers at the end of the innings, he bowls slower balls wide. Travis Head sort of went, oh, you're going to bowl it, I'm just going to hit it straight back over your head.
Oh, he's floating. He knew exactly where that was going, didn't he? Out of Sandhu's hand. Tremendous blow down the ground.
Up. Is it far enough? This one. He's middled just about everything today, hasn't it? What? Hasn't it gone a long, long way again, Travis Head?
He's running out of overs, but Darcy Short might be nervous.
See, the problem, and it's as much about he's telegraphing where he's bowling, and Travis Head's now sort of saying they're all coming there. It's like facing the bowling machine. So Gurinder needs to adapt again, full and straight at the stumps with a bit of pace on it, or I'm not suggesting bowling short, I think that might just get met, but trying that full, fast Yorker at the base of leg stump perhaps.
221 of 122. Pick the slower one. He didn't get all of it. Is it his day? It certainly is. Right in the middle of the two of them.
Placement's everything. Again, as Stewie Clark said, held back, and he decided rather than go straight, he'd go over cover. And he sliced it into the gap between the deep cover running in and the short cover running back.
4 for 375. So 2 overs to go, 25 to get to that magical 400. Travis Head needs 25 runs himself. He could get them all to get them to 400 and get himself a share of the record, if not getting the record overall in this competition.
Hitting to the longer side, on the leg side this time, Travis Head, so it's a little bit harder for him to clear the boundary. Mind you, really missed any.
Nisa followed him. It's up. They look at each other out there, and he should have been closer to him. He would have got the scoop back. Nisa looking out there going, you guys right out there?
Yeah, I think they've both got to hug the boundary rope. Because don't worry about twos. You've got to save them. You've got to catch him.
He should be out both times yet. They both should be standing on the rope.
Yeah.
And just catching that.
Absolutely. If you're on the rope, that's an easy catch. You're balanced. You take the catch.
You're standing still, aren't you?
Yeah.
Foot on the rope, and if you have to come in, we'll come in. But
straight this time. He got it off the toe again. Head. Renshaw. Let's rip. That's another 2 for Head. He might need another bat. Or is he going to get away with it?
That's a filthy shank that's gone for 2.
Yeah.
Look how disappointed he is. He's on 226 and he's just being told that Christmas is off.
He's just sort of going to places where they can't do anything about it at the moment. Queensland, he's mishitting them, they're going in gaps, he's shanking them, they're going for 2. Your middle one, it'll go 30 rows back.
What a day. He waits for that one and gets it through. It's another boundary.
He's a left-handed Bradman.
Brad who?
It's Travis Bradman out there. It's unbelievable. Look, this is going to hit off stump potentially, but it's going past square leg. I think he's only looking leg side to Michael Nisa because he knows he's going to try and tighten him up around middle of the leg, and he's happy with that shot. That's as much emotion as he showed, that he read the bowler, what he was trying to do.
And there goes Ben Dunk. He's
gone.
He gone.
He's second on the list now. He still needs another 27. How's my maths before with Darcy Short?
Oh.
He wouldn't mind a few more of those. He's bludgeoned that, but straight down the neck of Marnus Labuschagne, and Travis Head This amazing innings finally comes to an end. What a knock it's been, though.
Oh, it's been a privilege to watch this, guys, hasn't it? I mean, this has just been batsmanship of the highest order in short form cricket. Nisa has him in the end, but take a bow, Travis Head. Are they checking height?
They are checking height. Looks okay.
I'd be disappointed as a bowler if that was not
Well,
out.
it is Travis Head's day if that gets overturned.
Yeah, look, it's been a quality innings from moment A. He's walked out of the crease, he's looked assured, he's played some nice shots to all parts of the ground, he's bludgeoned the ball to all parts of the ground, he showed finesse when he needed to, and an absolutely outstanding innings. That's a line drive, looking at that. Quality innings, Travis Head, well batted.
Yeah. He's accepted that he's not challenging, that it's above hip height. He's walking. I would think it'd be a tough call if they say, no, come back. Your day's not over.
We want to see you get another 50.
You trying to skive off?
So the second biggest innings we've seen from an individual in this competition. Travis Head brings together Nielsen and McAndrew at the crease. McAndrew's been out there for a few minutes and he hasn't faced yet. It's been all Travis Head.
8 balls to go. Is it right? Yeah, 48 overs it is, isn't it? Can they get to 400?
17 off 8 in a big bash game. You'd like your chances.
I think Nisa will try and make McAndrew fetch it from, because I think he'll be looking to go slog corner. This could be wide off stump.
Well, it's up in the air and it's not gone very far, and you dare say there's a Queenslander underneath it, and it's well taken in the end from Gurinder Sandhu. So a golden duck for McAndrew and another wicket for Queensland. Put the brakes on here all of a sudden.
And a hat-trick for Michael Nisa would be good. If he gets a hat-trick, what happened to Karen Roll? They got a hat-trick. We chased 390.
Yeah, it's not that flat. If you bend your back a bit, there's a bit on offer.
If you have a crack.
And he's out of there tomorrow when he goes back to Queensland for the birth of his first child. So
yes. So McAndrew perishes in the interest of the team.
Yep.
These may be cheap wickets, but they're wickets. Nick Winter comes in, Harry Nielsen will be on strike.
And does Michael Nisa's child get the name Harry if he takes the hat-trick here? Maybe a middle name.
Travis.
Just to remind him.
Just Travis.
What if it's a girl, Karen?
It's a good story at your 21st, that one.
Yeah. What?
Why was I called Travis? Well,
Here he goes.
I'm a girl.
Hat-trick ball. Oh, it's a slow, looping, almost like a baseball pitch.
Yeah, knuckleball.
Change-up.
Well read by Harry Nielsen as well. A lot would have had a big wind-up at that. He waited on it and punched it. So well bowled Michael Nisa. He's pocketed 2 wickets late. Today, of course, so far belongs to Travis Head. And this was his demise for 230. What an innings it's been. It's been special. Next ball, Nathan McAndrew, perishing, interest of the team, slice one to backward point, well taken.
pretty good catch that by Gurinder Sandhu. Running back, ball would have been spinning quite nastily, a bit of breeze blowing out there. So Sandhu running backwards with the flight of the ball, took it very comfortably in there. Michael Nisa's happy, he can go down to fine leg, he doesn't have to bowl another over.
And he'd be hoping that he's not needed to be the partnership of 30 off 10 to chase victory. At the end of things, it's all over these Queensland batsmen very, very soon in this run chase, which will be well worth watching this afternoon.
These two are not really noted for their power hitting, are they? Harry Nielsen, I've seen him bat. I saw him bat for the Prime Minister's 11 in Canberra last year. Batted really, took on the opening batting role, batted well. But certainly more a worker and a grafter of the ball. It takes a little bit of time to get himself in.
Well, a lot of potential, Harry Nielsen.
Yeah, he's a good player. I think he's a really good player.
Yeah, good technique, but this is it's just throw caution to the wind, final over.
Wildermuth had another over left, but they've gone with Sandhu. And it's gone straight up again. Change of pace has done And then Nielsen, and Sandu takes the catch. Another one for Queensland. Wickets at regular intervals in these last few overs.
I think it's a sign of the culture that Jason Gillespie and Travis Head have encouraged here. People are perishing in the interest of the team. Harry Nielsen, who's, as Stewie has said, he's a stroke player, but he's had an ugly swat across the line, top edge. Sandu has another wicket. So people are getting out in the interest of getting this extra 4 or 6 runs in the final over. I like it.
Yeah.
The good teams don't worry about batting averages. And Nielsen fortunately fails today, but it was team first again.
One of his fathers there, the great Tim Nielsen, used to be a coach. Coach that is when I was playing for Australia. He'd be sitting there, somewhat nervously, like all fathers are when their sons go out to bat.
Yes.
Mind you, I'd rather them go out at 7 for 386 than 5 for 12. Go in there, son, just block a few, try not to get out.
Daniel Worrell, the new man.
Final year for South Australia, Daniel Worrell. He's signed for a county in England. He's going to live in London, realising a dream he's always had. Sandu on the runway.
Quality over from Sandu with this variation of pace.
He's got a little bit, Winter, sort of looking for on-speed deliveries here. He's not going to get any pace to work with. Might get one full Yorker if he's lucky. They're all going to be slow and wide outside off stump. Set up. Probably more in Worrell's arc now. This is a better matchup, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. As you say, short and wide of off stump. That's where Worrell likes him, because he clubs over mid-off and long off. He may think of altering that and try and tighten him up on leg, but if he goes wide.
And first ball is taken. Joe Burns does very well at backward point, and this 400 is off the table now for South Australia.
Another wicket for Sandu too. Slower ball, off pace again. See it spin, it grips in the surface, turns back. Catch by Joe Burns diving forward.
Does this late flurry from Queensland change any kind of feeling in terms of momentum in either dressing room, or is it, oh, hang on guys, there's still nearly 400 on the board, let's not get carried away?
I think it basically emphasises to the Queensland Bulls what you have to bowl on this pitch. When the run rate escalates, you just take complete pace off it and make them do all the work.
Correct.
So that's where Osman Khawaja will be learning a lot. Apart from the fact wickets are tumbling in the final over, Sandu has 4. He could get a Michelle here.
Himself over Michelle Pfeiffer at Karen Rolton Oval.
Yeah, at Karen.
I watched Batman Returns the other day. She should be good in it.
Of course, yes, she was. So 2 balls left for Sandu. He's on 4 wickets. He's got real tail enders in now. They're going to have to slog. There's no looking for the ones. They're looking for boundary.
And there will be a slight adjustment to South Australia's total that Queensland has to chase because of DLS.
Oh, yes.
Unless they get bowled out. So there's a little bit. Oh, what's happening here? They're looking, just checking the catch, are they?
Checking if they
crossed.
That's how they would have.
No, when the ball was caught. Okay. I'm going to say they did.
Nope. So Brendan Doggett, who is standing like he's standing on the first tee, winding up. Goes for it. Has Gurinder got his Pfeiffer? Not quite. Come back for 2. That's good running.
Good running.
Yeah, real good running. Getting everything out of this South Australia. So last ball coming up. Now, our estimation at the moment, it could be about 4 or 5 runs. The total will go up.
I don't think it'll be many.
It would be nice if it's an even 400 to chase for Queensland. It won't be. They'll look for 2. This is express running, and they've gone to the right, and Pearson flicks it back, misses, and that is how that will end. What an innings from South Australia. It's a fair old task Queensland have got for themselves this afternoon at Karen Rolton Oval, but given the wicket how it's playing, Kerry O'Keefe and Stuart Clark. Not outside the realms of possibilities.
No, it's not. It's a heavy asking rate, but we know what power there is in this Queensland Arsenal. Usman Khawaja, Sam Heslett, Marnus Labuschagne at 3, Renshaw, Joe Burns at 5. This was the innings, a pay grade above his peers. Travis Head, 230 from 127. Jake Weatherall, fantastic. The 1, 2, 3 are the keys for South Australia, and the 2 and the 3 got big runs. The tail perished trying to force the issue, but in the end, 389 for 8 from 47.5, make that 48.
Yeah, certainly quality innings by South Australia. Well built, well compiled. Started off the ball, did a little bit early on, but once they got through that period, they lost Alex Carey early on to caught behind, and then it was the Jake Weatherall and Travis Head show, and some of the highlights. Travis Head played some beautiful shots to all parts of the ground. Back foot, front foot, down the wicket, cleared the rope at will, hit plenty of sixes and plenty of fours, and towards the end of his innings played some miraculous shots, but a quality innings. Tough day for the Queensland bowlers. It was hard work from the start. Gurinder Sandhu picked up 4 wickets and Michael Neser picked up 2 earlier in his second last over, but a big total to chase for the Queenslanders, but certainly the batting order, they can get there, but the day and the morning belong to Travis Head.
Second highest total ever for South Australia in this competition. Travis Head, 230, the second highest return from an individual in this competition as well. It was an incredible knock because he was just seeing it so well all the way through. We'll be back on the other side of the break. Travis Head will get to lead his team in the field now and look to stop Queensland getting a remarkable victory. We've got a good batting lineup, as we keep on pointing out, so it's worth tuning in for. In about half an hour's time, we'll be back at Karen Rolton Oval. And welcome back to Karen Rolton Oval, live around the country, Fox Cricket. Hope you're enjoying our coverage. It's beautiful conditions now. We had a shower sweep through earlier. It didn't put the brakes on Travis Head. What a remarkable innings we have witnessed in the first innings of this contest between South Australia and Queensland. Travis Head, 230 off 127 deliveries, the second highest total for an individual in this competition. South Australia got to 8 for 391, reduced to 48 overs. So the DLS system means it gets pushed up. The total that Queensland, or the target that Queensland are aiming for now, 397 to win off 48 overs. And that's at a run rate of 8.27. Sam Hazlitt will be the man to start things with Usman Khawaja at the other end for Queensland, and they'll have to get going right from the start. Adam Peacock alongside Mornay Morkel. And Mornay, we were talking a fair bit throughout that South Australian innings of chasing down 400 or a target around that. We've seen it happen before. You're quite happy to talk about it, but can it happen right here? We'll have to find out. Oh, it's a good start as well. Boundary off the first ball.
Perfect start for Queensland. I mean, if there's one guy that can really get this Queensland first sort of 10 overs off to a great start, is this man in screen. Sam Hazlitt, very, very aggressive player up front. Loves that short ball especially. And they're definitely going to need that in his first 10.
Stuart Clark's here as well.
Made it just in time, didn't I?
A couple of minutes extra at lunch. And another one. 2 boundaries to start the innings for Queensland. Well, I don't know what you do when you're chasing 400. Do you all sit around as a collective and speak for 10 minutes about how you go about it? Or if everyone knows from the start, everyone knows. And Sam Hazlitt is operating to plan, whatever that plan might be.
Well, you need 8 and over, and they said, I've got my 8, and he just blocked the next 4 out.
Thank you for simplifying it, Stuart.
Don't lose any wickets now. This is the stage where you have one of those, the batters have one of those conversations that we need to go at 9 and over, but don't take any risks. They say things like that, really bright, intelligent stuff.
Dan Worrell is the man to open things for South Australia with the ball, and this has been the problem for South Australia, and what Jason Gillespie was intent on fixing in the off-season, the ability to restrict opponents and also take wickets. It was a massive problem last season in particular.
Yeah, they've struggled with that attacking bowling option. Worrell, good bowler, runs in all day, gets the ball to shape nicely. But just that firepower sometimes they're missing. Nathan McAndrew will try and do that for them. Bowls a little bit quicker, big, tall, fast bowler. Lloyd Pope obviously can bowl spin. But yeah, just that group of fast bowlers, or that bowling unit, just hasn't worked for them in the last couple of years. And I know you're 100% right when you say they're trying to rectify that as soon as possible.
Khawaja off the mark. Usman, another stint in the Pakistan Super League, Islamabad. He's closing in on 3,000 runs in this competition.
Played in his first game. Good player.
Evidently.
Gave him a few tips about his batting. Gone on to do good things.
Did he listen?
Well, mate, look how good he's gone. What do you reckon?
No. Oh, good ball. Very good ball. Now the power plays, by the way, there's from overs 1 to 10, 2 out, 11 to 39, 4 out, and 40 to 48, 5 out. So as much power plays or fielding, what you're allowed to do with your field.
Was he trying to hit that?
I'm not sure, but they got through for one. It was judged to have played a shot. And that's the end of the first over. And a good one for Queensland to start. They're ahead of schedule. It's only one example, though. Small sample size. 12 without loss.
It's important for the South Australians here not to just go through the motions if they've got a big score on the board. But they've still got to run in, hit the wicket hard, hold good areas. You don't want to just go through the motions because you've got a big total.
For sure, you can't just sit around and wait for something to happen. You need to create it. With runs on the board, you've got that little bit of window to attack for a little bit longer. But also, if you do leak, set up sort of a defensive field and then earn the right again to go for a pocket and try and strike for 3 or 4 overs. That needs to be the mindset here. It will be interesting to see if the wicket's going to slow up a little bit, or play a little bit slower towards the back end in the second innings.
And smashed through the offside. Hazlitt is certainly putting the foot down early.
Pretty ordinary delivery this first up. Full, wide, no cover in place. The South Australians should remember that pressure will build quickly too. If Queensland, if you go through an over or two, of no runs score, they'll start to feel we've got to get on with this one, because that's the issue with chasing such a big total, is that run rate will go up quickly. They need to use that to their advantage.
That's the key. It's going to be the first 10 overs, and then for there stay with the rate. I bowled to Sam Hazlitt in the nets during the Big Bash, and I walked out away from the nets and I thought, this is the best player I've ever bowled to. This guy hit like that every single ball. If I bowled slightly short, he picked it up. If I sort of pitched up, it went for 4. And I was like, this guy is a genius. Why is he not playing for Australia? So he's definitely one of those players that can really, get the Bulls off to a great start in this first 10.
What was it in particular that impressed you?
I thought I'd just sort of got out of quarantine, just going to run in, try and just hit my areas. And this, it really put me under pressure from ball 1. I'm like, okay, it's on here.
It's a classy shot. There's not a huge gap between those two men. Square of the wicket, but he pierced it. And another boundary.
Yeah, again, too wide. Witt's been off on every delivery this over. That time short, wide. Any batsman worth his salt would hit that one for 4. And he smashed Mornay around in the nets. He's going to smash that around, that's for sure.
Straight under Bindi Hill.
Looks like he has a very nice game. Sam Hazlitt just technically looks comfortable, sees the ball early, moves well.
Very organised player.
A bit of movement back in there. He gets it away and more runs. He played that magnificent innings towards the end of the BBL in the finals at the start of this year. Teaming up with Jimmy Pearson, they needed 89 off the last 8 and ran them down to beat the Sydney Thunder.
I think a lot of the fear for some of these guys, new on debut, because they've played in the Big Bash crowds, high pressure situations like that, they come into these games and think, oh, it's just another game of cricket.
Well, gets away with one there. Nick Winter nearly gets an early breakthrough for South Australia, but at the end of the second over, it's none for 22.
It looks like the ball, if you can get the ball to shape back into him, you might be a chance, because he just tends to play with his hands away from his body and really flay the ball through the offside. Certainly he could live and die by that as well. He could get a few very quickly.
Well, the average is 55 in list day cricket, so plenty to be excited about, as this man on screen bowled many times to him. Tough man to also small margins. He will jump on anything with any sort of width that you will give him.
It's gone through. And it has just been saved on the rope at the second time of asking. A bit of fielding in the deep there, as opposed to what happened closer in.
There's a quality piece of fielding, diving full length away to his left. Might check this for keep his hands on the boundary, but a little bit sloppy inside the circle.
He's in trouble.
Oh yeah, Egon.
He's in big trouble.
Egon.
The first time it was good, but because he's touching the rope when he touches the ball, it's 4 runs. Brendan Doggett playing against his teammates. All for nothing.
The effort though, it creates energy, creates intent.
The rope burn though.
Rope burn.
Not great.
They've been a little bit off here, South Australia. They haven't really got it right for the first 3 overs. A little bit of movement on offer.
That one is a little more comfortable for the former Queenslander. They have run down an extraordinary total before Queensland in this competition 7 years ago. Chased 401.
Where was that game at?
North Sydney.
North Sydney.
Similar setting.
Still good take, good chase.
They did it easy as well, with 16 balls to spare. And this man, 166, but that was far from convincing from Khawaja.
It was a good ball. Was that the other one? Like he just sort of, the first sort of line's been just too straight thus far. He needs to be coming back to hit off stump rather than hit leg stump. He's off to England, isn't he?
He signed for Surrey.
Okay.
I think it's a 3-year deal, or I think Surrey's played a game, Gloucester against Surrey, and impressed Alex Stewart. And I think straight after the game, they went into the change room, knocked on the door, and said, here's a piece of paper, put your name on it.
Here's some pounds, sign up. Alex Stewart's the head coach, or is he the director of cricket?
Yeah. Vikram Solanki, head coach.
Yeah, okay. Because that's where were you there?
3 seasons.
3 seasons.
Played 3 seasons, enjoyed it.
At the Oval there, lived in London.
Oh, fantastic club to play for. Wimbledon. Those 2 weeks there in Wimbledon when the tennis is on, it's just the best weeks.
Especially the middle Sunday, let me tell you.
Mornay and Roger having dinner together.
It's a good setup. That's the end of the third over. Better one for South Australia. For 29, good start from Queensland.
It's not particularly a good place for the fast bowling fraternity, though, is it? They usually make the wicket quite flat. My recollections of playing over.
They left a little bit of grass on it when I arrived. And that's the year we won, 2018, we won the championship. So the ball did move a little bit. And then they sort of, the following year, changed the seam of the Duke ball. They went for a more sort of flatter seam, and then the ball did less. And, there was no more rolling, like heavy rollers in the wicket. So the conditions changed a little bit. But, on a sunny day, it's hard work on the oval. Margins are very small.
And the other thing is because if you ever watch a game from the oval, you see the ground. There's just basically wickets across the ground. So you get usually caught because the middle's for the Test match or the high-profile games. So you get a wicket that's basically stuck on one side. So one of the boundaries is usually 24 metres to one side.
Bit of width and the invitation taken by Khawaja.
Lovely shot that by Usman Khawaja. Too full, bit of width. Again, just lofting over the top of the offside. Some sort of change of pace there by the looks of it. Just held it a bit funny in his hand, but quality cricket shot by Khawaja.
Good bit of fielding there from the umpire.
He wouldn't look out of place back in the Australian team, Usman Khawaja. He's been hasn't been the setup there for a little while now, but certainly quality play. As you said, you've played against him a lot. He's got all the shots.
No, for sure. Fantastic one-day player as well. I mean, his record, he's got a couple of T20 hundreds, I think, and he's been the rock for the Thunder there at the top. So, awesome senior player to have in the team, experienced player.
Well, the year that Thunder won the Big Bash, I'm sure he just peeled off a mountain of runs and he was just dominating at the top of the order. You sort of look at Usman, you think he's a real grafted technical player, but he's also got that ability to hit over the top and clear the boundary quite easily.
Oh, big shout, huge shout. Usman's pointing at his bat. Umpire's pointing to the sky. South Australia had the breakthrough.
Well, I gave that out, Usman. I apologise if you've hit it. It looked out from our TV screens here. Looked very straight. He hasn't hit that.
Maybe not pointing at the bat, trying to say, I should have played straighter.
Might have been missing, maybe just going down leg side. He sort of got the line slightly wrong, but looked like it was an off-speed ball again. Was it a slow ball maybe?
I just think it's just the nature of the wicket. It's slightly too placed, and maybe after the bit of rain we had, the ball's just stopping maybe a little bit.
Khawaja is gone. Bad man to bring to the crease, though, for Queensland if they're going to chase down this mammoth total. Marnus Labuschagne.
It's the real drama of Australian cricket. He couldn't get out this bloke.
Here's my man.
Here he is. Mornay, if you want to start commentating in Afrikaans, you have the floor.
Is it Labuschagne or Labuschagne?
Well, Marnus has told Mornay in the last couple of days.
It's Labuschagne. So I want to get it right, please.
It's not Labuschagne.
Labuschagne, no.
I don't do it with the Afrikaans accent well enough.
If we were commentating in South Africa, what would he be asking for?
No, I think Labuschagne. He's Labuschagne.
He's happy with it.
He'd still ask for centre, though. You missed that, didn't you? You didn't get that.
No, I didn't. Sorry. Apologies. Flew over my head. Lunch is still digesting.
Oh, what a goal. You're still in that mode of, oh, what a goal.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty good time of it over in the UK the past Australian winter, especially in the T20 Blast. The competition, they've got about 18 competitions over there now. But he averaged 55 for Glamorgan in that one. He works that one off his pads to get off the mark.
Well, I really like the way he's gone about his cricket, Marnus. Like, the riches of the IPL are there, and I'm sure he's getting attraction from teams over there. But he's really gone over to England and really honed his skills in the longest version of the game, knowing that he's young, he's got time, and that IPL option will be there in the future. But going and playing county cricket has just allowed him to develop, and he's just a world-class player now, isn't he?
He's a student of the game.
Yeah.
When you phone him and you ask, what did your day like? He said, no, I'm busy on YouTube watching series of 2008 and 2005 watching guys back. And I'm like, okay, but have you seen the latest show on Netflix? He says, no, mate, I'm just watching old video. Yeah, so he's a cricket nuffy. And quality player. I mean, coming into that England Ashes sort of series and then kicking on from there is...
Yeah, it's just he's got a love affair with batting, which is, you're right, student of the game. I interviewed him after, must have been the Test match in Sydney last year, where ABC Radio, we were chatting away, and blah, 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 and I said to him, I found someone that hits more balls than you. And it was one of the Indian players that was just in the net every day. And I reckon the next morning I saw him out there, and I reckon his only goal was to hit more balls than that other bloke.
Yeah, it sounds like him.
That was surely Pujara.
No, yeah, it might have been Agarwal. It was one of the ones that wasn't playing.
Oh, okay.
It was, but all he was doing, he'd have like 3 nets a day. You'd go out the back and he'd be having a net, and you'd go into, and he'd be having another net. And I don't know what he was just having a net for the sake of netting, I think. But we know Marnus, Steve Smith, all these top players are very much like that.
Bit edgy, but it's through the gap, and another boundary for Hazlitt, who has been really impressive in these first few overs for Queensland. It had to be someone, but at the moment it's him.
Yeah, a little bit streaky, a little bit edgy, but third man up inside. Just opened the face on it a little bit and got it nicely down to third. I think the South Australians won't be overly disappointed, because if he slightly gets that wrong, he's going to nick it.
It's nice to see a guy bowling around the wicket. I thought we were not allowed to do it in Marsh Cup. But you guys are here.
Did you send a message down to the rooms, did you?
Go around. After the rain delay, they changed, didn't they? They went straight around the wicket and started bowling. Just obviously the coach had said, listen, just lobbing them up from one side, go over. But
how does that message not get through at drinks if they were going to do it?
Don't know.
Worrell.
Nice.
Oh, beautiful. And that's the angle you're talking about, Mornay?
Exactly. You've got so many. You've got so many options around the wicket. You can play around with the crease, and all you need is the ball to straighten from that line, and you're in the game.
And it's a good piece of captaincy bringing the third man up, or third up, because Hazlitt is thinking that's where my boundary is down there. So if the ball moves slightly, he's fending at it. So it's good cricket all round.
And again,
you could be a bowling coach, you know that, don't you? You've got the ability. When Sutherland play Manly this year, everyone's going to bowl around the wicket. Why? Because Mornay said.
Lefties be ready. They're coming around.
Up, and there's a lot of shouts to say get under that, and they can't quite in the deep, South Australia. So rides his luck there, Hazlitt.
Good change up that, short ball. Good line too, outside off stump. Didn't allow him just to hit it where he wanted. His height was good. His way, sort of stump, outside off stump. So good piece of bowling all round.
Queenslanders who were in for the rope, they might have taken that catch.
Caught it belly button height.
Good over from Worrell. 2 to beat the bat. They're sitting one totally out of control shot and another one that was edge-ish. We can do for the remaining ball of this 5th over to Marsh. One for 40.
These extravagant leaves, and
he got a wrap over the knuckles in the last couple of days for his celebration appeal. It wasn't out and he was off celebrating the Shield match.
Did he?
Yep.
So what, he got a
wrap over the knuckles.
Don't do
it?
that again, or he got a fine?
It was a little fine.
Little fine.
20% of his match fee. Yeah.
Pocket change for Marnus these days. Go to the back seat of the car, dig out the coins, and yeah, that'll do me.
It's a wide.
Don't know. No, they let it go.
Right on the line.
I was going to suggest that when South Australia were batting, where should you bowl? Just right inside that white line. Just like, see if you can land it on the white line, because everywhere else they bowled was going to all parts.
The width for Hazlitt to work with there, and he takes the opportunity to punch it into the deep, but there's cover. Travis Head, what an innings. 230. And he's got to direct traffic to make sure that this doesn't get away from South Australia. And Hazlitt just dances down the wicket, and that has gone a long, long way. What a shot.
That's a cricket shot. I mean, sort of knowing that the Winter was going to go that sort of backer length ball, and he just advances down the wicket, and great shot, Sam.
It's a massive hit, isn't it? Really got a hold of that. Wouldn't mind seeing the wicketkeeper come up to the stumps to Winter. He's not bowling overly with any a great pace. It'll force both players to keep themselves in the crease. The chance comes, well, it gets harder when you're standing up to the stumps, but certainly just might change their mindset slightly.
Magnificent fielding, by the way, to get the ball back from our man, Laurie Colliver.
Was that Loz?
That was Loz.
Did he touch it? Because you've got to watch it. And...
No, I don't think you need to down there.
Don't you?
Well, there's no bubble down there.
Right.
Shot. But straight to the man in the deep.
You're right about this bloke, Mornay. He's got all the shots and all the ability.
We've got to highlight the work of Laurie Colliver, who does so much work behind the scenes here. And he's
good work, Loz. Oh, and he threw it on the pitch to scuff it up.
He's doing everything for his state.
He's trying to rough up the ball.
A little on the roll.
20% of his match fee, isn't it?
Ball tampering.
Another shame that
so strong through that onside, just waits for the ball to come to him, uses his wrist.
second wicket partnerships in Marsh Cup games in the last couple of weeks at this ground have been something to behold. Over 200 for the one between Felipe and Marsh for WA, and this one earlier today with Weatherald and Head. Can this be one for Queensland? It's wide. Well positioned man in the deep. That man, Jake Weatherall, who played a really important role in the building of Travis Head's double ton. That's the end of the over. It's 1 for 51. He just played that anchor role so well. He didn't try to overplay.
Yeah, absolutely. He didn't get carried away. He was happy to pick up a single, get down the other end, get Travis Head back on strike. He was the dominant character in the innings. Probably a bit tired, Travis. A bit stiff and sore on the hamstrings and back, I think.
Oh, that one just jams Hazlitt up.
Lovely line he's bowling here, well.
Travis Head didn't do a lot of running, though, to be fair.
Yeah, true.
A lot of his 230 were something to do with the boundaries. It's the bat again around the wicket.
Good change up there from Morrell. I like that.
Ran his fingers across it. I think that's been probably the hallmark of his spell thus far. He's not bowled. Very rarely he's bowled the same ball twice. Slower ball, pitched up, short ball, one straight, one a little bit wider. So the batter's guessing rather than just... We were talking about Gurinder Sandhu where he was bowling at the end there, full. Travis had knew where they were coming. He was just setting himself up. So.
Especially to a guy like Hazlitt, he's asking, he's wanting that pace on the ball. And to mix it up, he's very smart. I mean, to be honest, I would try and knock him over, bowl more sort of seam up, but he can read from Sam's sort of body language that he wants to score.
Correct.
And, that's where the fielders also need to read the play, maybe sit a little bit deeper for Hazlitt and for Manus, they can come in and squeeze. So it's just about being now street smart and reading the game.
That's where experienced teams have it over because they do that naturally. When you're young and learning the game they played less than 10 games, 15 games, you need someone around you to manage that situation. That's what you were talking about earlier, that the senior players need to manage that situation until everyone in the ground on the teams realises what's going on. A lot of times when you come into the team, you're really just worried about yourself and bowling or batting, or when you're fielding, you worry about fielding. But the actual game itself, very few are focused on what's happening. It was a really, really good point you made earlier that when Solly was bowling earlier on, that needed that senior experience around him.
Marnus looking for two. Neglects the opportunity. So end of the over for 53 Queensland in pursuit of this 397 for victory of 48 overs. Myself and Mornay Morkel are going to step out, joining Stuart Clark, Kerry O'Keefe and Brendan Julian.
Thanks, Adam.
397, that's the target for Queensland. Lost an early wicket, bit like South Australia. They lost Alex Carey. Sam Haslett, 36 from 28, looking good. And Labuschagne just starting to get into his work. Don't think there's any more rain coming around, Stewie Clark.
Doesn't appear so. Looks like a very nice afternoon down there in South Australia. Sun's shining, Marsh at the crease.
Well, they only lost 2 overs. If you can't get it in 48, you're not getting it in 50, eh? What do you reckon?
Well, if they fall 3 short, you'll probably think, differently. Yeah, really consolidation phase here. 53 off 7. Going well, just under 8 and over, which is sort of going to get them there. Key for the Queenslanders is not to be 3 or 4 down when the game will then be out of reach. It's very much, you got Marsh at the crease. You've got players to come, good players that can score quickly.
Well, you need someone to score a big score. That's probably stating the obvious, exactly what Travis Head did.
Correct. Renshaw, Burns, Pearson, Hildemuth.
I like the batting lineup from Queensland. I'd always favour them, their batting over South Australia's bowling lineup. So, plenty to play for in this game.
Well,
I think conditions are perfect.
Yeah, the Worrell's are key at the moment. He's bowling well from the other end. He's good variation, getting the ball to shape, sort of showing all his experience. The challenge for South Australia is after that, can they continue with the pressure?
Just getting the field set. Good test this for Travis Head. There's always a pressure on the fielding side here because you expect them to win with that type of runs on the board. A la that game in South Africa at Stewie Clark. That we talked about the T20. Big shot, leg side, plenty on it, and it's into the gap.
And that's the key, isn't it? The South Australian innings was fully characterised by the big 100 from Head and the 90-odd from Weatherall. So they've got to replicate it, the Queensland. One of these has to say, I'll get the big 100, you get 90 plus, Marnus, and we can run this down. Because we got some finishes in Joe Burns and Jimmy Pearson. We saw Pearson in the Big Bash. He can get teams over the line. But they've got to get that platform well laid by a century maker and an 80 or 90 player. And these are the two at the crease. Hazard's an extremely talented player, isn't he? We've seen him before. He's played 1 ODI for Australia. Perhaps should have played more. Great square of the wicket game, and that's what you can profit with at the Karen Rolton Oval if they give you width.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't look overawed by the situation. He's played some nice shots, ball pitched up, driven, ball short, off the back foot. Certainly looks like a player that can continue on with his career. And in today's game, he'll realise that big score and offer here, good wicket, fast short boundaries, fast outfields. Inexperienced bowling lineup, there's a lot going in his favour.
Oh, surely that's going to clear the right. That was right out of the middle of the bat. I think it has.
Someone's parked their Porsche right in the hitting zone there. It's the silliest idea I've ever seen.
It's got to be one of the players, doesn't it?
Just
Porsche.
move your $150,000 car out of where the ball's landing, it'd be my tip.
See, he averages 51 in List A cricket, Sam Haslett, so he's a proven performer, and he's a six-hitter. We saw there, and he hit the most sixes for the Queensland Bulls last year in this competition. So he can clear grounds, and that's we saw the sixes that Travis Head hit. He's got to hit as many.
He's well on his way at the moment.
Just sat up nicely, didn't it? Can't bowl that length here. Another short delivery outside the off stump. Just climbed into that. Too short, too much width. Got into position so early.
Goodness gracious. There's a shot for you.
It's too short again, though. The one before was short and straight and went over deep mid-wicket. That one there is just along the ground, back foot.
Yeah, length very much off the wrong variety that time and the time before.
8 done now for 66. The target is 397. You've got to break it down, don't you? You've got to think, okay, we'll go the first 10 overs in the power play, see what we get. Go the 10 over sort of stints. Can't afford to look at the total when you're out there batting. You've just got to accumulate.
You got to remember that overs 11 through to 39 in this instance, but 11 through to 40 usually, you can only have 4 fielders out, so you can't protect the whole ground.
Yep.
It's hard enough to protect the whole ground when there's 5 out, but when there's 4 out, you've got less of an opportunity. So you can actually move in your crease and actually open up areas of the ground to hit the ball. And that's what Travis Head did so well.
Absolutely. This is their striker. Brendan Doggett gets people out, and that's what they want.
Yeah, I reckon when I've seen him play for Tasmania and in T20, he's a bit quicker than what you think. He's got a ripping arm throwing in from the boundary. Probably one of the strongest arms I've seen in the competition. But he does get that ball, if it starts to tail in or reverse, he can bowl stump to stump.
He's been a good signing for the Southern Redbacks, hasn't he?
He's a good athlete. Oh, it got on him in a hurry and beautifully taken. So saying before that, he's a bit quicker than what you think. You got to watch out if you want to play those horizontal bat shots. And that's a great breakthrough for the Redbacks. It's exactly what they've needed.
Yeah, you're right, BJ. A bit quicker. Marnus going back, trying to pull. Got really hurried up there, top edged it. And coming around in the deep, took a catch low down. Made some good yards. You see there, just a little bit quicker than he thought. Marnus late on the shot. Thought he was not going to get there for a second, but took a nice low catch down at the ground. And South Australians, well, they celebrate. They come rushing in.
Yeah, I don't know what he was trying to play there. Was he just trying to hit that over mid-wicket? Didn't look like he wanted to play it convincingly well. He just sort of got on him and he continued with the shot, but he wasn't prepared to have a look at him.
The key to Marnus, of course, is his low false shot percentage, isn't it? It's always that's what's got him number 3 position in Test cricket. That was a false shot, and I think perhaps the asking rate has got the better of him because he wouldn't normally play that, the look away hook shot.
Yeah.
So
yeah, right.
The amount of runs they're chasing virtually contributed to that shot from Marnus Labuschagne.
He was 6 off 10, so he was probably feeling, I've got to get on with this. I've got to play a shot here, got to play a shot here. Where.
So Renshaw, the new batsman, normally we see him off the top of the order.
They've got a lot of opening guys who can bat at the top of the order. Joe Burns, Renshaw, Khawaja, Heslett. As you can see, Marnus Labuschagne bats at 3. So they've got a lot of top order players, haven't they?
Well, one positive for Matt Renshaw coming in is there's plenty of overs left. You don't want to be coming in when there's 20 overs left and going at 12, 13 runs and over. So he's got enough time to settle in. It puts the pressure on Haslett a bit now, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's got to stand up. He's capable, as we've discussed.
Yeah.
Fine player. Isn't it ironical that this is Brendan Doggett was the guy that bowled so well in the Shield final last year for Queensland. Here he is undoing one of their best players to try and win a one-day game a few months later. But South Australia must have chased him. They wanted Brendan Doggett. They wanted a bit of pace and a wicket taker, and they got him.
Was it opportunity that he's gone to South Australia for, or was it just wasn't getting an opportunity, or?
I don't know the backstory, Stu, why he'd be here.
I think they would have guaranteed him at least half a season of games, depending on form. But maybe he wasn't going to be a starter for Tasman.
It wouldn't have been the lure of bowling on Karen Rolton.
That's what I was thinking. Of all the places I'm going, Karen Rolton Oval. Yeah.
Well, that's a handy boundary anyway.
50 up.
That'll bring us 50 up. Well timed from Haslett. Another short delivery.
Yeah, can't give him any sort of poor length. He's so good square of the wicket. He's a good cutter, hooker. Brendan Doggett, he must know Sam Haslett pretty well. He's got a bowl full.
I'd be bowling more around the wicket to him as well. He seems to be far more uncomfortable with the ball, just angling in there around about off stump. We've seen Worrell go past the bat a few times with good deliveries that are not particularly seaming a lot, but they're just in that awkward area.
So the asking rate's about 8.7 or something, and they're currently at around 8. So they've lost the 2 wickets, but if one of these players goes on, Sam Hazlitt has the key to it. If he goes on and gets the big 100, they're in with a puncher's chance, the Bulls.
Yep.
Well, they should be looking at what do they need to be at 20 overs to have themselves a chance, and importantly, they've got to be 2 down.
Yeah.
They can't be 3, 4, 5 down, something like that, because it'll be too much of an ask for the lower order. And if they're around about the 150, 160 mark in the next 11 overs, which is sort of 8 overs, 7, 8 overs, they're a real big chance. And break it down and work backwards from there. Let's get to 20 overs, 2 down for 160.
Yeah.
Or 150 or something like that. And then we can break the game down. And then eventually you'll turn it into a T20 game, which you need 160 off 17 overs, something like that.
And that's exactly, I heard Michael Bevan talking about chasing. He set targets just like that, Stewie. And I'm sure the Bulls have got these targets in mind.
Used to time it well, Bevo, in the end, didn't he? Sort of look around and you'd think you're not going to get there, and all of a sudden, with 1 over to go, he'd knock a 4 off and walk off.
Well, I remember talking about that as well, Skull, and Bevo would say, just get it right down the last over and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way.
At least you always got a chance. And you end up putting the pressure on the bowling side.
Yeah.
They start to make different changes that become a little bit tighter in the hand when you're bowling. McAndrew into the attack.
I think Bevo's held it a bit short too. He was a little bit better than the average Joe at the game.
Yeah.
We probably should have got more out of Michael Bevan as a test player too, shouldn't we?
Yeah,
unfortunately.
What was it? Who was it in England? Was it? There was Devon Malcolm that shortened him up a couple of times.
Yeah.
And he wasn't the only bloke in the world that Devon Malcolm shortened up. Did you play against Devon?
No.
BJ?
Oh.
He was a little bit after you.
Yeah, sorry.
I reckon he was playing when I was playing, but I never played against him.
He looked scary fast sometimes.
Or as Ray Illingworth called him, Malcolm Devon.
It was a series, I remember, in Australia where they didn't pick him.
Yeah,
I remember the Australian batsman going, how good's that? They didn't pick him.
No.
And then they picked him for Perth, the last 3 test matches in the series, and he nearly got up there and won it for them. But why they didn't pick him? Because they thought he was a bit erratic. But anyone that's bowling that fast,
on his day,
get him in.
Yeah.
You didn't need 4 of those type bowlers in your team.
No.
I reckon I remember watching him in Perth. He bowled a bouncer and went straight into the side screen.
Yeah.
So that quick down breeze at the whacker. It's just like
150k slingers are just gold, aren't they? If you've got them in your youth team, you just encourage them because they win your games.
Well, they're so rare too. It's very hard to find anyone that bowls off that pace anymore because usually the biomechanics blokes get them and say, no, you're going to hurt yourself. Stop bowling that fast.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with you, mate. But I would say to any young bowler out there wanting to play Test cricket, you got to get your speed up. You're not going to play Test cricket, I don't reckon, bowling 130, 135. I know that Jimmy Anderson does that now, and he's bowling. But if you've got all that experience, it's a different kettle of fish.
600 wickets behind you.
Yeah, but pace will raise the eyebrow of any selector.
Well, an injured bowler that bowls at 150 is as useful as someone that bowls at 100 as a fit bowler bowling 125.
Some of the scariest spells I've ever seen are from people like Jeff Thompson, Sean Tate. I mean, that's mega scary.
It's not something you want to stand there and face. I know that.
No.
This is Sam Hazlitt.
Yes.
Nice little package, played some good shots around the ground. They've given him a bit of length and a bit of width, and he's jumped all over it. He's going to have to be the rock for Queensland today if they want to get up and win this Marsh Cup game. They need just nearly 400 runs to win it, and he's going to have to get a big 100, a bit like Travis Head. Good 50 so far. Can he go on? That'll be the big question.
Doggett will know by that montage, not that he saw it, but you just can't give him widths, Sam Heslett. He jumps all over it.
He's pretty handy off the back foot too.
Yes.
They've shortened him up and he's sort of hanging on the back foot. So if they're going to go short, it has to be right on the money, quick, and probably a little bit higher than normal. Anything back of a length, I think he'll be ready for it. Yeah, perfect.
Just about there.
Yeah.
He's just...
Because he doesn't quite move his feet and come forward. That's why he needs to be probably up a bit further, exactly where that one was. It's good length, hits the track hard. Look at that, just giving himself a bit of room, trying to work it out. Feet go nowhere.
Doesn't really cover the line, does he? Front foot goes to middle and leg. Doesn't really come to the line of the ball.
So if he bowls that Brendan Doggett, I reckon you could put a slip in there. I mean, they get Heslett, and it's probably not game over, but it's a big dent. If he bowls that length, there's a good chance of nicking it.
I agree.
It's only the 10 over mark. You've got plenty to play with.
Always give your chief striker catches.
Yeah.
And Doggett is their chief striker. He gets people out.
And it makes the bowler bowl in the channel when you've got a slip. Like that length there on line is perfect.
Yeah. You don't want Lloyd Pope bowling to Haslett when he's 90 knot and on fire. Now's the time to get Haslett out through Doggett, through nicking off.
And for Brendan Doggett, I'd just be bowling that. Don't worry about the change-ups. Not worrying about the short one. You bowl that on a good length, at hard.
And except if he plays a big drive through the offside, you sit there and you go, well, what can I do about that?
Yeah. It looked like he really wanted to short him up there, didn't it? He wasn't trying to bowl length. And that's, sometimes you get a bit too impatient. If you've got enough runs on the ball, you don't need to really try too much. Unless they're really going in, it's not going your way, but 2 for 78. Perfect.
And that's the thing, if he bowls that length and that line, you know Haslett's just inside the ball trying to work it. And if he gets it wrong and there's a little nick, there's no slip to catch it.
And if he gets away with it, you've got protection of deep third and backward point. Missed out today, Alex Carey. Looking really good in the Sheffield Shield, got 100. Pretty good over there from Brendan Doggett. 2 for 78. After 11 now, Queensland.
It was a good over. Nice and straight, top of off stump, one sort of slightly slower ball. Was that young Lehman was seen jogging out to the boundary there? Must be on his 12th dude.
Yep. Nathan McAndrew has impressed the Southern Redbacks with his pre-season. They thought he'd get runs later order. They want him to bowl well. He bowled reasonably well in the Shield game. Sorry, in the first Marsh Cup game, I think it was, yeah. Little Brett Lee like the load up, isn't it? He seems to load up like Binger. He got the length wrong a little bit in that Marsh Cup game earlier. So he's got to get his length right on this slowish pitch.
He's a big, tall, fast bowler. He can pass from a good height, doesn't he? Hit the wicket hard. Doesn't really need to do a lot different. Doesn't need to bowl 15 different variations. Just get your length and your line first, and then everything will flow from that. Just slowed the stem of runs, haven't they?
Well, that back of the length bowling has been ideal.
I thought they would have employed some more cross seam. Bowled. I didn't see Queensland bowl with a lot of cross seam. Not sure that South Australia are doing that either. Just a bit of variable bounce, perhaps.
Oh, has he got enough on that? He has. It is way back. Just short of a length, but Haslett has been all over it early.
That's naughty to go shorty.
Yep.
This pitch is just too slow. The ball sits up, and he's a fantastic square of the wicket player, as we've discussed, Sam Haslett.
Just unloaded on that.
Sat up, didn't it?
Oh. It's upstairs. It's gone up deck.
Oh, yeah.
McAndrew has to get the length right, or he's going to get pummeled.
Oh.
This time over mid-off. Pitched up and into the bank. So back to back.
You could almost see that he was setting up for the full ball there, because he'd bang one in. Haslett was sitting there saying, oh, he's going to be trying to overcompensate here, and he knows he's going to throw it up. Lovely shot. Beautiful bat swing. Like, right through the line of the ball, carries all the way onto the grassy knoll.
The pressure's on McAndrew. You go just a fraction short, you go over mid-wicket. Pitch up a little bit, you go over mid-off.
I've never seen a player with the number 0.
Yeah.
And Nathan McAndrew has chosen 0.
I know, I was just thinking that as well. I was
Yeah,
thinking,
0, not a... Yeah.
yeah, I don't think he was 10 or anything like that in one fella.
No,
It might have been 05 in honour of the great Peter Brock.
yes. I think he's a developing player too, guys. Matt Renshaw, I think he's found his niche in the middle order. He works off his stumps a lot through the leg side, but that's what you do in short form cricket. I think his days of potential test opener are gone, but I think Queensland have got him well positioned here at number 4 in this short form team.
You reckon he's no chance getting back into Test cricket?
No, because I don't think defensively he's strong enough.
Good enough, yeah.
He's bowlable too. The forward press isn't strong. Yet he's a terrific worker off his stumps. He had that a couple of years or a year with Somerset where he found himself as a short form player.
It's quite amazing though, isn't it? Because that's one area that we haven't been able to fill up. No one's been able to lock that spot down with David Warner. And if David Warner is getting close towards the end of his career, I mean, you start to wonder who could do it.
And that's what we want, specialists, don't we, guys? In the T20 World Cup, see, I'd have taken Jordan Silk as one of the extras.
Yeah.
Because the guys that got the most runs from 4, 5 and 6 in the order in last year's Big Bash was Silk, Inglis and Maxwell. Whereas we're going to go with Wade, who's got all these runs opening and has underperformed in the middle order.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of the other teams like India and West Indies are picking specialists in those positions.
So we've got Inglis and Maxwell, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. But Silk is a proven run getter in a specialist middle order position.
Yeah.
And that's where I think Renshaw can do a job for his BBL franchise and also for the Bulls in the middle.
Not to mention, he's arguably the best fielder in the world, Jordan Silk.
Oh, and that's the thing.
Yeah. He's going to save you potentially 10 in the field as well.
And Stewie, a couple of catches he could take in a vital game can
Correct.
turn it.
Yeah, he's a quality player. And look, a really good team man, having
Absolutely.
spent some time with him. Good old Penrith, another Penrith boy.
Yes. And no discredit to Dan Christian, who's a travelling reserve, but Jordan Silver's a specialist who can turn it with a piece of fielding.
Yep.
And got 100 in the opening Shield game.
You look at some of the India, like someone like Hardik Pandya, who bats. He just comes in at the end. He doesn't do anything else but come in the
that's
last
his
4
role.
or
He knows
5
his role,
He
though, doesn't
knows, and he sets his whole game up around that. So I imagine when he practices, that's what he practices, and that specialist type players is so crucial in big tournaments.
Yeah. See, West Indies got Hetmeyer and Andre Russell and Corin Pollard. There's no thought of them going in early. They're ladder over players.
Gee, that's a good shot. Oh, beautifully played. He walked right across the off stump, flicked it through backward square. Shows you how well he is seeing it.
Is the universal boss? Is he playing in the World Cup?
Apparently.
He is.
Apparently.
He's like 50.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, it's good. That'll be good viewing.
Yeah.
If the big guy gets going.
Oh.
And he knows his role.
Oh.
Got hold of that. Oh, just wide a deep square, one bounce. Half chance, but couldn't get a hand on it.
I don't reckon he picked it up there. I think he was moving, but he was moving late. For a moment, as he hit it, I thought, oh, half a chance. He got it well, but it was the big long boundary. Just don't think he picked it up.
A little bit of rain coming down now in Adelaide.
The Queensland fields would have caught that because they would have been standing 5 metres off the boundary.
Yes.
2 dismissals so far for Queensland. South Australia have looked pretty good with their bowling, but Sam Haslett, obviously the key there, 79 from 50. It's the first wicket. Kawaja wasn't happy with that, was he, Skull?
He wasn't yet. I think forensically it was probably would have come back to umpire's call had DRS been operating.
Could have hit leg stump, yeah.
Yeah. Good bit of bowling from Nick Winter, and then the dogged dismissal of Marnus Labuschagne. Good bit of bowling too.
I think Usman was frustrated that he tried to work that ball too square rather than he realised he'd missed it. Very hard for an umpire not to give that out, I think.
There you go there. That's that little top edge into the deep. Good catch too. Doggett's first over. Pace bounce. It's caught him by surprise. So Queensland at the moment are 2 for 104. After 15 overs, the pass score, they need to be 139. If rain comes. Just gets in.
You'd imagine they'd be well short of that, but they're in the hunt. Very much in the hunt, aren't they?
I think McAndrew's tactics to Renshaw are right. You've got to target his stumps because you know he's going to try and work you through the leg side off those stumps. Here he scuttles back for the second. Just got home.
Really plays around his front pad, doesn't he?
All the time.
Is that?
Yeah. He's just basically shot off. He shut out the area forward of cover and threw mid off. He's almost exclusively a leg side player.
He'd struggle opening the batting in the longest version of the game would be when the ball's moving around a bit and you're trying to
work across it. Yeah.
Gee, you got a hand on it. It's hurt too.
He broke it.
Really well hit from Renshaw.
I'm not sure I'd go around the wicket to Renshaw because I think he likes that angle as a far natural. Like
Bowling
he
into
lines himself up and he plants his foot and here it comes.
Yeah.
You see just by that shot there how much straighter he looked.
Yeah.
He actually looks better, doesn't he, when he's around the wicket?
Yeah. Skull's right. He's just all that way. So from over the wicket, he's got to actually plant his foot and his hands have got to get around his front pad.
Well, the leg spinner's imminent. I don't know whether they'd like the bowling to Haslett at the moment. Lloyd Pope. It's a very over-the-top release, isn't it, from Nathan McAndrew? So he's going to hit the seam occasionally. And that ball did.
He'll predominantly bowl Roggins to Hazlitt though, won't he?
Yeah. And try and rush through his over.
Beats mid-on. Gee, that's well hit. It was only about 10 metres to the right of deep mid-on. That's how well he's hit it. Raced over the rope.
Poor old Matt Renshaw nearly ate it. Came back that close to him.
He looks a player, doesn't he, Sam Hazlitt? He's got game. Goes down the ground, goes square of the wicket. They don't know where to bowl to him here. He's got him at 6s and 7s.
Another one in the deep and beats square leg. Around the wicket, probably need to get that square leg a bit straighter. So this is looking good for Queensland. Hazlitt 81 now. He's only got 100 in this competition. And that was back in 2018-19 against WA at Hurstville. Gets some runs at Hurstville. New South Wales.
Do you think modern day players get nervous about being on 87? Do you think they even care?
No way.
It's so yesterday.
It's one of those things that street directories and telephone books. It's no longer with us.
Well, there was a little bit of rain coming around, but I think it's clearing up. Hopefully there won't be any more interruptions. Doggett into his 4th over. He's already got the wicket, the big one of Labuschagne. Will be pitching outside leg. Stewie Clark jumped out and Morne Morkel. Big South African speedster's jumped in the chair. Might have been just outside the leg. Really trying to work that through the leg side, Matt Renshaw.
Hazlitt's batting like Matt Hayden, and I know that you thought yourself as a Matt Hayden type batter, Morne, didn't you? Reputedly.
I tell you, one of the scariest things I've ever seen in my life was in 2008. I walked past the nets, and Matty Hayden was batting on the bowling machine, and it was easily, 100 miles an hour, 95 miles an hour plus, and he was just with no helmet on, with one front pad, hitting the ball. And then the first day of the Test match, Mackay and Tini got hit for 3 fours. Back to, so I had the vision of the bowling machine, and then Mackay and Tini, obviously his first 3 balls going for 4, and I thought to myself, oh my word. And I bowled my first, got the ball. I was about to bowl my first ball to him, and I was like, where's the stumps? I can't see the stumps, because he's such a unit of a man with his big pads. I'm like, sorry, Bouch, where's the stump? Where's top of off? I can't see it.
Well, that's the way he batted in Shield cricket. He just didn't want to get bowled.
No.
Yeah, happy to get out LBW. But, yeah, you're right. He's a man mountain. What did he say to Mackay? Can I have a little bit more on the off stump now?
I tell you what is the most intimidating thing is when he was in the non-strikers end. He used to have a full go at you, Matty Hayden. It's like, I can see you're scared.
Did he?
Yeah. I'm going to take you down here today.
That's a good shot. Get off mid-on or up, so he's taking him on. Never shy for a word.
So, yeah,
Matthew Hayden.
definitely one of the scariest men to bowl to.
I'm surprised you could see Mark Boucher if Matt Hayden was on strike. Where's my wiki?
Have a first slip. Are we having a first slip? Worked away again.
Yes. They're targeting these stumps, aren't they? But he's so good at working off his stumps, Matt Renshaw, that he's denying them. But they will shout if he misses one.
Oh.
I feel a smart move would be to bring a little bit of spin into the game, especially to Hazlitt. I think he's enjoying the pace on the ball.
Yeah, it's good running. Really good running from Hazlitt. He was running to the danger end. So end of the over. 15 gone now, 2 for 124. And so if the rain did come, they needed to be 140. 139 is the par score. You need one more. Pretty confident the rain's gone past. 397 the target if you're just watching for Queensland off 48 overs. It was rain affected. They lost 2 overs.
I agree with Mornay. I think Pope to Hazlitt is a good matchup, given he's going to bowl him wrong'uns. I'm not convinced that Sam Hazlitt is a great reader of the wrist spin.
I always think also it's a good time to get him on early, just to see. You don't want to leave it any later, because you think if he bowls well, you'd love to bowl him his 10 straight. Worrell back into the attack. First overs look pretty good. None for 26 from his 4. Starts around the wicket.
Be trying to move the ball in the air back into these left-handers. Daniel, his natural ball is the outswing of the right-hander, but he's come around the wicket. So he's looking to target just outside off stump, move it back in, see if they play across his line.
I like that angle that he's creating on the crease, coming sort of from behind the umpire and then jumping out wide, and then really sort of hammering it into that middle off stump. Smart bowling.
It's funny, he's got a classic runner. You would not get a bowler that's got a wider angle than the runner. It's like back to 70s Skull. You know, we had those, the Bob Massey sort of the wide angle runner.
Yeah.
Like an old classic runner. And that's Worrell.
Well, he used to run around a tree in his backyard. That's how he had to avoid a tree in the middle of his backyard playing backyard cricket. And
you wouldn't rip the tree out?
No.
Was that heritage listed?
He's a conservationist.
Is it? Right.
Yeah. But he's actually straightened it up. It's not as curved.
The tree?
No, his runner.
Oh, the runner.
Yeah.
It's been a big tree.
A lot straighter this year, isn't he? His approach.
Ooh.
And he's another one of their strike men. He gets people out, Daniel Worrell, with his swing. So Usman would love him to, Travis would love him to get one here.
Well, I always have big arguments on commentary with Big Bash Mornay last year. He'd open up the bowling in the 2020 game and he'd shape it and you get a wicket and then they'd take him off. You know, I mean, the ball was shaping away beautifully. You know, a couple of great caught behind to left 2 wickets, and I always thought, new ball, you can bowl him 4 over straight. You know, when he's shaping it and got the zip off the pitch in Adelaide. Yeah, I always think sometimes they get the plans wrong.
Yeah.
Just think when the ball's shaping, you get someone like him that can do it, make the most of it.
For sure. Because the ball only might swing for another 5-6 overs.
Exactly.
You get him 3 down in that first 6.
And he's a great swinger of the ball, Daniel Worrell. $16 done now, 2 for 127.
Talking about bowling to left-handers, South African here, Mornay Morkel. You could get out Alistair Cook, Andrew Strauss and Mike Hussey with a soggy tomato, couldn't you? In your test career, you got them out the most. 3 left-handers at the top of the list. You could bowl to the khakis.
I was lucky. I think, they had to fight through Vernon and Dale or Mackay, and then they thought, okay, now let's score with Mornay, and then I'll land the ball, at least one ball in the right area and nick them off.
Yeah, and you probably got it when it was like 20 overs old, too. Hard to get the ball out of Vernon's hand, wouldn't it, if he's getting it going?
especially Stanky. Vernon is still okay. You know, his first spell would be a longish one. You know, the ball was moving around.
Oh,
But Stanky was just, he's a different beast.
Dalstein?
Yeah.
Oh, best ever.
can't believe he retired. I think at least bowled to 60.
He's top of my list, best ever I've seen.
Unbelievable.
Dalstein.
Here he is, Skull, Lloyd Pope.
My dream matchup will be Gary Sobers versus Dalstein. Don't know who I'm backing there. And you're right, BJ. We've got the right arm leg spinner Lloyd Pope. Big wrong-un. Only 21. So much just imprecise at the moment, but that will come. We're bowling to two lefties. It's not the ideal start for a leggy, I've got to say.
So what are you trying to do there? You're not trying to rip it as much, you're just trying to hit it and go across the batsman?
Yeah, you're trying to bowl middle and off.
Yeah.
And he's speared two straight at leg stump and outside. He's going to work a wrong and into his first over without question.
You wouldn't have a slip? I know they're 2 for 130.
I actually would have a slip.
Yeah, that's what I
because
thought.
wrong is one of his balls. In fact, Wrongan has become the ball of modern cricket. All the best short-form bowlers have a big Wrongan.
Rashid Khan.
Rashid Khan, all of them.
Yep.
Imran Tahir.
Yep.
So Lloyd Pope has the big Wrongan. He's got to fashion a way of staying alive in the game around his Wrongan.
It's the key to bowling a really good wrong, disguising it. I know you got to land it, but I mean, those bowlers you talk about,
I think
the modern wrong is ones that are hard to pick.
Spinning it big as well.
Yeah.
You know, pitch leg hit off to the left. He's got it.
Right. Beautifully bowled, Skull. Didn't pick it.
No, he didn't. And that was the thing about Hazlitt. A bit of a question mark there. Travis had to pull the right rein here. And Lloyd Pope has this vital wicket. Beautiful wrong too, as we've discussed.
Yeah, I'm just amazed that Hazlitt's come down the wicket. I mean, if you're not confident about picking it, that's the last thing you're going to do, especially in the first over.
Yeah.
Just went early.
He was off early. He didn't read it. Without question, he didn't read the wrist. And Alex Carey has completed the stumping. Brilliant bit of bowling by Pope. This is the wicket that the Redbacks wanted. Out a long way.
Why did he go down the wicket there, you reckon?
He predetermined he was coming at him. He thought he's bowled 2 down the leg side. He's going to bowl this full. I'm coming. And he didn't. He did him with the loop. Terrific bit of wrist spin.
Different change of pace there, which I like.
Yeah.
Tossed that one up a little bit slower.
Yep.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's a match summary there. And South Australia look like they're in the box seat at the moment. Big score, 391, but it got affected by 2 overs, so they pushed the score to 397. Queensland lost their third. Hazlitt is gone and Pope has picked up the wicket, a big one. He's gone for 93 from 59. Quick break. Come back to Adelaide for this Marsh Cup game. So Lloyd Pope picking up the big wicket of Sam Haslett there. Beautiful little wrong, and Haslett just running down the wicket, missed it. Easy stumping for Kerry. They needed that, South Australia. And Queensland 3 down now. So it's the end of his first over, Lloyd Pope. He'll be jumping around now after picking up the wicket of Haslett.
I'm keen on him rushing through as he does in T20. And I think he's trying to hustle the batsman. This was a terrific bit of bowling and bounced as well. Kerry was up for it. Sam Haslett undone by the flight and the side spin. You can see he went early. Whether Pope saw him, as we discussed, matter of conjecture, but he held it back, whipped it past the outside edge. Very well bowled, Lloyd Pope. Just 21, has had a checkered first-class career. His lack of precision hurts him. Doesn't force enough forward presses with his leg break. But the wrong and such a big ball, as we discussed. He can build a short-form career around it.
So Worrell into his 6th over now. Joe Burns to the crease and Renshaw out in the middle, 2 experienced campaigners, so they don't lack experience.
No.
Put it that way.
And he's such a hitter, Joe Burns, too. If he gets underway, he's a big boundary hitter.
He called himself the finisher during the Big Bash. So
Joe did? Yeah.
I definitely need him this afternoon.
I think his spot's always been middle order.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I'm with you. I always felt top of the order as an opener, he didn't quite have that technique.
You can't play swing. And if you're an opening
Bad start.
when you're an opening bat, sometimes they swing,
Yeah,
I've been told.
And I agree with you. I just think his technique, but I love him in the middle order.
Oh,
I always thought
day.
he should try and attack 5 and 6 in the test side and don't worry about opening.
absolutely. In his final series, I'd have dropped him down the order because they know he can get test centuries,
Yeah.
but against people like Bumrah moving it around at the top of the order, he was no price.
Yeah, I'm with you. I always felt that he was. I get batting in the top of the top 3, top 4 for Queensland. That's fine, but in Test cricket, I agree with you. I thought he could have been a really good 6.
He has a job to do today.
Yeah,
I agree. How different is it, Mornay, with the white ball? I see your test record, you took your wickets at 27 and your ODIs at 25. So statistically, you were a better bowler with the white ball, were you?
I think it's just because I generated a lot of bounce off the wicket. In one-day cricket, people had to attack me more, and that sort of brought me into the game a lot more. Where in Test cricket, I could leave my back over length balls. I've sort of, at the early part of my career, I really struggled to get the ball up there. I was a very floaty sort of bowler when I tried to do that. So I was basically bowling for one dismissal, where in one-day cricket, if you bang that back of the head length hard, and people go after you because they need to score, it brings you into the game. So that, for me, is one of the reasons.
Interesting. See, Daniel Worrell is a swing bowler who's banging it in at the moment. Is it because of the pitch that's making him do that? He's not trying to bowl full swing.
Yeah, probably, I mean, if the ball's swinging, you pitch it up, don't you?
For sure.
You feel confident about pitching up. I think today it hasn't. You haven't seen a lot of shape.
For me, 50-over cricket is the shorter version, obviously, of 4-day cricket. You can still just, if you can bang top of off stump, for a high percentage of balls and bring in the 3 dismissals, LBW, caught behind, bowled, I think that's the key. And a lot of people think they need to change up quickly in 50-over cricket, where on a wicket like that, where it was sort of slightly too paced, all you need to do is hit the deck hard on a good length, and there's enough variation for you on the wicket. You don't have to surge too much, especially with 400 or...
Well, the pressure's on them.
They need to make a play. So all you need to do is just keep it simple.
Defensive,
execute the basics well, and you'll be okay.
I think if they needed to bowl them out for 150, then it's a bit different. But I agree with you. They just need to be a bit more defensive and let Queensland build up the pressure. A bit like Hazlitt there with Lloyd Pope running down the wicket trying to find something that's not quite there. The Warrels finished his 6th over. 39 on the board, so the pressure's starting to mount.
Like you can even go for a couple of overs, bring an extra fielder into the ring and really squeeze. And if you can get 1 or 2 more wickets with them going after the ball, and chasing the game, you're in the pound seats.
Well, I agree, and I'll be putting the pressure on Renshaw and Burns, getting the field up, making them hit over the top. You've got plenty of runs to play with. I don't like it when captains push the field back and allow the new batsmen to get in.
Especially now, if they lose another wicket, they're in trouble. So put a lot of pressure on Burns, get an extra guy, a couple of guys around the back.
Well, I definitely have a slip. I'll bring the mid-off up, I'll bring the field up. Might have that sweeper out in the fence skull, but I wouldn't be pushing mid-on back.
No. Well, Burns is a hitter down the ground of spin, and that's why he's dropped him back. He likes to go over the top, Joe, so there's a long on and a long off.
I just think that's too easy.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think you've got to put the pressure on the bowler by saying, no, let the field up. I want you to attack him.
Yeah.
Rather than just sort of, if a bowler's short one outside, if someone gets hit for a single, I'm fine. But plenty of runs to play with.
It's an interesting point you make, DJ. I think they're just saying Joe Burns will still try and clear the long on and the long off on this pitch if he gets to it.
Yep.
He won't be looking for singles because the asking rate's too high. So he'll look for boundaries down the ground. I'm interested in this Pope v Burns. It's a good matchup.
Fraction short was over, hasn't he?
He doesn't want to give him anything above the eye line. And he's pulling him down as a result. Eventually he's going to have to try one above the eye line and see what Joe does.
That's a better length.
Good 2 overs from the leggy. He's done well. Hard-hitting left-hander on strike. He's bowled well to him. He's got rid of Hazlitt. He's keeping Renshaw quiet. He's pulled down to Burns, but you would because he's an intimidating hitter down the ground, Joe Burns. Excellent start from Lloyd Pope, the Holy Tomato.
Holy Tomato. Did he play in the Shield game?
Yeah, first game of the year.
He did, yeah, right.
He got wickets, but they were expensive, and he didn't force enough forward presses. Only 2 and 3 and over out of 6 balls. For a leggy, it's not good enough.
Yeah. He got 4 for 92 for about 15, and then he got 3 for 123 of 22. Yeah, right.
Got 7 in the match, but
expensive.
Yeah, but it was a belter.
Yeah.
But he's a 21-year-old leggy who gives it a rip.
And it's sometimes hard too, Skull, because when you play at a ground like Carolina, it's a belter, everyone goes, okay, over to you, to the spinner. It's we can't get anything out of this, the big quick, so it's your go. I liked him in BBL, though.
Yeah,
he bowled some really good overs in BBL.
And he could bowl an over inside 2 minutes. That was a key. He kept the pressure on the batsman. Batter. Clary used to bowl an over in a minute and a half.
Yeah, but he didn't get many first-class wickets, though, did he?
Clary, hundreds. Imagine the fast bowler at the other end trying to have a bit of a blow at the other end. You're on again. Only just got back to fine leg.
Oh, I'd hate it. You'd have to rest just going back to your mark. They might put a slip in for Burns early on. Only faced 9 deliveries.
This won't worry him either. McAndrew's natural
angled in, isn't he?
Is angling in.
Yeah.
So he's not leaving him. And he falls away fraction at the release, Nathan McAndrew. And he comes very much over the top, virtually perpendicular. So He's basically coming into the right-hander all the time.
I was going to say, waiting for you to come in commentary, Mornay, because I reckon he's a bit like Lance Klusner. You know, you've got that jump out and angle in.
Very similar. Yeah, well done.
And Lance is a
Picking it, yeah.
class bowler and fast. But
Skillful.
I just reckon he's very similar. That bit there, that gather.
Oh,
Yeah, I've never seen that, the kick overthrow. But he's got that strong sort of gather and front on. Geez, that 99 World Cup. How hard did he hit the ball in that World Cup last Thursday? Hardest hitter of the cricket ball ever, I reckon. A little bit of rain. That's disappointing. Is that going to help, you think, the batting side here, Skull, if you're behind the 8 ball? Or if it gets called off, they're going to be behind the part score, but
Well,
they might want a shorter total, shorter overs.
it'll inhibit Lloyd Pope, who's a wicket-taker option for them. And they're coming off beach.
Yeah, we'll try and find a pass score. So they'll need to be something at the 20 over mark, +1 for them if the game gets called off, which you think they'll be behind, because every time you lose a wicket, it's not good in the Duckworth-Lewis system. It puts the runs required up a lot more. It's always a difficult one for the batting side. You need to save wickets but be above the par score. There's a big wicket of Hazlitt, the Lloyd Pope wicket. It's really put them in a really good position. So, quick look at match summary. So South Australia won the toss, elected to bat first, no hesitation. They're 391. They only got 48 overs in because of the rain. And then they set, the target was set for Queensland at 397 from 48 overs. Hazlitt getting in 93 from 59. Looked really good, but really well bowled from Lloyd Pope. Did him with the wrong and ran down the wicket, missed it, stumped. Pope's got 1 for 9. Khawaja wasn't happy with his dismissal, out LBW. He thought it may have been high or maybe even going down the leg side. That's the way it stands at the moment, with Queensland in a little bit of trouble. They're 3 down. We'll go to a break, come on the other side. And the par score was 3 for 184. That's why they needed to be. Had to be 185. So they're a fair way behind on the par score if the game is called off. We'll go to a break, come back and give you an update on the other side. Welcome back to Karen Rolton Oval here in Adelaide. Interrupted by rain. Very frustrating in this Marsh Cup game. And South Australia sit in a pretty good position. Because Queensland are 3 for 145. They were chasing 397 or 48, but it is now down to 44 overs. And we do think that the target will change as well. So we'll keep you updated on exactly what that will be. South Australia have looked good. Lloyd Pope picking up a wicket, Brendan Doggart a wicket, and also Nicholas Winters a wicket as well. So Hazard, top score, he's gone for 93. Khawaja gone for 12. And also Marnus Labuschagne gone for 6. So they've lost 3 big wickets, Queensland. They've got Joe Burns out in the middle along with Matt Renshaw not out as well.
I think this pair have a huge responsibility. Of course, this was Sam Heaslett earlier. Fantastic exhibition of hitting down the ground. Anytime they gave him a little bit of length to work with, square of the wicket, he whacked it through point, cover point. When they bowled short, he helped it on its way. This was a terrific hand from Sam Heaslett. Undone in the end. He read the bowler beautifully there. He bowled a short one, then he bowled a full one, and he drop kicked him over long off. He whipped off his pads beautifully. He swept at faster men. This was a tremendous display of batsmanship. In the end, he was undone by a beautiful wrong-un from Lloyd Pope.
So the target, 380 from 44, so the rain's hurt them. It was 397 off 48. So that is the only problem if you're on the batting side and you lose the wickets. The Duckworth-Lewis system goes against you. This is the wicket. Khawaja, the first man to go. LBW. Winter picking him up.
I think it was a fair decision, Brendan.
Yep.
You know, Usman thought it may have been going down, but forensically, it's probably hitting leg stump.
Yeah, I'm not disappointed with that. I'm a bowler. Let me more now.
I think Usman would be more disappointed with the shot.
This is Labuschagne, little top edge. This is Brendan Doggart's first over. Bit quicker, got onto it, bounced a bit more. Just got a little bit tied up and he top edged it, and a good catch in the deep. But this is the big one's goal.
It was beautifully bowled by Lloyd Pope. Hazlitt is not a great reader of wrist spin, and he drew him down. I think he was coming anyway, but he did him with his side spin. Terrific work from the red-headed leggy. He might have a damp ball after the break. Burns and Renshaw, who's a worker of the ball. Burns is a hitter, and Wildermuth is perched there just behind Jimmy Pearson. But you'd expect him to come in at the fall of the next wicket because he hits 4s and 6s.
Well, if you just joined our coverage earlier today, South Australia won the toss with the captain, Travis Head, and he played a captain's knock, 230. Thank you very much, of 127 deliveries. 28 4s, 8 6s for Travis Head, Skull. One of the best, his best. He's got a double in this competition, but not many people have 2 doubles.
And that's the thing. I mean, he polarises opinion because he seemed to have certain limitations. But on the display today, in a one-day game, on a belting pitch, by the way, he was masterful. He was a pay grade above the others. He rattled them. They started bowling full. They started bowling too short. A lot of full tosses to him. He worked them when he had to, and that was the double 100. And it's the first time he let out a bit of emotion. He's had a game face on for the whole of his innings today. Travis Head wanted this. They've had such a long period of no success. This is their chance to break the duck.
Loves the ground, got 100 in the Sheffield Shield as well. We'll go to a quick break, come back on the other side with some live play with South Australia in the box seat at Karen Rolton Oval. Great to see the players back out on the ground. South Australia have taken 3 Queensland wickets. That's the equation for Queensland. 381 they need from 44 overs to win this game. They're 3 down at the moment. They've got 2 experienced campaigners out in the middle. Joe Burns and Matt Renshaw are the not-out batsmen. Been a frustrating day right around the ground. Even before play, there was a bit of rain then, and there may have been a hesitation, but we did start on time, but only got 48 overs for South Australia. Now Queensland will face 44, hopefully. They need a big target, 380. I've got Kerry O'Keefe and Mornay Morkel in commentary with me. Plenty to do for Queensland.
Especially with these sort of stop-start plays, you know, for a batter, if you feel like you've got a bit of rhythm going, you're starting to see the ball nicely, and there's a breakage in play, and then you know, you need to now regroup, and it will take another 5-6 balls to get a feel for it. So hard work.
Yeah, you never mind that if you're fielding or you're bowling. Go up, put your feet up for 10 minutes, come back out, you feel a bit refreshed. McAndrew to take it away. 2 balls in this over. 3 for 145. As I said, the target is 380 from 44. Kerry, you're here.
Yeah. So my maths suggests they've got to basically go at 10 and over. Is that right? They've got to get 24. They've got to get 240 from 24 overs, roughly. So anything short of 10 overs throws pressure on the bat. So they've got to hit at least a 4 early in the over to get ahead. So this will be the interesting over. Burns on strike to Pope. He'll have minute long on, long off. Does he go above the eye line and say, have a crack down the ground, Joe? Or does he pull it down and concede singles to the boundary riders?
Well, I think if he gets that ball into the outfield, it might be still a bit of wetness out there, so it might be hard for Pope to grip it a bit. Drags that down. That's got to go. And it does. He's dragged a couple down. That's the only criticism I'd have against his bowling so far in this game.
It's basically, BJ, without getting too funky, is that he collapses on his back leg and then he has to get himself up and he tries to hurry the release point, and that results in inconsistent length.
Yeah.
He's a big collapser on his back leg, and if you look at the very good leg spinners, McGill, Warren, they didn't collapse on their back leg. And once you do, you then have to get up and time your release right. And Lloyd Pope, when he makes mistakes, he makes it because of that.
Yeah.
But he gets a lot of work on the ball, particularly the wrongers we saw. And I keep stressing he is 21. But what form of cricket he plays will depend on him.
Big shot there from Renshaw, straight into the reverse sweep. He likes that. Basically a T20 game for Queensland with an extra 4 overs.
Yeah.
Isn't it? But only 7 wickets.
This is where strike rotation is going to be very important. You know, we can't really afford that dot balls. The good players will find a way to either sweep and find a gap for one. I mean, target the boundary early, and then important to bat at least 100 strike rate after that.
Well, they've done their homework on Renshaw. They've got a deep point for that reverse sweep.
And they know he's only almost exclusively going to look square of the wicket against Pope, whereas Burns will look down the ground.
Another short one, too short. Should run away. And second boundary for the over.
But he'll go square of the wicket if he gets a short offering like this. And this is that pull down again. He hurried from his collapsed leg and he hurried the release, pulled it down, and Joe took care of it past point.
You keep him bowling, Lloyd Pope?
Yeah, because he gets people out.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
they need wickets.
Yep.
And there's going to be lots of shots played. And if you look at Lloyd Pope, he doesn't get many players defending. He gets them trying to attack him, and that's the chance. I'd bite the bullet and say, try and attack me.
Mm. .226 of 139. Plenty of work to do for Queensland. Be high. Renshaw yet to hit a boundary in his 26. Well, I think it's more about McAndrew and the quick bowls just hit the back of a length, let the pitch do the natural variation. Don't stray from that.
Mix it up with a cross seam.
Yep.
It's bowled nicely in this comeback spell.
Stewie Clark's jumped in the seat.
Yeah, he has. He's come back after the break and hit the wicket nice and hard. Bowled a good length.
Gone for that again. That's closer. Oh, it's hit him on the back leg. Would have been outside, but it may be a fraction high, but it's definitely closer than the previous shot.
Maybe just outside the line of off stump.
Yep.
Wouldn't want to get hit again. 2 in a row, 3 you're out. Not sure it's the shot. I know he's got to get on with it. 10 overs or something is a fair ask, but be careful.
Yeah. Oh, nearly was 3 in a row.
That's what he bowled him there.
That change of pace
Definitely
worked
out.
well.
That's out. 3 in a row. If you can't hit them, you should be out.
Backyard cricket. If you're bowling outside off something, you really don't even need a fine leg. You could have nearly 3 out on the leg side with fine leg up.
Did he hit that? Why is that not close? Why wasn't there a big appeal there?
That one he gets away. Run rate's just over 10 runs and over.
Yeah, Renshaw or Burrs are going to have to start clearing the rope. Finding the rope consistently. It's a big ask.
Good over from McAndrew. Target getting a lot harder this for Queensland. 3 for 159. Adam Peacock's coming in the chair. Got Morday Morgan with him, Stuart Clark.
Thank you, BJ. Or was it Tony Gregg at the end there?
Channeling Greggy.
Dried up a bit for Renshaw since the rain. You wouldn't have known it was raining half an hour ago. And can't be stopped in the end. A bit of a tricky bounce to contend with. Laurel out there, and Renshaw dispatches a loose one from Pope.
It's been pretty much rocks or diamonds for Pope. He dismissed Heslett with a beautiful wrong in, got him down the wicket. Got some good balls in amongst a few disappointing ones. So certainly a mixed bag of tricks.
Moisture in the outfield since the rain, maybe. That ball would suggest.
I don't know.
Good running.
I was listening to Kerry O'Keefe talk about collapsing on his back leg. No, I was watching it. Probably it does lead to the inconsistency. But yeah, it's there's no rhyme or reason for it.
Gets away with that. Wasn't in control from Renshaw.
It's our old friend pressure. I think, you can have 300 on the board, 380 on the board. There's always still a little bit of pressure as a leg spinner, gripping the ball maybe a little bit tighter. Oh, that's beautiful.
There's also pressure of performance when he's looking to make his way still and trying to really cement himself in the team. As everyone sees the potential of Lloyd Pope.
Nearly through there. Fielding. And he burst on the scene in 2018 and literally burst because when you saw him for the first time, you went, whoa, look at this guy. Bowls leg spin, he's got the flowing red hair. He wasn't exactly one of those stick insects that hide in the tree and you can't see it type thing. But yeah, he was dropped in March from the Shield team, so his place in the South Australian setup, anything but assured. A big summer ahead.
It's hard bowling leg breaks in this country when you follow Warne. And I know Warne's now retired for it's almost 15 years. McGill sort of 10 years. But you get compared to, and if you think about it in the context of those two guys, the star before them was Richie Bennett, which is sort of 40 years before Shane Warne burst onto the scene. So poor old Lloyd Pope, or anyone that bowls leg breaks for that matter, and just gets compared to arguably the greatest of all time.
Who was it that you looked at, Mornay, when you worked out how you wanted to play cricket and you thought, I want to be like him, or that didn't enter your mind as a young fella?
Glenn McGrath, definitely. Was a big fan of Glenn McGrath. But when I joined the South African side, Sean Pollock for me was an incredible mentor. Yeah, you can join a national team, and some of the older players they'll feel a little bit sort of,
he's here to take my gig.
Yeah, he's here to take my spot, and Polly was genuine, one of those guys that would, put his arm around you and showed you and teach you all the ropes about ice bars, about strapping your toes, about lengths to bowl. So for me, I mean, he was genuine, one of the guys that I looked up to.
Wasn't Andre Nell?
Nella had a different view about the game. He brought the more sort of aggressive side. He said, listen, there's one way with Nella. Where Polly, if you wanted a broader sort of feel about the game, he was the guy. My personality wasn't quite the Andre Nell mongrel sort of style, but yeah.
He was good fun, Andre Nell, to play.
What a competitor.
Yeah.
Should he have played rugby union?
Oh, definitely. Can you imagine that fullback cutting into the line there? I think he played at high school, backed himself.
Yeah, there was no question he backed himself. A piece of fielding, that.
A piece of running too, from Renshaw to scamper through.
I played with another guy that you may have come across, or you would have come across, Mananto Haywood. I played county cricket, Nanty Haywood, and he genuinely bowled fast. Kind of quick replay here and safely home.
It was good running, sorry, but it wasn't exactly good crease work
No,
there from Renshaw. He would have been gone.
But yes, he was of the different variety. But goodness gracious, could he bowl fast.
Shout from McAndrew, half one from behind the stumps. Probably not interested.
One of my favourite YouTube clips is Nancy Hayward facing Brett Lee. I think it was at the Gabba or somewhere.
Is that the one he runs off the pitch?
Poor old Nanti was running away and Bengi just kept on following him.
Yeah, he wasn't, didn't show a lot with the bat. Nanti wasn't his forte.
Queensland need to find a boundary here. I don't know, at the moment, sort of just getting stuck with this, good spell from McAndrew. I don't know what do you think here, Stu?
Yeah, I think I agree with you. They need to find the boundary just a couple of times, over the next couple of overs. So they need to try and, if they can pick up 15 to 20 in the next 2 overs, then they will find. They've got to find a way to release the pressure. You can just feel it building, and there's a big shot coming here.
Yeah. I mean, they need 208 of 20.
It's a T20 game type scenario, a really hard fought T20 game. Good flat oval, wicket's not big, so from that point of view, it can be done. It has been done, but it's a.
Well, it's a very good innings in T20 because we're almost at that point.
Well, if they get there, it'll be a really, really good run chase. You'd imagine Renshaw's going to have to go on, get a really big 100, Burns in the same boat. Jimmy Pearson, he can find the boundary when it comes time.
I'm quite surprised they didn't go with big James Bazley for this game.
Yeah, I was...
All-rounder, hard hitter of the ball. So I was quite surprised not to see his name.
Just especially from the bat, they must have thought batting's not going to be the issue. We're going to find ways to get guys out. At the end of the day, though, they're really going to need to find the boundary now, and he would have been very, very handy.
Through. That's what Travis Head did so well. Well, you'd expect to do everything well when you score 230 in a one-dayer, but he wouldn't have gone 2 or 3 balls without at least picking up a couple, if not a boundary, if not a six.
Yeah, each over he faced, he tended to find the boundary at least once.
So aggressive. But that one's through, remarkably so. I was waiting for the fieldsman to get in the way there, but went all the way from Renshaw. Well timed.
Just telegraphing his wrong, and if you're watching as he ran in there, he actually almost practiced it on the way back. So if you're watching, then he walked back and he sort of went and ran in and bowled one. It was like, I wouldn't be showing it to anyone.
Ambitious shout.
Maybe trying to bluff the batter, so I'm going to bowl you wrong as in that.
It's close though.
Yeah, that was as far away as I thought it. Above Pat. That's the end of that over. It's 3 for 179. Reminder, we've had a couple of rain spells Adelaide today. So it's 380 the target off 44 overs. And 19 to go. And a miracle needed. Almost.
Well, they're going to have to get on with it now. The lights are on. The batters always talk of a difficult time to bat when the light's changing over.
I like this move by Travis Head. Winter going to come in here sort of close to the stump, bowl that wicket to wicket, change his pace like you said earlier, maybe get a keeper up. It's going to be hard to score off him, yeah.
Especially now the ball's a bit softer too, just hasn't got that hard sheen on it. Also bowling to a right-hander across him, forcing him to drag it if he wants to the onside.
They're going for 10 and over at the moment, but that was when Hazlett was in full cry.
Didn't quite get it right, Hazlett, did he? He just got a little bit wide to him. Just used the width to hit the ball to various pass through the offside. I would have thought they'd just show a little bit more urgency, the Queenslanders at the moment, unless they've got a plan to really have a crack for the last 15, but I think it might be, unless they bat really well, it'll be all too much at that stage.
You can't leave it for too late.
Yeah.
I reckon they need to find a way now to really push this tempo up. One of them needs to go and take a couple of risks.
It's a full-blooded shot. Again, it finds a man in red, and South Australia have been pretty good in the field so far. It's one area of improvement that Jason Gillespie didn't just ask for this season. It was demanded.
It's one of those parts of the game, especially modern day cricket, where there is no reason that, you know, I see it a lot with kids these days. They've all got a batting coach and they've all got a bowling coach, and when you say, do you want to field, they go, well, I don't do that. When you actually think about the game, you do more of that than anything else.
It's the easiest way to get bored.
Well, that's what I mean, yeah.
Stand in the field and not be involved. I think you want to be involved as much as possible.
I would have thought that's the most fun, so be a good fielder. Everyone can learn to throw.
Do something to impress your mates.
Take a good catch, change the game. I can't speak, I can't say I was a great fielder.
Nah, I'm going to keep quiet.
I tell kids what to do, but if they actually went in to look at any of the footage, they'd see some pretty ordinary fielding, I would have thought.
Morne, at 6'5", I don't think you were put on earth to kind of bend down and pick up a cricket ball at great pace and things like that, but you tried your best, yeah?
I'll tell you what, I used to field there at 45, and I used to hate it, especially of the spinners, you know, those flat sweeps or a little work around the river off the hips of the fast bowlers, and you need to dive. It's just, my knees get stuck into the ground, and it's just.
I'm with you.
It's a bad look.
What's it like in the last session after you've maybe gone through about 15, 20 overs for the day.
Mate, you're standing there just trying to suck in air, hope for the best. You don't want the ball to come anywhere near you.
That's good encouragement for the kids out there. These last 20 seconds.
No, you know, and the other scary part is, you've been in the third, you bowled your 15 or 20, and you look up the scoreboard and it's 75 overs and they're 2 for 260, and you know the captain's going to say, time to take the second new ball shortly, and you'll go, oh no, it's going to be a long day.
You guys are still all right. I mean, we still have to go down to Bay 13, and you have to go face the Bay 13 crowd. You're tired. It's been a hard day. It's a flat wicket. You saw, and you've got 15,000 Australians, telling you exactly what they think about it. It's one of those days when you get back to the hotel, you close the curtains and you sleep. And, the night, it almost feels like 25 minutes and you're back on the ground again.
You go to bed and they're 2 down and you think, I've got to come and do this all again tomorrow.
Is this a move with the absolute indication that Travis Head wants a wicket now? Brendan Doggett. He took a wicket with his second ball as a South Australian cricketer against his former team.
Well, I think it's a bit of that, he wants a wicket, but I think it's also a bit of, we can really bowl them out of the game here. If we bowl well for the next 5 overs, we'll almost make it impossible for them to get these runs.
I also think that they're squeezing him quite nice. They scored 19 of the last sort of 3 overs.
Up-ish.
So bringing back Doggett, to add to that, I mean, they need to, like we spoke about, they need to score. And perfect time to pick up wickets and sort of stop the game a little bit.
This was his wicket. Great moment in his first over. Just did him for pace.
Rushed in.
Yeah, shorter ball. Marsh, big wicket.
That wasn't a send-off at Marsh. That was just enthusiasm, but that's nicely whipped away by Renshaw, who's closing in on a half-century. Is Marnus the type of guy that you want to give a send-off to? Because there's always a next time, and he's so good.
Well, if you're going to play shield cricket against him, you can try and just keep him not interested. Giving him a send-off might make him interested. But the send-off is really good. Another facet of the game that really doesn't exist anymore. It used to be good back in the day.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind the odd send-off. That's something that Martinez will obviously think about the next time they play against each other. That that sort of banter, that's good for the game. I love it.
Do you ever get in trouble for a send-off?
No.
I can't remember. It was outlawed by the time I was playing. It was obviously outlawed by the time you were playing. Back in the day, Dennis used to send them all off. There was always a send-off or two. When I first started playing shield cricket and grade cricket, it was just common to send you.
Oh, nicely done from Renshaw, and that is the half-century in style. So a bit of an acceleration here for Queensland. Well done, Matty Renshaw.
Yeah, nice 52 off 52 balls, striking at 100, but nice shot there, worked away strongly through the vacant mid-wicket region. Really works the ball well through that area now. Kerry O'Keefe talk. Not really an offside player anymore, everything through the onside. Hit the ball straight back down the ground, but really works hard. It's his real scoring shot.
Oh, that's in the air for a very long time, but it's going to fall to safety. No, it's not. It's taken just out of picture. Matthew Renshaw, the good moment is immediately followed by the worst moment possible for Queensland now.
Yeah, banged in short. Doggett, he can pick up a wicket. Not particularly one of his better balls, but Renshaw getting caught, top edging, out to the man in deep to a very, very simple catch. And unfortunately for the Queensland Bulls, Matthew Renshaw is on his way back. 52 or 52, he looks disappointed as he should be. Doggett, he's picked up his second wicket, the crucial wicket, Matthew Renshaw.
Pace again, Mornay. Just a bit quicker than expected.
But I also think the second innings this afternoon, inconsistent bounce, that is the key. If you just hit the back of a length quite hard, there's enough variation for you in the wicket. And with this extra bit of pace, it's going to be hard work.
How does the wicket become too paced as a one-day match goes on? We hear it a lot. Oh, the wicket became too paced. Well, would have thought the patch of 22 yards would have not changed too much. It's not like they put 3 mowers on it and maybe a bit of a roll in between innings. But how does it manifest itself that begins to happen?
I think it will be too paced from the start. It just might get a little bit slower in the afternoon. A little bit more sun on the wicket. Give it a roll at the innings break. So it's always too paced from the start. It might just hold up a little bit more in the afternoon. We had a bit of rain. We had the covers on it for a little bit. So that all plays a small part.
Sometimes you also get with the surface early on, because it isn't rock hard, little indentations where the ball's landed early on or in the innings. And yes, they've been sort of flattened out, but there's still a small indentation there. If the ball lands on the wrong side, it just doesn't react the same way. So there's numerous reasons for it. But you're right, it's probably too paced from the start. It's just more accentuated in the afternoon.
And well done by Nathan McSweeney, because he was looking directly into the falling sun. Out of there. So Doggett, another wicket with his first, or during the first over of a particular spell. The first one was Marnus Labuschagne, who could have done anything on a wicket like this. He could have done something that man did. Travis Head, 230, if you're just joining us, by the way. Yeah, 230 off 127 deliveries. Jimmy Peirson now out there for Queensland.
Are you guys surprised they didn't go with Jack Wildermuth just to go and have a swing at a couple of balls?
Oh, yeah, I am. I would have thought that they really need to get on with it now, and that the game's sort of drifting, and we're going to get to a point where Queensland won't be able to win because it'll just be too big a ask. So you may as well throw all your eggs into one basket and have a lash at it. Mind you, Jimmy Peirson can score quickly.
I wonder whose gear he's using after. You hear about that?
No.
The van out the front of the hotel for Queensland got broken into.
Yeah.
He and I think it was Michael Neser as well. Got some stuff by some locals. So if anyone there in Adelaide sees anyone wearing a maroon baggy down Rundle Mall.
Well, some bloke in grade cricket's coming up with a real nice stick on the weekend. Where'd you get your bat from? Oh, mate, we just stuck down to
a van.
Kingsgrove Sports. And you're wearing left-handed gloves. Yeah.
We'll get to there.
Was that widely reported in the papers, was it?
Or one of them, not sure Neser or... No, I think it was Jimmy Peirson put it up on his social media the day after, or the morning when it happened. They walked out the front, opened up, where's my gear? Kit bag's been nicked.
Really?
Yeah, just 2 of them, I think.
I remember they broke into AB de Villiers' kit bag at the airport, stole his trainers, but luckily the guy put his old trainers in his kit bag. So AB opened up his kit bag.
Well, at least he was considerate. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm angry, but it's not that bad. I've got some wet old broken shoes in my bag.
Dirty old Dunlop sitting in my bag.
Now, the true judge of how considerate was it his size?
No.
He would have laughed, surely.
Yeah, no, that is...
Still doing good things in the IPL, AB de Villiers, isn't he?
No, he's just class. Pity he's not going to be playing in the World Cup this year.
Why is that? They didn't pick him, or he chose not to play, or we don't want to get into it and we haven't got enough time?
Yeah, I think this is a chat for another day. But obviously he's retired now from international cricket.
Yeah.
He made that decision.
Quality player, though. He always was. And still is.
Yeah, 3rd of October it was. Jimmy Peirson, the photo on his Instagram page. That's the end of the over. It's 4 for 198. Someone's got to be the unlucky one. If anyone sees a couple of brand new grey Nick sticks floating around Adelaide, can you let me know?
And I'd be going to every grade ground on the weekend and just having a look about where do you get it from.
Beautiful evening in Adelaide. And as time goes on, it's becoming increasingly unlikely that Queensland will be able to run this down. This is the key, the next 5 overs. If these two, Burns and Pearson, two established players for their state, can really get going, well, they might drag themselves back into it. Their former teammate, Brendan Doggett, to continue here. Brendan Doggett, his start in Adelaide or South Australia was delayed and delayed. He was meant to drive from Queensland down to Adelaide, but COVID then hit and there was a snap border closure because they couldn't drive through New South Wales. Right. If they went through New South Wales, it was quarantine time by the time they got there because of the COVID outbreak, and then they got delayed again, and then they were about to go, and then Queensland got locked down for a few days, so it was a bit of a mess. And gone. Burns, the next one. Doggett's got another. He's loving it in these colours.
Certainly is. Full wide delivery. Joe Burns trying to smash it away over the top of mid-off, and a nice thick edge through to Alex Carey. Took a pretty simple catch, and the South Australians, they're starting to celebrate now. Another wicket goes. Doggett, he's picked up his third. Scull's joined us, and you mentioned he's a wicket taker. You got that one right. He takes wickets, this guy.
He does. Thanks for that. But yeah, and it's funny. He bowls a trajectory. He gets it down and up. He's bowled well on this pitch. Not many of the fast bowlers have, because it's been, you just got to be so precise with your line and length. But Brendan Doggett's done the trick. Burns was always dangerous. He got rid of Burns and Renshaw. And now the hitter comes, and he has to hit. Jimmy Pearson's a square of the wicket player, plays lovely little nice shots, but a bludgeoner has to decide this issue, and Jack Wilmoth is just that if he gets underway.
Seems to get the ball to bounce a little bit more than all the batters have thought. They've all been caught in bounced a bit more caught. Renshaw caught. Even that there, I know it's a foolish ball, but he lines it up to hit, but it just bounces a little bit more and he nicks it. So seems to have it in his armoury that a little bit hard to get hold of.
He does, and Stewie does the same with the red ball. He was terrific in the Shield final against New South Wales for Queensland. Now he's undoing them a few months later.
And it was a considered piece of recruitment, like they all were for Jason Gillespie, knowing that he can't just pluck fringe test players from around the place. He went after a certain type of player, and this man he targeted pretty early in the piece to say, come to South Australia, you'll get plenty of opportunity, you can be my strike bowler. And it's extremely early days, but this is what he's been brought here for.
Well, it looks like a good decision, and no surprise that Jason Gillespie is doing good things.
I wonder where Jimmy Pearson is in the scheme of things regarding Test wicket keeper. It's a Payne's incumbent, of course, but Carey is next in line. Inglis is a show. Pearson probably the best gloveman of the three, if Payne was to vacate after this next summer. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I think it's going to come down to a real fight of who's doing well at the right time, and there's no question they could all do a job if selected. I don't think that's a dispute, but a couple of hundreds towards the time when the spot is vacant will be a tick. If you get a lot of hundreds in the start, but Tim Payne's still there, well, that'll all fall away. So I'm still a big fan of Alex Carey.
Yep.
If I had to pick one.
Payne's confident, but Payne's no sure thing of being there for the first test. He's very, very confident.
With his neck.
The neck issue will totally clear up. He's going to be there for the first of Tasmania, or the next of Tasmania's Shield games, but Yeah, there's that wicket of Joe Burns. So, I mean, there might be someone required to be on standby from the get-go, but...
if he can't make it, does Pat Cummins captain?
He'd get my vote. I'm a big fan.
There's no clarity on that whatsoever, is there, from anyone involved? Because there's Steve Smith. Can he be again? Who knows?
There's a lot of questions for that. That's a Pandora's box type question.
Goes back to when Cape Town happened. Did they really deal with it properly back then? Did they set the parameters then, and now we're still asking the questions years later? It's frustrating.
Well, I think they said he couldn't be. I think they said it and said that Stephen Smith couldn't be captain for a year or 18 months or whatever it was. They came up with some time frame, and that's elapsed. But look, that question divides a lot of people. No matter who you are, you ask 6 people in the street, you'd get 3-3.
Yeah.
Nearly through. We'll zip on that from Winter.
Anyway, that's not a decision for us to worry about, is it?
We're not going to solve it here on a Wednesday evening.
It's interesting to conjecture, because Rishabh Pant and Gilly before him have set the yardstick for the number 7, the wiki has to be, a counter-attacker. Jimmy Pearson's a stroke player, goes square of the wicket most of the time. Inglis is X-factor. He can hit you over the top. He plays 360 degrees. Carey is, if it's full, he drives. If it's short, he cuts. So the better gloveman is probably Jimmy Pearson. But Carey has been waiting for so long. And Inglis has come from the clouds because of his inventiveness in short form. And, of course, he got Shield hundreds last year as well. So I'm very interested in which way they go, the better gloveman or the guy that can turn an innings around at 7 with some audacious stroke play.
Yeah, it certainly will be when the time comes.
Yeah, and it's not your hair, Stewie, is it?
Yeah,
because
no.
is liable to come up, as you say. I'm interested in left armers against this Bulls batting lineup. Berendorf and Joel Paris have got recent wickets against them. Nick Winter has one, and he seems to have compromised them a little bit. I'm glad they picked a left armour, the Southern Redbacks, for this game. And he's bowled reasonably well. He's gone for a few, but there's something about left arm to these Bulls, I reckon.
Well, I think he went for a few with Hazlitt early in the innings.
Yeah.
But certainly to the right-handers, he's looked, in his last couple of overs, far more assured.
Yeah.
Doesn't bowl with any great pace, but he's just that angle and just across, one that comes back occasionally. Good length. Haven't had many left-handers, Queensland. I'm just trying to think of a Queensland left-arm bowler.
Dirk Tasler.
I was going to say Dirk Tasler was the one. It's the only one I could think of.
And Harry Fry before him. Yeah. Let's go on back.
Adam, Harry Fry, how did he go? What did you think?
No. 68? No.
No, I'm still 10 years off.
Thought you wouldn't know that one.
No.
Harry Fry, yep.
No, the old man was still in London at the time, so... Might have a half-brother in London that I don't know about, but that's an issue for off-air, I think.
174 from 86. It looks beyond the Bulls.
Yeah.
But Pearson will play his game, but Wildermuth is the key against Pope. Can he take him down?
Pope aim for wickets or containment, knowing that the bat is going to be thrown soon? He gets a wicket.
Wickets.
There you go. Wickets, absolutely. Jimmy Pearson is the next one to fall for Queensland, and they're falling deeper and deeper into a big hole here at Karen Rolton Oval.
This was very well bowled because Jimmy Pearson is a bit of a slicer. He plays square of the wicket on the offside most of the time. Lloyd Pope's given him the wide one. He's got the catching point, the catching backward point, and he sliced one straight to the catching point. That's a terrific bit of cricket by the South Australians. They had their man, they knew his stroke range, and they've got rid of Jimmy Pearson. Pope has 2.
In that scenario where you know, as leg break bowlers go, they're coming at you, is it, Warren's theory was slower and wider and get the ball spinning away from the right-handed, give them nothing to work with. Is that the sort of method that Pope will go with?
Against particular batsmen, I'm sure he will. And against Jimmy Pearson, that was exactly the right ball. Slower and wider. Make him fetch.
Yeah, okay.
Make him stretch. And look for him to play that open face thing that he does all the time through the offside and have the catches in place if he gets it wrong, and he did. So credit Lloyd Pope there. Terrific bit of thinking. How will he go to Nisa?
Pretty well.
Yeah.
Fast leg break, pitching middle and legs, spinning viciously.
How good. See, again, from past the perpendicular release, to get that much work on the ball to make it go that far, it's a good bit of bowling.
Yep.
And just short of Travis Head.
Are you like the rest of the leg spinners in this fraternity, that when you see one come on, you sort of sit here and say, oh, how good's this? Is that what happens?
It is the toughest skill, isn't it? It's the toughest discipline.
Oh, it's unbelievably hard.
Yeah. And this is where I think Lloyd Pope is making strides in short form that he's probably not making strides in 4-day cricket, because he has the wrong and he has the pace variations. He hustles through his overs.
Oh, that's gone.
But he can pull down.
That's gone to the dressing rooms or just beyond. Cops a little bit of a mark on the concrete on the way through, and that's a big one from Nisa.
He's got he does bowl occasionally, that one, doesn't he? He just drags it. He doesn't compensate with full, he compensates with short.
Yeah. And it's often a pull down because he tries to quicken his release. But as he matures as a leggy, he'll learn to become more comfortable with his release point.
Well, he's 21, as you said.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of years of bowling left in him, and they say leg spinners don't mature till late 20s. So.
And I think they'll persevere with him. They're giving him plenty of opportunities.
Reaching for that one, Nisa. It's into the gap. Well fielded in the deep.
And I'm interested in what he does in the Big Bash too, Stewie and Adam. I think, he could be a factor. Hustling through, bowling plenty of wrong-uns at pace. So big season ahead for Lloyd Pope. Don't know much Sheffield Shield, but short form, definitely.
The Sixers don't play him much, because O'Keefe play a lot, but I'd like to see him. He can be a real match winner, I think.
Yep.
It's always good to have a ginger out there too.
Yeah. They do it. So 174 from 86. It looks beyond them. Somebody's got to go Burker.
Winter to continue. With a good one, Denisa.
Mm.
T20 World Cup around the corner. You can catch it all here on Fox Cricket. Is it dead set lotto, looking ahead to it, thinking, well, we'll wait until everyone's played a couple of games to figure out who's who, because it's a tough one to break down pre.
Yeah, and who gets the momentum through the preliminaries? We don't know those associates that come through to form the main pack. That's to be decided in the early days. And Oman are a chance of going through.
Oman, they play at home as well in those prelims.
A few of them have been warming up in the European Cricket League, getting themselves ready for the...
Yes.
It's very much... I think the subcontinental teams have a distinct advantage in that part of the world with their variety with slow bowling. So they can really tie you up and contain you. And some of the Englands, Australias, your New Zealands, whilst still very good with a lot of quality, just those conditions can be really hard when you haven't spent your whole life growing up on them.
As Australia found when they went to Bangladesh.
Yes.
But Bangladesh and Sri Lanka had to get through the preliminary stage to get to the main part, which is odd in itself.
it'll certainly be good viewing. It'll be really, really good viewing watching that part of the world. T20 cricket, like India and Pakistan, will be hard to beat.
West Indies they'll be in impossible positions and somehow win.
Yeah, they've just got that X factor about them.
Yeah, they don't like singles, so they'll just
singles are wasted.
They'll just dog up and just hit 4, 6, 6, 6, 4.
Walk off.
There's a much needed boundary for Queensland. They need a stack of those in the next few overs. Michael Nazeer again off the middle of the bat. It's
No, I can't wait for that World Cup, guys. I think it's going to be Australia. They're, on a given day they can beat anybody, but their recent form's been poor on iffy wickets, and they're going to be on slow, tired wickets in the United Arab Emirates. So much to do, Aaron Finch and the boys.
There's a lot coming up. We've got the road to the Ashes tonight. Brendan Julian sits down with Jimmy Anderson, which would be good. WBBL around the corner. IPL. Marsh Cup on Friday night as well here on Fox Cricket, and then the T20 World Cup as well. So sport for choice.
Well, if you're cricket tragics like Skull and myself are, it's happy days.
Yeah, absolutely.
Marnus will be watching it all.
Oh, definitely.
Ended that over 6 for 222. 12 overs to go. 380 the target. And you wouldn't have known that we've had 2 rain delays today at stages.
It's a good dot because they really need a huge over here. They need 3 or 4 boundaries and perhaps a 6. Nisa's got to really clear the fence here.
Anything else, Gary?
He's done it once. He's got to keep doing it. He's a good slog sweeper, Michael Nisa. So Lloyd Pope's natural trajectory into the right-hander is going to help him with that. But can he get one to leave him off the deck? Slow it up on him and loop it,
Yeah, a bit wider. Make him drag it right across there. Hit you over cover, be happy with that. No drama.
Oh, big shout. Massive shout. No.
Gee, that looked close, didn't it?
Bit unlucky there, Big Lloyd. Too high?
It's his shoulder in the end. Or...
Yeah, height the only thing.
Is that deltoid?
Something.
Trapezium.
Don't know, I don't have one.
No, neither do I. No great issue.
Swinging that one again. Nisa is interesting.
So this is a big ball. Wildermuth really can't afford a dot here. He's got to keep it going.
It's like you've getting a message straight out to them. You're on the same page, you and the Queenslanders, Terry.
We're watching on delay and you're watching live.
That's a good shot. He does hit lots of 4s and 6s, Jack Wildermuth, but he's got to hit a lot more for Queensland to be a chance of running this down, running out of overs. But there's fighting, and we know that their competitive instincts are as good as any team in the competition. They know how to win the balls.
Nathan McAndrew back into the attack. He's a civil engineer,
right?
Which is better than being a rude one.
Yeah.
Made the move, another part of the Jason Gillespie recruitment drive. Originally from Oak Flats.
It's Brett Lee
I was
territory.
going to say, do you know who else is from there? It's
Yeah.
B. Lee, S. Lee.
B. Lee, S. Lee, G. Lee.
I think he got a first-class century last year, Michael Neser, so he really has improved as a cricketer. His bowling, we know how skillful he is, but his batting has gone to another degree. He's got 24 from 16.
Middle of that. Straight to deep mid-off. On. Been pretty good with his field settings today, Kerry. Travis Head. I mean,
Yes.
his innings was something out of the box because it seemed every time he hit the ball hard, it went to a gap. Whereas Queensland, when they've tried to swing the bat or hit the ball hard, there's been someone there, and their angles in the deep have been spot on.
He's had a good day, mate. Yeah. He's been touted as a potential Australian captain. He slipped from that situation in recent times, but he was a young captain of South Australia. He's gone overseas. He's developing his game. He knows the game. I think we might be about to see the best of Travis Head.
It's just short. Morne Morkel's rejoined us.
Yeah, I think he's a developing cricketer, both leadership. His batting today was next level.
T20 World Cup, we were speaking about it just before, Morne. The South Africans, much anticipated.
Dangerous team. Dangerous team. Watch out for them.
Do you know what they're going to come up with?
No.
Sometimes South Africa go into World Cups and you're not entirely sure.
Tell you what, with Mark Boucher as coach, they're not going to go die wondering.
No.
Tough coach. Definitely, his squad is hard cricketers, and I reckon they're going to play fearless cricket. Obviously, we're missing the sort of Faf du Plessis, the AB de Villiers, the Chris Morrises, but the guys that are in the squad are more than capable of producing quality cricket.
And your key bowler might be a left-arm wrist spinner, Tabraiz Shamsi.
Yes, number one T20 bowler currently in the world.
Well, that's hit hard. That is smashed.
Oh.
That's out of
The postcode. It's gone to Murray Bridge. He smashed that.
I don't think they even bothered to look for it. They
Just go and get another ball. Tell you what, I'm going to bring in with the talk of the T20 World Cup, a man who's going to host the nightly show, I think, on Fox Cricket. Looking forward to that. Prime time show. It's prime time BJ, Brendan Julian.
Yeah, what do you make of Tabraiz Shamsi? He's been so good in recent times for South Africa.
bowled
in
really
T20.
well. I mean, took over. He was sort of second fiddle to Imran Tahir for a long time, and taking over now the lead of he's actually the lead of the attack with KG Rabada at the moment. And I think in terms of pace, we've got Nortje, we've got Rabada, Ngidi. So a dangerous bowling lineup with batters, in our top six. If I think Quinton de Kock, David Miller, Aiden Markram, those guys are players that can score boundaries, but they're also street smart. And I think in those sort of surfaces where the wickets are going to be a touch slower, you're going to need players that can rotate the ball, hit pockets, run well, and then also score the boundary. So not a bad team on paper.
And your fielding's improved. Is it Justin Ontong, the fielding coach?
Justin Ontong is the fielding coach. That's one thing that we pride ourselves on and work on very, very hard as our fielding. And in those sort of tournaments, you need your fielding to be sharp.
And I've read recently where it is improved under Ontong. The captains have remarked that at the post-match. how our fielding's getting better and better, and you need that at a World Cup.
Justin was a quality fielder himself in that ring. So it's not only Justin Anton, but I also think Mark Boucher runs a ship that's, there's no stone unturned. It's hard-working sort of hours on the field and working on the fielding, and it's paying off.
Interested.
Some good work out in the deep. Good little partnership this for Queensland. They've got a lot of work to do, there's no doubt about that. Target is 380 from 44. Yeah, looking forward to the World Cup, boys.
As a week.
Yeah. Got that on the bottom of the bat and just on the bounce to the man in the deep.
This has been the width that they've offered in recent times at the Karen Rolton. They bowl 8 stump line and make you try and hit you over the offside with men out on the boundary. It can work. I'm interested to see if Doggett persists and doesn't attack the stumps. He's just attacking an 8 stump line and saying, hit me over the top of cover for 6 if you can.
Got that high on the bat and over mid-off. That's a better shot. Maybe to take that mid-off on when he's up on the ring.
Guys, we know these two are hitters, and they got a deal in boundaries if they're going to pluck this at the end.
It's a big total they're chasing, but it's important that South Australia just, not sort of go through the motions here. There's a bonus point up for grabs here. You never know. 4, 5, 6 overs of 10 runs plus and over, and you all of a sudden, there's a bit of panic station. So,
yeah, that's a good shot. That is right in the arc. That's a long way.
Jackie Wildermuth.
It's a decent hits today.
They stay hit. We saw him for Australia A, BJ, get the 100 against India, and he whacked it clean that day. He only deals in 4s and 6s. He's not a single man, Jack Wildermuth. That's a good blow. I'm half interested here. If he has a half hour, things can get very, very tight.
Yeah, I'm with Morno. South Australia's still got to stick to their plans and you can't just roll up and bowl and hope that they're going to get out. It's a bit more in the block hole, but pretty well hit outside the off stump anyway. Good partnership there. So Wildermuth moves 30. Nisa 31 from 21. As drinks come onto the ground, we'll take a short break and come back with the closing overs of this game.
They've been playing a lot of T20. You guys have had a big program. Yeah,
hope you're enjoying the Marsh Cup from Karen Rolton Oval in Adelaide, just on the west side of the CBD in South Australia. And that's the way it sets up the match summary at the moment. South Australia, well, they made 8 for 391. Thanks to a magnificent double hundred there from Travis Head. His second in this competition. They won the toss, elected to bat first, and why wouldn't you? Perfect conditions. A little bit of rain around today. They lost 2 overs. So the target got reset for Queensland, and there was a little bit of rain around and affected their innings. So their target is actually 380 off 44 overs. It's been some good bowling from South Australia. And they lost some early wickets. Labuschagne went early, and so did Khawaja. Put the pressure right on Queensland. Lloyd Pope, that is down the leg side. That's always going to go. He's had the ability to bowl some good deliveries, but he's had the ability, Kerry O'Keefe, to bowl some terrible deliveries.
He has. It's an angle of release. He pushes it towards the right-hander's pads, and if it's uncontrolled, it just keeps drifting, and he'll take 4. Boundaries are hurting South Australia. They should be across the line, but the more that Wildermuth and Nisa hit 4s, the more interested they'll become.
It's a good partnership, this one. Another short one. Skidded on.
Well, they scored almost 42 of the last 3 overs. And if you go, they need, 116 of almost 9 overs. That's 54 balls. I mean, how many boundaries do you back yourself to even 54 balls? Sixes, with these guys going to. So they...
Oh, he's gone for an appeal there. Oh, he's out.
He's giving him
a little bottom edge. Tell you what's good take that from Alex Carey. It looked like that he missed it a mile.
I don't think Jack Wildermuth thinks he's hit it, but it makes no difference. The umpire thought he did.
Well, it must have been a massive sound because it didn't hit the pad.
Yeah.
Couldn't have hit anything else.
It was the wrong and again. It's missed everything, but has it taken a little fainty under edge?
Well, I mean...
Carey was confident.
Well, I must admit, I looked at that last replay. It looked like he'd missed it.
Yeah.
But Wildermuth is shaking his head. He can't believe it. Not the best ball for Lloyd Pope to pick up a wicket, but they all count.
And that's what he does. He gets people out. Bowling wrist spin, sometimes it's not your best ball that gets the wicket.
Let's have a look at this skull. Come on.
Yeah.
No way.
No, it's a long miss, isn't it? But
geez, it must have been a big sound.
Alex Carey obviously thought he heard something. It must have been a mozzie.
No, but often you run and take that, the keeper takes it down the leg side to stop the wide call.
Yeah.
Just the bat clipping his helmet.
Yeah.
He swung so hard.
I can't believe that's been given out.
I don't think Snicko and all that would look favourably upon that decision.
No.
And now we've got Gurinder Sandhu, who can land a few blows himself.
Yeah. Can he pick the wrong one?
Maybe. Maybe not.
This could be Pope's last over. He can...
How many more can he bowl?
Well, there are a couple... 4 bowlers can bowl 9 and 1 can bowl 8, so you'd probably give him another one. I would have thought. He could bowl 9 overs. There you go. He's yet to put one in the right area yet.
No. I think bowling to the right hand or left hand has got him a little bit perplexed at the moment.
That's better. As you say, Kerry O'Keefe, he can plunder them. Gurinder Sandhu.
He's got a club century this year in Brisbane, Gurinder. So,
gee, you've been doing your homework.
Yeah, but he's he's always been old about a bit, but 100 in grade cricket, it's still 100.
Oh, yeah.
And it's another wrong, and I think he's read that. And he said, I don't care if it's leaving me, I'm fetching it over long on for 6. And he's hit a long way.
Labrador's gone after that one. The chocolate lad got it. There he is. There you go.
Right. So 110 from...
slobber on it, that'll do.
Yeah, 110 from 49. Improbable, but if it keeps raining 4s and 6s, you never know.
You're going to bowl Lloyd Pope another over?
I am.
He can bowl, yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. Because they're getting down to the number 9. The number 10 and the 11 are undistinguished.
Yep.
Matt Kuhneman and Connor Sully. So Well, it certainly has some runs in the under-19s, but the next wicket's a big wicket, and I'd go with the striker.
Doggett, he can bowl too.
Doggett and Pope.
Yep.
Doggett's been terrific, and he's taken the 3, and he's bowled a legitimate trajectory.
So, hang on. Fine leg is coming across, so they're going with no fine leg, short third man. Can't be short outside off stump. You run it down through the third man area, so it's got to be pretty straight and fullish. No, he's gone way outside off stump. Straight and full, he might have cleaned him up.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily think you need to worry about the batsman you're bowling when they've got so many runs.
it seems to be the preferred line, BJ, when they're under the pump.
I'll be bowling stumps.
Yeah, they bowl a yard wide of the off stump.
More
I think the game plan was there just to get Nessa off strike. You know, that's the best way to give him a 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
And now, you know, you go for the kill. Get a slip in there.
Yep. So mid-off, out, deep point, third man for the lefty. So what's his line, do you think, Mornay? What would you be bowling to the new batsman straight up?
Attack the stumps.
Yeah. It's often the way, isn't it? When a new batsman comes in, you attack the stumps, you end up bowling half volleys where you should bowl length, back of a length.
Not a bad option, this short ball. I don't mind that. Sort of take his feet away.
Gone full one.
Follow ball, good follow ball there.
But I'm with you, Scott. I think he's a better batsman thinking short than Yorker. For Sandy, he's not a tail ender. He's not one that can't hold the bat. So I'd be bowling length to him.
Yeah.
And I like the idea with a slip. Just treat like a normal batsman.
Yeah. And Doggett does enough with it. He just does a little bit either way. Yeah. The next wicket decides the game, so I'd be putting in the slip and bowling full across him, as Mornay suggested.
Yeah, pretty well. It's that half volley that you just throw up there. You're looking for the Yorker stumps where you're right. That back of a length to me is hard to hit for any batsman.
Sanders also clearing that front leg. I wouldn't mind bowling a sort of off-pace wide ball. You know, he's trying to reach it. He's obviously trying to score. You know, you can bring Madoff up and, you know, you'll hit the ball straight up in the air. That's not a bad option, but definitely the first 3 balls.
Oh, full toss through the leg side. He's gone for the Yorker. It's cost him 6.
And this could be interesting above hip as well. Are they looking? Nice is looking.
Looking for the Noe.
Yeah, he is.
That's a free hit in Marsh Cup now, isn't it?
Yes. I don't think he's got it, and he's shaking his head ruefully. That was close to above hip, and Slick Mick thinks it was. Still looking at it. Come on.
Crowd aren't helping much, are they? Well, they did. The dog did in the last one. They're quite happy for the boys to jump the fence and go and get it themselves.
It will be potentially the Redbacks' first win for what? 18 months? 2 years?
It's been that long.
It has, yeah.
Oh, it's big. It's gone high. Has it got the legs? It... Has it? No. Oh, that would have been great. Tell you what, that was...
Is that volleyball? Didn't he spike it?
Well,
What?
no, you can't have the other fielder over the rope and hitting it.
Can't you?
No.
I thought it was volleyball.
Close.
What happens?
come
This
on,
is
I'll-
brilliant. Whatever
So,
it is, it's
I
6,
reckon-
isn't it?
I reckon Travis Head, I think, took the first one. That's okay, right?
Yeah.
That's fine. That's good.
No, slipped on the-
No,
slipped over.
no,
But
put over.
McAndrew can't do that. No, you can't do that.
Can't he?
No,
It's in
you
the air.
can't do that.
Why?
You can't run over the rope and hit it back over.
Huh?
I think when you're in the
Oh,
air,
here we go.
you
Here's
As long
Andrew.
as
He
he's in
steps
the
over.
air.
McAndrew steps over.
He's
puts
in
his
the
foot-
air?
No, but he's put his foot.
put down.
No, all
You reckon-
three. All 3 have been disqualified.
I reckon they're trying to work that out.
It's a nice bit of work, though, wasn't it?
I thought it was good.
But it's still 6.
It's a bit of a...
Is that what happened?
A Tadal
We're giving it 6.
I think so. 90 from 42. I tell you what.
Big over this. Oh, it was a wide.
Wide wrong'un. Not a bad dot ball.
Miranda. Just needed to let that go.
This is a big ball. Where does this finish?
Thick outside edge, just over. Just enough on it. Come back for at least 2. 3 they'll get it, so that's pretty good. They've got Nisa on strike.
Things are just starting to get a little bit warm out there.
A little bit edgy. 4 balls. Tell you what, not the wrong one too.
And that's the line I spoke about, sort of outside his sort of strike zone. Ball sort of moving, the wrong end moving away.
Right, Nisa, what's he doing? Oh, nice.
Oh, 6.
Geez, hit that hard. That's gone in the car park. Beautifully played from Michael Nisa. That's his 50 up. Off 25 deliveries too.
He's a cricketer on the rise, Michael Nisa. We know how well he bowls, and his batting is coming along. Dangerous hitter.
Good strike.
At 8 or 9.
Like it.
Game on here.
Well, Pope's got 3 balls left.
Yeah.
It's important that Sandu just hang around you with Nessa.
Yeah.
You know, I know the asking rate is quite high, but the last thing you want to do is lose a wicket here. Nessa is scoring freely. He's seeing the ball nicely, get him on strike, and just bat with him.
Oh.
Gets good strike in the deep. Oh, good catch. Right on the rope. It was going over the rope too. So poor Gurinder Sanders just picked out the fielder in the deep. Tell you what, South Australia would have been the
Pressure release there, BJ. Mornay.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, that's his 4th wicket, Lloyd Pope. The cow shot from Gurinder Sandhu. Inside the line, very well taken, held his balance, good out cricket.
Good catch from Gibson there.
And has that won the game? Ryan Gibson with a splendid bit of work in the deep. Had a look, knew he was inside. 8 down, Pope has 4. Asking rate for 10 and 11 a little bit too high, you'd think, though Nisa's still there.
I don't think they crossed. They hit that so hard.
So he has a few under 19 runs, just Connor Sully. I don't think he's a total mark.
Yep.
But he's got to go from the off.
Well, Pope's got 1 delivery left. I mean, maybe you just sort of play it out.
I wonder if he's seen the Holy Tomato before, because they've both been in the under 19 system, but they've missed each other by a couple of years, I'd say. But
you're bowling the wrong one, wouldn't you?
First up, it's $1.
Oh! Might have been an inside edge. No.
Terrific
It's
bowling,
actually the
isn't
best one he's landed, isn't it?
Yeah, terrific bowling. He's probably missing leg stump.
Yeah, too much.
Yeah.
Did too much.
There's something about Lloyd Pope, and he's taken 4 wickets today, and he could break this long drought for his team.
It's hard work for us tail enders. I used to come in and bat, and you know, the guy with a non-striker said, "One day he's going to bowl you the googly. Be ready." We still miss it. So.
Did you go to the art of cricket and look up googly? So Connor Sully on strike, Nisa at the non-striker, or is it now Nisa on strike because Sully faced the last ball?
Yeah. Nisa on strike. That's straight up in the air. Well, you'd think it should be taken, but it's not. They've got the 3rd man up. Got deep point. Handy too.
Doggett and Nisa, they were in the Sheffield Shield winning team together last year. They know each other's game inside out. He's got away with his slice over 3rd man, but he's got to keep going, Mick Nisa. What's Doggett got? Pope has 4, Doggett has 3. 2 to come. I'm on Doggett.
suppose would you take the single?
I think
had
so.
to. You have to, yeah.
Yeah.
The dog has just got to get that on the stumps, don't you? That good length of Yorker or no room. Yeah, it's always been tough going for Queensland when you've got to chase something close to 400.
Yeah.
And then you've got a rain affected as well, losing overs.
They've been brave, but you feel in vain in the end.
Yeah, well, you needed someone at the top three to go on.
Yeah, they needed the big 100 maker, and Hazlitt out for 93 hurt them a lot.
Yeah.
He had to get 160, 170.
Geez, we've seen some runs at this oval, Skull.
Karen Ross, yeah, I've watched a lot of cricket. If somebody said, would you like to come and have a game there? I'd say no. As a bowler. 76 from 33.
A good one to miss.
Oh, yeah.
Those,
Hammy's a bit tight.
after the Shield game.
2 Shield games there.
But the beauty of Karen Rotten Oval is that we've had cricket in a pandemic, and that's the key.
Full toss. He's got that straight up in the air, and that'll be out. It's always a tough ask for Michael Nisa. He's had a bit of a lone hand for Queensland, and Dogger picks up another one. Pressure was always going to be on Queensland with the run rate going up over 10 runs and over. It's amazing how he's got that straight up in the air.
Yeah, but fully deserved. Doggett's had a good day. Good signing by Jason Gillespie. It's worked out. They thought they had the right man. His trajectory is outstanding. A brave effort from Michael Nisa, but in the end, in vain. 9 down. Number 11 comes out. Stewie Clark to come in. I'll catch you guys later.
See you, Kerry. .74 from 31. Can you get Pfeiffer? That's what Dog ought to be thinking. It'll be the end of the over. So that's his 9 overs completed.
This is the period of the game where you want the stump marks to be turned up and to listen to the conversation between 10 and 11, how they're going to play it. Great entertainment, good value.
There's a lot of, what do you think? What do you think we should do?
I'm just going to swing it. I'm just going to go for it. Yeah, good idea, good idea.
You face him. I reckon you can get him. Depends how fast the other bloke's bowling at the other end too. You take him on. Just stand here.
So Worrell back into the attack. We'll close it out for South Australia. Doggett's bowled his 9 overs that he's allowed to bowl. That's it for him. He only ended up with 4 wickets. Lloyd Pope bowled his 9 overs as well.
Been a good display by South Australia. They've worked hard. They've obviously set it up with a really good innings with the bat. Travis Head led the way. They were on with the ball. I think they've had a really good partnership.
Oh.
They've been able to find ways to pick up wickets where Queenslanders, when they bowled, they just could not dismiss Travis Head and Weatherall for long periods of time was the other way around. They've just regular intervals, they pick up a wicket, or short ball to get a wicket, or whether that be pressure or whether that be good bowling, whatever it may be, they've just done their job.
It's always when you chase a big total, you have a couple of dot balls and you feel like I need to make a play there. Nothing like scoreboard pressure.
Now the wicket to the lefty, aiming at the stumps. Daniel Worrell.
Yeah, you feel if he gets a couple there in a row, it might be stumps everywhere. Let's go back to the hotel.
I actually thought they'd put a slip in. I mean, don't you often get the nicks? Go fine.
I'll definitely bring Madoff into the ring. I don't know.
Yeah.
Why he's on the boundary.
I don't know why he's got deep at all.
It doesn't really matter anymore. They're not going to score 78 or 32 balls or whatever it is now, so 33 balls. So. You could have 3 slips in a gully, I suppose. It ain't going to make any difference, is it?
Tell you what, Spencer Rudd scored today, though. 700 nearly. Oh, mate, that is 700. How's that shot? Ramp flick over, fine leg for 4.
Well, that's one of the better shots you'll see from a lower order player. Kuhnemann inside the line, down low, ramp over short, fine legs, head.
So when he's going into the nets at training, he's going, mate, I'm going to do a couple of ramps. I'm number 11, I'm going to try a couple of ramps. Which is probably not a bad idea because the deliveries you're going to get as number 11 are probably Yorkers.
Well, if he was bowling, if he was batting the nets and I was bowling and I was taking the time to bowl to him and he went and played one of those, you'd probably be the same. The next 4 would be right at his head. He's not going to get you back. He bowls left arm, little orthodox.
Well, from the start, fine leg will be back for me. Send a clear message.
I was wondering why Kuhnemann came into the bowling attack so late. I thought he might have bowled a lot earlier for Queensland. Just asking the question. Was that a wide, sir? I thought they got him into the bowling quite late. So that is the end of that over from Dan Worrell. 41 from him today from his 7. It's a 44 over game here at Karen Rolton Oval in Adelaide.
At the start of the season when the teams look at where they're playing, Karen Rolton Oval must be high on the list of let's go there for all batters. If you bat in the top 5, when are we playing at Karen Rolton Oval? Right, tick. Let's get ready. Let's make sure I'm really prepared for this game because there's runs on offer.
That's the wicket you're back in form if you're struggling.
Brisbane, Perth, Melbourne up and down. The old Tasmanian wicket used to be like that occasionally.
Well, you do that. North Sydney,
that's another tick.
Junction Oval, maybe.
Yeah, on its day, Junction. Hurstville, or the ticks, short boundaries. Bouncy fast, Gabba wicket and Wacker wicket, and you're not interested.
Just going through my notes here, Safras. Stewie Clark, for the people who don't know. They've lost. They'll end a 6-game losing streak.
Yeah, they've had a
South Australia. Can you believe that?
Very torrid time. Well, in the 4-day arena,
how come?
They've won 2 games in 3 years. 2 4-day games in 3 years. So their cricket has been something that they've been working on, but Jason Gillespie, Tim Nielsen now behind the scenes have taken. I don't think they're
220 T20 orientated. So what they're focusing on, maybe.
I think they've got a good T20 team. They've got some good players: Rashid Khan, Travis Head, Alex Carey.
It's quite amazing to me because they've got great facilities down there, pre-season training and weather, and you look at some of the other states, New South Wales, Victoria, struggle to get any pre-season because of the weather and conditions. Where down in Adelaide, it's beautiful.
I think they're a little bit hampered by the number of people too. 1.2 million people in their state. There's 8 million in Sydney.
Look, sometimes all it takes is to bring in a couple of fresh faces, and that's something they did this year.
Over the top, out the back of the hand, straight up in the air, and that'll be it. So South Australia win this game at Karen Rolton Oval. They get their Marsh Cup competition up and running, and they break a 6-game losing streak, the Redbacks. And it all gets down to their captain, Travis Head, who made 230 today off 127 deliveries. And finally, a much-needed win. It's hard to believe it's taken that long for South Australia, but they are up and running in the Marsh Cup.
Yeah, out the back of the hand, overspin on the ball, bounced a little bit more. Alex Carey running around, taking a pretty simple catch in the end, and the South Australians, well, they're going to celebrate breaking their 6-game losing streak. They've been the dominant team, I think, today, especially with bat early on, and then they've backed it up with the ball. And unfortunately for the Queenslanders, they haven't been able to chase down a very formidable total.
Yeah, very good start this for South Australia.
Man of the match?
Yeah,
Groundsman.
Toughy, that one, I would have thought. He's on screen now. Travis Head.
There he is. Travis Head, as I said, 230 off 127 deliveries. Flawless innings from him, 28 fours, 8 sixes. Superb there from the captain. They won the toss earlier today. They elected the bat first. There was no hesitation in that. And when you put 391 runs on the board from 48 overs because it was rain affected, it's very, very hard to beat for Queensland. They needed to get off the fly, and they didn't quite do that. They lost Kawaja and Labuschagne early. And since then, they were just under the pump, really, Queensland. Hazlitt sort of gave them a sniff right at the top of the order, but he needed to go on and get a big score, a bit like Travis Head did, 230 from 127. That's match summary 8 for 391. Beautiful batting there from South Australia. And then in reply, Queensland, Sam Hazlitt, as we said, made 93 of 59, got them into a position that maybe they could jump through and maybe push it and maybe even try and win this game, but they couldn't do it. Lloyd Pope picked up 4, and so did Brendan Doggart, got 4 as well. Disciplined bowling from South Australia, but really, boys, it was set up from the batting, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. It was the Travis Head, Jake Weatherall show at the top of the order for the South Australians. Really dominated from the moment they both came to the crease. Some highlight to Travis Head here. He hit the ball to all parts. It was clean. It was crisp. And they just had no answers, the Queenslanders, to anything that he put on offer. They tried moving the field. They went wide, they went short, they went full. Did not matter. He was in fine touch from the moment he got out there. And look, there's some good components, I thought, for the Queenslanders with the ball and with the bat, but certainly today at the Karen Rolton Oval, they were completely outplayed.
Second double 150 over comp's pretty good, isn't it, Morna?
Take that any day. Entertaining cricket. And I thought he played very well. Sometimes we can look for certain ways, but there comes a time where you just need to say well done. And like I said, he scored all around the ground, really put all the bowlers under pressure, and a fantastic knock.
Good conditions. As I said, he's the captain. He won the toss and elected to bat first, and why wouldn't you be? For Queensland, it was always going to be a tough ask. They had to get off a bit of a fly, and Sam Hazlitt, well, he gave them a glimmer of hope. He was so close to his 193 he made in very, very good conditions out there, but he had no support. That was the problem with Sam Hazlitt today.
Yeah, he did. Matty Renshaw tried hard. He picked up his 50, but he played some nice shots as well. And unfortunately, just holed out in the end, trying to get on with it. But really took on the bowlers early on, all parts of the ground. Good off the back foot, good off the front foot. Really looked a classy type player. I mentioned Joey Burns and Matty Renshaw. They tried hard in the middle order to try and get it. Michael Nisa gave them hope at the end of the innings by some clean striking. But unfortunately, it was just a bridge too far.
Yeah, all around the ground for Hazlitt as well. Pretty strong square of the wicket. But you have a look, some pretty good bowling from the South Australians, but Queensland were always under the pressure. There were good conditions, and they lost early wickets. That was probably the defining moment for them at the top there. That's Kawaja's dismissal there, caught in front. He was given out LBW. And it was the perfect start for South Australia. And then Marnus Labuschagne, just that hook shot off Brendan Doggett, top edge, caught in the deep. And when you lose Khawaja and Labuschagne early, makes it tough, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Both quality players. I thought Lloyd Pope, he picked up the crucial wicket of Sammy Hazlitt with a good wrong in there. He ended up picking up 4 wickets. Doggett, he tried and he banged the ball. Good player of the future, Doggett. Gets the ball to bounce a little bit more and just a little bit uncomfortable to face by the looks of it.
I like the look of him. I think he hits you a lot harder than you would expect. And yeah, obviously learned a lot from obviously watching the first innings, and just kept it simple today. He ran in, hit the wicket hard back of a length, and he didn't try too many things.
That caught behind from Alex Carey there. That was a good catch, even though I don't reckon he hit it.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the dismissal. I know it was a good catch, but yeah, you take the good with the bad. And this is the old days before DRS and all those other things. You take the good with the bad, and ended it on a couple of wickets at the end there. Both players doing whatever they can to try and like 73 off, I think 33 balls at one stage, and just a little bit too far. McAndrew with the one out the back of the hand, good slower ball. Alex Carey running around and taking a pretty simple catch. The South Australians, well, they celebrate having won first in six matches.
Yeah, that's it. South Australia break a 6-game losing streak. They beat Queensland in the Marsh Cup by 67 runs with the Duckworth-Lewis system. Morné Morkel, Stewie Clark, Brendan Julian. Thanks for your company. Hope you enjoyed it, the Marsh Cup. We'll see you Friday for our next game over there at the Wacker Ground. Bye for now.